I'm Maya from New Orleans. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in an old house with Dad who worked as a potter. Mom left us when I was 4 to make it as a big movie star and never came back. With gorgeous hair and porcelain white skin, I looked exactly like her, and no one believed my dad and I were related, especially our nosy neighbors. Once when I was 6, Dad got a big order from the city. He worked all night to make all 20 vases. I was admiring them when I accidentally knocked them off, shattering them to pieces.
I'm so sorry, Dad. I didn't do it intentionally.
It's okay, Maya. Don't worry. I'll make new ones.
But Dad couldn't make them in time, and he lost the order. He was devastated. Things got worse when the police knocked at our doors later that night. Our nosy neighbors heard the crashing sound and thought I was in trouble. Dad tried to convince them, but they only left when I showed them my birth certificate. I begged Dad to give the neighbors a piece of his mind, but he was a softie.
They're just concerned.
No, they're crazy. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. We struggled with money, but I was happy as long as I had my dad. On my 10th birthday, Dad took me to a mall and asked me to buy whatever I wanted.
I saved it for your birthday, dear. You deserve it.
But Dad, I don't want anything, and we could use this money. But he was dead set that I should buy something. I walked in, but the store manager refused to let Dad get in.
You won't be able to afford anything here.
Why not? We have money, and we're here just like everyone else. The manager made a face and refused us straight to our faces. Eventually, Dad gave in, and we left. It was humiliating. That day, I decided I'd never let anyone bully us like that. Soon after, I got into boxing, and by the time I was in 12th grade, I was the toughest girl in my class, and I started participating in all the major competitions around town and aced them all. One time during practice, I felt a sharp pain in my hand. Dad took me to the doctor, who confirmed I had a minor sprain and needed some rest and medicine. But Dad looked extra worried. Dad, relax. It's just a small sprain.
It's not that. Your mom called this morning. She wants you to complete your school year with her.
What? No way! She never looked back once, and now it's too late.
This is only temporary till I look for a job. I don't even have the money to buy your meds, and you'll be starting college soon.
I'll work hard and win a scholarship. I'm good at what I do. Please, don't send me away. But I knew Dad had made up his mind when the next morning a big car arrived in front of my house with Mom in it. When she saw me, she hugged me tightly.
Oh, my sweet Maya. You're all grown up and so pretty, just like me.
I pulled myself away as Mom smiled at me. It was the first time I'd seen her after so long. If not for her movies, I would have never recognized her. I am nothing like you. And please, don't think that I'm happy to do this.
As long as I have you.
Mom got her staff to pack my stuff, and I was ready to move within minutes. I was still unsure if this was a good idea, but Dad promised he'd get me soon and we'd be together again. So I left him with a heavy heart. The next few days in Mom's mansion were a nightmare. I wanted quiet time away from her, but she was stuck to me like gum in your hair. I was forced to take long walks with her and go on unnecessary shopping trips. And then one day, she changed my entire wardrobe. Where's all my stuff? Your old stuff was rotten, so I threw it away. But those things were important to me. Dad gave me those things. I want it back. You're my daughter. I can't let people see you as a poor girl anymore. So, that's what it's all about? That's why you took me away from Dad? Stop twisting my words. I was just too angry to hear her out and slammed the door shut on my way out. Every passing day I spent there made me miss Dad even more. But he spoke to me whenever he could, and I was happy. When Mom told me I'd start school soon, I couldn't be more excited. Anything to get away from her would work. On the day I was supposed to start school, I woke up late to my mom screaming at someone. I went down to see it was the cook, and a boy stood next to him holding a bagel. How dare he steal from our kitchen?
But I found this in a pile of food you were throwing away, ma'am.
I'm talking to your father. If your son does this again, I'll fire you. They nodded and left. I went after the boy to see him give that bagel to a helpless girl on the sidewalk. That was the kindest thing I'd seen since I'd come here. When he looked in my direction, I noticed how cute he was.
She was hungry. I'm not some thief, but your mother didn't seem to believe me.
I believe you. I'm Maya. He introduced himself as Zach, the cook's son. We exchanged smiles, and when the driver arrived, he continued on his way. At least there was one kind person in this strange place. My first day of school was nothing like I'd imagined. Thanks to my mom, everyone knew who I was, and to make things more awkward, a really good-looking guy approached me in the hallway.
Wow, you're even prettier than your mom.
I looked at him, clueless.
I'm Marco. Your mom must have mentioned me. She's best friends with my parents.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I started walking to class, but Marco stopped me again.
I wasn't done talking, princess.
Too bad. I was, and I'm late for class, Franco.
Marco.
Don't care. After that day, Marco did everything to get my attention. He started showering me with expensive gifts and flowers, and it almost looked like he was on a mission to get me to date him. Only later did I learn he was the mayor's son and one of the most powerful guys in town. Not that I cared. I already had an obsessive mom, so my hands were full. One day, it was Mom's movie success party, and the entire town was invited. She was so excited that she even bought us matching dresses and begged me to wear them.
We'll look like twins, baby. It'll be fantastic.
First, that's weird. And secondly, that dress looks like poop. I'd rather wear a tent. There was no way I was doing anything she wanted me to. So I went ahead and bought myself the weirdest dress I could find, just to embarrass her. The party was boring, and my eyes hurt from all that bling. And when I saw Marco enter, I knew I had to get out of there. I tiptoed my way into the kitchen, but banged into Zach.
Are you okay?
Hey, I'm just trying to ignore someone.
The guy in white who looks like he eats money for breakfast?
Yeah, how did you know? Zach pointed in Marco's direction, who was frantically searching for someone under the tables. We burst out laughing, and I noticed what a heart-melting smile Zach had.
Come here, I'll show you a great hiding place.
He pulled me toward the back entrance, leading to a sprawling garden. It was beautiful. Our eyes met for a second, and I felt a weird rush in my tummy.
So, why were you hiding from him?
He's just an idiot from school I'm trying not to punch. I wish I could return home and get away from this place.
You really hate it here, don't you?
I nodded. Zach and I walked around and started talking. He told me how he was saving up for culinary school and wanted to be a chef someday. And I told him my story.
Boxer, huh? Show me your moves. I know a little boxing myself.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I tried to do a fake box in the air, but ended up hitting Zach smack in his face.
That was good. Ow.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? As I tried to check for any broken bones, Zach moved in closer and tucked my hair behind my ears. I felt my knees go weak.
Better.
His eyes caught my attention because they were a gorgeous shade of green and could make anyone swoon. I wasn't paying attention when I noticed a flash from the corner of my eye, and then 100 people started taking pictures of us. I turned to run, but saw Mom staring at me with eyes blazing like fire. It's bad enough that you're dressed like a joker, and now you're flirting with the help? His name is Zach, and he's my friend. That looked more than friends.
You embarrass me, Maya.
Why don't you just abandon me then? You're good at that. Mom and I got crazy on each other, and the party fell silent.
You rude child. I saved you from your pathetic father, and this is how you repay me?
Mom reached for me, but she tripped over a rock and fell into the life-sized fountain. Her makeup washed off her face, and she looked like a zombie. I knew I'd taken it too far. I stepped forward to help her, but Marco reached before me and helped her out. I apologized to Mom the following day, but she ignored me. Zach and I were all over the news, and as a result, his dad was fired and they left. He was my only friend here, and I missed him so much. With Dad not responding to me either, I was left all alone. Soon after, Marco and Mom started working on a movie together because Mom recommended him. It was bad enough I had to deal with that fame-hungry, good-for-nothing brat in school, and now he was always at home. A week before my 18th birthday, I was already feeling low, so I decided to treat myself to some ice cream. But while I was walking back home, I saw a hooded figure following me. "Come out, you jerk! What are you hiding your face for?" I was all set to knock his teeth out when suddenly the guy came forward and revealed his face. Zach! Oh my God, you got me there for a second.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you.
Scared my butt? Why are you following me?
I work in a store nearby. I saw you come in, and I just had to talk to you. Maya, your mom is hiding something from you.
Zach told me that when he was fired, he'd gone back to collect his check when he heard Mom talking to someone over the phone.
She said something about a big deal, and Marco is involved too. Just check her office.
No wonder that jerk is always home. And he's also involved in her new film. What could this be about?
I don't know, but it's something big.
Thanks, Zach. I always knew my mom was up to something. Maybe it's time I got my answers.
One more thing.
Zach moved closer and kissed me lightly on my forehead.
Please be careful. I like you a lot, in case that wasn't clear.
I thought I'd lost my chance after that black eye I gave you, but I'm glad to know I didn't. Before leaving, I pulled Zach in for a magical kiss, and then I started with my secret mission. But I had no idea what I was looking for or where I would find it. With Marco around the house, I had to be extra careful. I found my opportunity when Mom offered to throw me an 18th birthday party. She'd be busy with the guests, and I could snoop around the office. She got me the most beautiful dress and even hired someone to do my makeup. I hated everything, but I didn't want to draw any attention, so I agreed. The whole house was filled with guests on my birthday that evening, and I spotted Mom in the corner talking to Marco. This was the perfect moment. I went to Mom's study and found some papers in a red mailer about some land deal. I was just opening them when Marco walked in. He saw me and grinned, and I had the weirdest feeling ever.
You're a sight for sore eyes, sweet face. That dress looks amazing on you.
Shut up, moron.
That's not how you talk to your fiancé, sweetheart.
Is this some kind of sick joke?
Well, your mom would answer that better. Why don't we ask her together?
Marco took my arm and pulled me outside. When Mom saw that, she came rushing and pushed him away. What are you doing?
Just bringing the truth out.
Mom, what's happening and what are these papers about? Mom looked at me in shock as the color drained from her face.
Why don't I do the honors?
Marco told me that Mom wanted to open a film academy but had money issues, so his dad pitched in. In return, she promised them a role for Marco and our marriage.
But now, she doesn't seem to believe me. Maybe she'll believe you.
I looked at Mom in shock, and she stayed silent. She totally did it. What kind of mother are you? First you abandon me, then you take me away from Dad, and now you want to use me as bait? My beauty won't last forever, so I had to think for myself, and I don't regret it one bit. You will marry Marco, and that's final.
Not without my approval. Don't forget, you signed over full custody to me.
I turned around to see my dad looking angrier than ever. I rushed to him and hugged him tight. Dad, I'm so glad you're here.
Maya, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
We all turned around, and I was completely shocked to see Zach walk in. He told us how Zach had called him a few days back and told him I was in trouble.
I was out of town to set up my pottery school. I wish I could have come sooner.
You're just in time. As Mom and Dad argued, I walked up to Zach. Marco tried to butt in, but I kicked him so hard, I'm sure he'll limp for days. I took Zach's hand as he smiled at me. Thank you. You truly are amazing.
Not half as amazing as you. I'm moving to Paris to study. Want to join?
I'll follow you anywhere. Zach and I kissed as I said goodbye to this fake life forever. I stared down at my beautiful white gown and the giant rock on my finger. I couldn't believe I was marrying the most handsome man in the world. Then suddenly, the door burst open. I turned around to see my worst nightmare. Wait. Before we get into all this, let's circle back around to the beginning. I'm Jordan from California. Please like and subscribe to hear my story. I grew up with a single mom who was a high school teacher. We didn't have a lot of money, and my older sister Cass was always a huge brat about it. My friend Becky got the newest iPhone at school, and I need it. I'm sorry, sweetie, I can't afford it. And you just got a new phone 2 years ago. 2 years? Mom, do you know anything about phones? Jeez, your phone works fine. And no new camera is gonna fix that ugly personality. Ugh, this family sucks. Mom always felt guilty that she couldn't provide us with the best things, so I never asked for anything expensive. But when I started 7th grade, I went through a crazy growth spurt. Mom took me shopping, but she kept looking worriedly at the price tags. Mom, I don't mind getting secondhand clothes. Oh, sweetie, no. We can make it work. Really, it's fine. I like thrifting anyway. Jordan, you're an angel. One day the universe will give you everything you ever wanted. Later that night, when Cass saw my clothes, her eyes popped out of her head. Wow, how could Mom afford all these nice brands for you? These are secondhand, genius. Ew, gross. You better not tell anyone at school. It'll completely ruin my reputation. You're committing social suicide, girl. Is something seriously screwed up in your brain? I'm not letting Mom go broke so you can impress people who don't even like you. One day in 9th grade, I was walking back home when I saw a girl going bonkers on a guy, hitting him with her purse and screaming while he tried resisting her blows.
Can you please stop? Hey, ow! Listen to me, miss. I'm not a thief or pervert. Ow!
She smacked his head one last time and walked away, and the boy brushed himself off. Then suddenly, he caught me looking at him.
I swear, I didn't do anything wrong.
What happened?
I'm an idiot. A pen fell out of her bag and I just wanted to return it. I kept calling her, but she didn't hear me because of her stupid headphones. Then I thought I'd just slip it into her bag, but that's when she noticed me and lost her mind. Anyway, you want it?
We started talking, and it turned out his name was Zach, and he'd just moved into my neighborhood. And soon, we were hanging out almost every day. We had a ton in common, like our love for hiking and video games. Even Cass got along with him and sometimes joined in for movie nights. Once in 11th grade, the three of us were going to a party, and Cass came down in a cheerleader's outfit, and she wasn't even a cheerleader. Why are you wearing that? There's a new guy in my class who'll be at the party, and he's the most genuine person I've ever laid eyes on. It's time to introduce myself. So, you haven't even spoken to him yet? How do you know he's genuine? I wasn't talking about his personality, idiot. I was talking about the brands he wears, not a single knockoff. And you know your girl can tell from a mile away. He's the real deal. Cass wasn't kidding about getting that guy's attention. He was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and somehow she thought it would be a good idea to enter the room doing a cartwheel. Except she didn't know how to do one and smacked straight into the glass door. Everyone gave her the weirdest looks, and Zach and I nearly died trying not to laugh as we carried her out of there. She fractured her arm and had to wear a cast for 2 months. A few weeks later, the town's power went out on a really hot day. Zach just got his driver's license and asked if I wanted to drive a few hours away to a beach for a swim. Of course, but I can't really ask my mom for money.
She works all the time, huh?
Yeah, she knows I want to go to med school, and I swear, my first paycheck is going to her.
You're so amazing and selfless, Jordan. That's why I love you.
Love me?
I mean, as a friend, obviously.
Right, of course.
Come on, let's go. I'll pay for gas and food. It'll be fun.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just like your company.
And that's kind of how it went from there. Zach's parents gave him a hefty allowance every week, and we started going out often, to the movies, theme parks, and even concerts. I wanted to get a job to pay for things too, but he insisted it was fine, and it was kind of nice having someone take care of me. I knew you were just like me, sis. You pretend to be better, but your little boyfriend spoils you rotten, and you love it. OMG, Zach is not my boyfriend. He just pays for my things sometimes. Oh, so you're a gold digger. I'm so proud of you. I'm not a gold digger. We're just friends. Oh, really? Is that why you talked him out of dating my friend Ashley? What? You know about that? Ashley heard you tell Zach that she was dumb and high maintenance, and he deserved better. Look, if you want him all to yourself, fine. But if you don't like him that way, then let him date someone else. It's not nice to lead people on. Oh, did the Tin Man suddenly grow a heart? Mind your own business. Ashley was dumb, and I had to protect Zach. He was too naive, and girls like her would totally take advantage of him. But I was only looking out for him as a friend. He wasn't exactly my type. I wanted to be a surgeon, and Zach wanted to teach high school social studies. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'd seen my mom struggle a lot as a teacher. I didn't want that for my future. Besides, Zach and I were both fine with our relationship. We went to prom together as friends and had the best time ever. Soon college started, and Zach and I lived across campus from each other and met often. One day, I was studying in the library, and I needed a book from the top shelf, but the little step stool under me wobbled and brought down a pile of books with me. Just then, someone came to my side. It was Sean, the mysterious and most handsome guy in my class. He always sat in the back, but blew everyone out of the water on tests.
I think you may have dropped this, mon chéri.
Oh, thanks.
Come now, you're in my class, yes? Maybe we could be study partners?
Yeah. Sounds great. When I say Sean was amazing, this guy was amazing. He was brilliant and explained things to me in ways my professors never could. He brought me delicious French pastries and laughed at all my jokes, and let's be honest, I'm not that funny. His parents owned an airline company, and he was going to medical school only because he got bored one day and decided to apply. Everyone wanted to be around Sean, and for the first time in ever, I was popular by association. Only one person didn't like him.
He's a total jerk. You're blinded by his swoopy hair and fake accent. I saw him yelling at the teacher the other day for giving him an A instead of an A+.
Come on, don't be like that. He's sweet.
You can't be serious, Jordan.
Zach made it so obvious he couldn't stand Sean. Whenever we hung out together, he sat in a corner and sulked.
What is wrong with the little boy, eh?
Nothing. He's totally fine.
Then why is he crying in the corner like an injured duck? Walk, walk. Now waddle away and let me enjoy my beautiful view. Excuse me? Jordan, aren't you gonna say something?
Sean, come on, don't tease him. But Zach, maybe we'll just catch up later? Zach stormed off, and I felt kinda bad. But Sean started feeding me chocolate strawberries, and everything else left my mind. I hoped Zach would warm up to Sean soon, but he started acting crazy. On one of my dates, I spotted him wearing a stupid disguise and glaring at us from across the restaurant. Another time, he just happened to be at the movies where Sean and I were, and he took the seat between us. Zach fed me popcorn and wiped my face every time I drank soda, and I wanted to punch him. Then one day, Sean arranged a rugby match, and Zach said he wanted to join too. Are you crazy? Do you know how intense it gets?
You think I'm not strong enough or man enough, huh?
Yeah. They're gonna mash you like a boiled potato.
I can play it rough, Jordan. You don't need to worry about me.
And then he let out a weird war cry and jumped into the field. Oh man, this was gonna be painful to watch. And of course, he got injured within minutes, and I had to take him to the ER for stitches. We started drifting apart, and I missed him, but I was really busy with studies and Sean. After graduation, Sean asked me to marry him, and of course, I said yes. I couldn't believe how amazing my life was turning out. Mom threw a little engagement party for us, and Sean's parents even flew in from France. But when I went to introduce myself, I overheard them talking.
This place smells like poor people. I thought Sean said she was becoming a doctor. Don't eat anything here. They don't even have chefs. The girl's mom made everything herself.
I turned to leave, and of course, Zach was right behind me, and he'd heard everything.
Is this really the type of family you want to marry into?
I can't do this right now, Zach. I pushed past him and left. I was planning on confronting Sean about his parents' comments, but wedding planning took over. Cass was my wedding planner, and she was a nightmare to work with. But she did take care of all the arrangements just in time. On my wedding day, I felt anxious. I hadn't really forgotten what Sean's parents had said, or Zach's disappointed face. He'd stopped answering my calls soon after the engagement. Hey sis, what's wrong? You're marrying a freaking prince. Look a little happier. It's just that I am doing the right thing, right? Is this about Zach? I just thought he'd show up is all. I bit back my nerves as the music started playing. Mom and Cass walked me down the aisle together, and I followed. Sean looked gorgeous standing up at the altar. He smiled at me, and I forced one back. But just as I started walking, the doors burst open. Zach was standing in the doorway with a freaking child who was crying at the top of his lungs and then came running to me with open arms.
Mommy, please! You said you were gonna get milk for pancakes. You said you'd make pancakes if I stopped pooping in the closet. And I did, Mommy, I did. Please come back. Don't leave me.
What the fudge? Everyone was staring at me, and Sean looked furious. I dragged Zach out the door. What do you think you're doing? What is this?
You have a child with him? How could you keep this from me?
No. What? No, I don't. That's not my kid.
How can you say that? How could you just deny your own child and what we mean to each other?
Things turned chaotic after that.
I knew this girl was trash from the start. Humiliating us like this. How dare you? But I'm just glad we found out now and not years down the road.
Who are you calling trash, moron? No one speaks about my family like that. Sean, don't you believe me? And do you really have nothing to say to your parents?
I knew I was marrying below my station, but you were smart and pretty, and I thought you would learn our sophisticated ways. But this, I won't tolerate. I was clearly wrong about you.
I almost punched him, but he left with his parents on his tail. Mom and Cass were handling the guests, and I turned to Zach furiously. How could you do this to me? You just ruined my life. And who the heck is that child?
My nephew, and I just saved your life, Jordan. Those people are not you. You care about others. That's what I always loved about you. But you changed when you met that rich jerk.
It's none of your business. As my friend, you should be happy that I'm happy.
Like you were happy for me and Ashley, or me and Taylor, or me and any of my other girlfriends you convinced me weren't worth dating?
Look, that's different.
You just wanted me to take care of you while you kept your options open for someone better. Admit it.
You can't start blaming me right now, Zach. You've gone too far. I don't want to see you again, ever. Later that week, I found out Sean had flown back to France and was getting married to this girl his parents had wanted to set him up with. I couldn't believe he moved on so quickly. Cass tried to cheer me up with a junk food movie night, but it wasn't working. I just don't understand how Zach could sabotage me like that. He's supposed to be my best friend. Well, it pains me to break it to you, sis, but you haven't been a very good friend to Zach. What? He's the one who ruined my wedding. Remember? The guy has loved you for years, and you knew he did. But you led him on all throughout school. He had plenty of girls swooning over him, including me. Wait. You like Zach? Not anymore, but I had a crush on him at one point. Lots of girls did, but he only had eyes for you, and you threw him to the side as soon as someone better came along. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to lose him. Well, now you've lost him anyway. I knew Cass was right, and I felt so horrible for treating Zach the way I had, but I was still so angry at him. I just wanted to graduate and start fresh, away from all this drama. I finished my residency and became a neurosurgeon at a big hospital. I paid off my student loans and soon gave Mom a down payment to buy a cute flat. Cass got married to a rich guy who adored her and moved into a house close to mine. We saw each other every week and life was good. Then one day, I was invited to give a lecture at a local university. I was so nervous and stopped by the coffee shop on campus. I had my face in my speech as I walked away with my drink and ran straight into someone spilling their smoothie all over them. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Wait, Zach?
Jordan, what are you doing here?
I'm a guest speaker at the medical school today. What are you doing here?
I'm a history professor here.
Wow, that's amazing. We sat down to catch up, and it was so good to see him again.
Hey, listen, I never apologized for bursting into your wedding like that. That really wasn't cool of me, especially using my nephew.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. For all the years I took advantage of you, and I did keep you away from other girls. I was afraid you'd easily fall for someone and she'd take you away.
You didn't take advantage of me, Jordan, and I wouldn't have treated someone else the same way. Me taking care of you was my love language, and not just being nice to a friend.
You were so good to me, and can I tell you a secret? I think even if you hadn't burst in, I wouldn't have gone through with the wedding.
Really? Why not?
Because you were right, and Sean and his family are jerks.
I'm glad you finally saw it, but I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess I always liked you, and when you started dating Sean, I knew I could never compete with a guy like that.
You shouldn't have had to. You were always the better guy.
You think we could pick up where we left off? We could go hiking. I'll pack a picnic, just like old times.
I'd love that. Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go, Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there in the Disney characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile.
So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo!
And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came home from school, and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha, funny joke. Now take it back. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was head of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose, and everyone freaked out. But I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags. It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!" Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way. The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home. OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that? How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when when Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal.
You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary! Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight. Okay, thanks. Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane. Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman. Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams. Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh god, I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life. Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow. Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know. Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party? What about me? Sorry, cool kids only. Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them. Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales. A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal. My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security. She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you.
I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me? And
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
you can't back out now. We had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no, I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Caw, 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 caw. Okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying. But forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Jeez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Ugh, jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all. Hi, I'm Maria from Monterrey, Mexico. Please like and subscribe. I don't mean to brag, but I'm the front woman for the coolest band in town. Okay, I meant to brag a little bit. We rocked. There were 3 of us, me on guitar and lead vocals, Pablo on bass, and Noemi on drums. Crowds loved us. Or at least the crowds at our local high school and the music clubs did. We hadn't been on a big tour or anything like that yet, but I really wanted to show the world what we could do. I imagined us playing in front of sold-out crowds in Tokyo, LA, Buenos Aires, Paris. We just needed someone who believed in us enough to pay for it. Pablo didn't care about fame or record deals like I did. He was in it for the love of music. I was too, but I wanted to share our music with everyone everywhere. Pablo just wanted to rock out for our local fans. After school, we were rehearsing in my garage for our show that night. We had this year's Battle of the Bands coming up too. We came in second last year, and Pablo's still mad about it. The band who beat us, the Pink Ponies, were really good though. Plus, the girls were nice, so I didn't mind. But this year, we were gonna win. Did you guys hear? There are supposed to be some VIPs at the concert tonight. Like who? Who cares? We don't play music for those guys. We play for our fans. Why not both? I think Noemi regretted bringing it up, but I'm glad she did. That night, I wore my most fire outfit. If there really were gonna be some VIPs there, I wanted to make an impression. In the green room, we put our hands in like we always do before starting a show. Then we lifted our hands at the same time, cheered, and strutted out onto the stage. The venue was packed. There must have been a few hundred people there. You'd probably think I was nervous, but I wasn't. This was where I felt most at home. On stage with a guitar in my hands and a mic in front of me. I strummed the first chord and the crowd went nuts. It wasn't always like this. When I was younger, I was super shy. Even my parents thought I was a wallflower. All the other kids seemed so free and joyful, but I didn't know how to be myself like that. I was always stuck in my own head. Then one day in class, we were reading a play. It was a musical, but all my classmates and even the teacher were just reading the words in a monotone voice like a robot. When it was my turn to read a part, I started to sing. I don't even know why I did that, I wasn't planning to or anything, but in the moment, inspiration struck and the notes just poured out of me. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The sleeping students woke up to listen, and the ones who were already awake sat up straight. When I finished, the whole room burst into applause. Later that day at recess, Pablo approached me. He had never said a word to me before then. Not because he was a jerk or anything, I just kept to myself mostly. He said he was starting a band and wanted to know if I would join. Fast forward to now, and here we are performing together for a sold-out crowd. Pablo slapped the bass while I busted out a guitar solo. Noemi played her heart out on the drums. After the show, we stayed at the club to hang out and meet some of our fans.
Excuse me.
A man in a fancy suit approached us. His suit looked like it cost more than my guitar. He stood out from our other fans. He didn't seem like he was from around here.
I'm Darren Smith. I work for MSA Records. You guys put on one heck of a show.
Thanks so much.
I'd love to have you guys drop by for a meeting. We have a lot to discuss.
We do?
Absolutely. I see a very bright future for the band. With my label's help, your name will be in the lights.
He handed me a business card, flashed a $1 million grin, and left. Wow, I had so much fun playing that night that I had completely forgotten about the VIPs. But now, a big shot at a hot new record label wanted to collaborate? Things were really working out. At the record label building, Noemi, Pablo, and I all sat down for our meeting. There were plaques and awards on the walls and glossy photos of some incredible artists and bands. I had always aimed to be in the same league as those artists, but now someone important thought so too. Pablo wasn't nearly as excited as I was. He seemed skeptical, but that's just how he was. He had a hard time trusting people. Noemi was much more chill. She was the type to go with the flow.
I'll cut to the chase. I think you guys are the real deal, and I'd like to sign you. How does that sound to you?
Sounds amazing.
We need to see the contract first.
What they said.
Of course. I think you'll find it's more than generous. Your tour, equipment, sound guy, roadies, all of it will be fully paid for by the label, along with generous compensation.
The three of us looked over the contract. My eyes bugged out at 2 words. Global tour.
Hold on. What's this part about a 4th band member? That's part of the deal. You guys are good now, but imagine how great you could be with a 2nd guitar player. It'll really round out your sound.
Do we get to choose the new member?
I'm afraid not. The label's already picked someone, but I have no doubts he'll be a fantastic addition to your band.
Just then, maybe the hottest guy I'd ever seen walked into the room. He had a pierced ear and this floppy hair that covered one eye. I wanted to brush it for him.
Guys, I'd like you to meet your new rhythm guitar player, Tommy. Tommy is a killer musician. He also happens to be my son.
Tommy jammed his hands in his pockets, nodding to us casually. Noemi and I made moon eyes at him, while Pablo gave him the death stare.
What do you say? Do we have a deal? We'll think about it.
Yes, we have a deal! The next day, we had our first rehearsal as a 4-piece. Tommy was late.
Unbelievable. This jerk hasn't even been in the band for a full day and he's already late? How do we even know he can play? Why doesn't he have his own band? He needed daddy to pull some strings.
Pablo, at least give him a chance. What if he's great? Just then, Tommy appeared. He already had his guitar plugged in. He didn't say a word. I was mortified. Had he heard what Pablo just said about him? I wanted to throw something at Pablo, but I needed to keep my cool. What if Tommy went back to his dad and said we weren't ready and they canceled the tour? Tommy started to play. He was shredding. I'd never seen fingers move that fast before. It looked like little lightning bolts were coming off his guitar. Noemi nodded along, then kicked in on the drums. I strummed some chords, and even Pablo was impressed and joined in on bass.
That good enough for you?
Noemi and I definitely thought so.
Not bad, man. You've got some chops. Sorry I judged you.
We were all feeling great after the rehearsal. Now that we had Tommy on guitar, there was no way we wouldn't win the Battle of the Bands this year. Tommy hung back after Noemi and Pablo left.
Hey, I was hoping we could talk alone for a minute.
I could feel my palms start to sweat. Maybe he wanted to practice one-on-one.
My dad told me to say this to you before sharing it with the rest of the band.
Of course, he was only talking to me because his dad asked him to.
He wants to make some changes to the band's image, punch things up a little. If we're going to be performing all over the world, the band can't wear the same clothes on stage that they do in geometry class.
I don't know if Noemi and Pablo will go for that.
He thought they might resist. That's why they should hear it from you. You're the leader of this band, Maria. They'll listen to you.
I had never thought of myself as the leader before. We were all equally important. But Tommy wasn't wrong that Pablo and Noemi listened to me. And besides, what harm could it do to dress up a bit? It's not like he was asking us to change our music. And at the end of the day, that's what really mattered. I'll talk to them.
Thanks, Maria. I knew I could count on you. Just one more thing. My dad wants to move up the dates of the tour. We leave Saturday.
But the Battle of the Bands is Saturday. We've spent all year preparing for it.
Who cares about some local competition? It's a bunch of townies who will never go anywhere. I'm talking about a global tour here.
He took my hands just then.
Maria, my dad thinks you could really be a star.
And what do you think?
I think he's right.
That night, I called an emergency band meeting at our favorite club. I hoped that would soften the blow, but I was still nervous to break the news. So, it looks like our tour dates have changed. They want us to leave for Europe on Saturday.
You told them no, right? We can't miss the Battle of the Bands.
I said we'd do it. And not only that, they have these new outfits they want us to wear.
Sorry, who made you dictator? Last time I checked, we all got an equal vote. And I vote we play Battle of the Bands like we planned, in our normal clothes. Noemi, what's your vote?
Battle of the Bands.
Sorry, Maria. Can I see the outfits, though?
Guys, this is a global tour, just like we always wanted.
No, that's what you always wanted, not us. You've changed, Maria. Some new guy joins the band and suddenly you don't care what anyone else thinks but him? It's selfish.
There's nothing wrong with having big dreams. Sorry I have higher hopes for the band than just playing in the same old clubs all the time for the same old townies. I felt guilty immediately. I really loved our fans. I didn't mean to insult anyone. Pablo just made me so frustrated sometimes. He stared at me. He was mad, I knew that. But there was something else there too, like he was hurt.
Have fun in Europe.
Pablo stormed off. Noemi looked guilty. I felt bad for getting her caught in the middle like that. You know I always support you, Maria. Just be careful. Tommy doesn't know you like we do. He might not have your best interests at heart. She hugged me. Text me when you go to the Eiffel Tower. At the record label the next morning, I broke the bad news. I told Darren and Tommy that Pablo and Noemi weren't coming. There was no way we could do the tour without them.
What are you talking about? Of course you can. Drummers and bassists are a dime a dozen. The label will just hire new ones. You and Tommy are the faces of the band anyway.
I didn't like him talking about my friends like that, like they were replaceable. Had this been the plan all along? To get rid of Pablo and Noemi? Stop it, Maria, I told myself. You're about to live your dream. Pablo and Noemi chose to stay behind. You tried to convince them, and they said no. That Saturday, I watched the planes take off as we arrived at the airport. I started to get excited. This time tomorrow, I would be in Paris. Later, Tommy and I were waiting in the terminal for a flight to start boarding. I glanced over at Tommy's phone. He was browsing photos of our recent rehearsals. I looked closer. Every single photo was of himself. You couldn't even see me or Pablo or Noemi. Doubts started to nag at me again. I thought back on all the great times my band and I had shared together. The day Pablo approached me at recess. Our first jam session, the three of us at that late-night diner after our shows, the new guitar strap Pablo gave me for my birthday. Suddenly, I stood up.
The plane's not boarding yet.
I grabbed my guitar case and started to run.
My dad spent a lot of money on this tour.
Looks like you're playing solo. I raced outside and took the first taxi I could find. I just hoped I'd get there in time. The venue was crazy busy when I got there. People were squeezed in shoulder to shoulder. I could barely move. The Pink Ponies were playing up a storm on stage. The good news was that meant our band hadn't played yet. The bad news was the Pink Ponies sounded amazing. They were gonna be hard to beat. Backstage, I found Noemi and Pablo getting ready. Guys, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a decision without asking what you both wanted first. I got carried away, but this is what matters. Right here, us. They were silent. I was scared. Maybe they wouldn't take me back. Maybe it was too late.
Come on, we've got a competition to win.
Welcome back, Maria. Noemi spun her drumstick and grinned at me. It was our turn to take the stage. We played the best show of our lives. It felt so good to be back on stage with my friends. Afterwards, we waited to hear the judge's verdict. Pablo asked to speak to me privately.
Sorry if I was a jerk. I just remember how quiet you used to be before you started singing. And then you found your voice, and you were incredible. Don't let anyone ever take your voice away.
I'm sorry too. I guess I really believed for a second that I could be a star one day. That's what Tommy said.
He was wrong.
Of course you don't think I could be. To you, I'm just plain old Maria.
Maria, he was wrong to say one day. You're a star now.
And then something crazy happened. Pablo leaned in and kissed me.
It turned out he had had a crush on me since forever, but he was worried acting on it might hurt the band. But I was glad he did. There was nothing that could stop us now. Noemi joined us as the judges stood to announce the winner, the Pink Ponies,
In second place. And in first place, us. We jumped up and down and hugged each other.
One day, we would play a show in Europe, but right now, I couldn't have been happier to be where I was. Hi, my name is Amy, and this is my crazy story of how I became my parents' rich favorite child after just being a stupid teenager. But before I continue, hit the like button and subscribe for more crazy stories. You idiot, my mom yelled at me. Can't you do anything right? Before I could respond, a voice behind me said, Of course not. I turned around to see Mr. Mason laughing at me. You know, not everyone can be as amazing as you, Nurse Janet. My mom giggled like a silly schoolgirl and asked him why he was here. Mr. Mason looked at her and sighed, I have a heartache. He never stopped flirting with Mom before they could continue with their gross conversation. I said angrily, Leave now. Mom yelled at me to mind my own business. Then she left with him. At home, I found my brother Ben passed out on the couch. He started to wake up as I came in. As soon as he saw me, he shouted, Make me a sandwich, loser. Make yourself useful. Suddenly, I heard Mom yelling her head off. I rushed out to find her screaming and throwing things at Dad. You cheater! How dare you bring her into my house? I saw someone else in the room. The girl, whose name turned out to be Anna, walked over to my mom and said, How could any man put up with you when you scream like that? Then, right in front of Mom, she started hugging Dad. You all right, sweetie? She asked. Mom was furious. She ran to her room, and 5 minutes later, she was already in a cab with all her suitcases. As she walked out, she said, That's it. I'm done with you and your kids. I'm going to live with Mason from now on. The very same day, Dad's girlfriend moved in. She started taking over everything and forced me to do all the chores. She said she was training me to become a proper lady. To make matters worse, with Mom gone, there was no one earning anything. Dad didn't want to work, of course, so Dad said I had to take over Mom's nurse job at school. I said, I'm not a certified nurse, Dad. But he didn't want to listen and threatened to kick me out. For a few weeks, I managed to avoid any major events. If anyone came looking for Mom, I'd help them and say Mom had just stepped out. One day after school, I was in the office when suddenly Paul rushed in. Paul was a senior and also my biggest ever crush. He had a huge cut on his leg. He was crying. He yelled, Burns! Then he fainted. When he woke up, though, he took my hand and said, You're pretty cool for a junior. I was going to be a nurse for the whole year if Paul thought it was cool. But, of course, the principal found out soon enough. He was furious and demanded to know why I had been lying to everyone. He even called my dad, who pretended he had no idea what I was up to, and encouraged my principal to suspend me. Luckily, I begged my way out of it. When I got home and confronted Dad, he said time off from school would be a good idea. There's lots of cleaning and chores at home to do. The next day, I went to school and found the nurse's office open. Was Mom back? I rushed inside only to be sorely disappointed. There was a new nurse. Her name tag read Susan. But she looked really young, barely a few years older than me. She also wore a very tight uniform. A huge line of guys was already forming outside her office. Amy, I asked her how she knew me, and she took out something from her bag. I gasped when I saw what it was. My diary! I must have forgotten it here. Then she turned to the boys, who were all making up fake diseases to get her attention. She batted her eyes and said, Will you all please leave us alone? Immediately, they disappeared. Susan turned to me and grinned like a maniac. She said I had to come here to work with her every day. She giggled and said, I'm just here for the money. I hate this job. I hate everything. I knew she looked too young to be a nurse. I refused to help her, but she said if I didn't, she would show everyone my diary and tell everyone how sickeningly obsessed I was with Paul. Just then, Paul came in. Of course, he'd heard about the new attractive nurse. She told me to get out of the office and she started flirting with him. The next few weeks were horrible. Susan didn't know anything. If anyone came in, she would just tell me to deal with it or Google the symptoms. I was so scared she would accidentally kill someone. This one time, Mr. Davis came in to get an aspirin. Susan just said, "Oh, I've got the worst headache. Is it okay if Amy helps you out?" And then she accidentally tripped in front of him. He ended up giving her a foot massage. Worst of all, the one person who was always in the office now was Paul. He had completely forgotten I existed. One day, she looked at me and said, "How come you're never invited to any of Paul's parties? They're so cool." My jaw dropped. I looked at him in shock. He was inviting the school nurse to parties? Was that even legal? At the end of the day, I went home so pissed. And to my surprise, Susan was there chatting away with everybody. She was flirting shamelessly with my brother. I rushed in and demanded to know why she was there. And my dad said she was Anna's sister. I was shocked. Susan started laughing and said, "Your dad was the one who told me about the job. I was just having some fun with you." I was furious and I started yelling at her to get out of my house. But of course, Dad started yelling at me and said if I didn't behave, he'd kick me out. The next day, I got to school and was immediately called into the principal's office. He started saying that I had really crossed a line. I asked him what was wrong, and he said, "Your stupid games may have ruined his life forever." Susan suddenly ran into the room crying and said she was so sorry that she had trusted me. I had no idea what she was talking about. She said angrily, "Oh, so you don't know what you've done to poor Paul?" I gasped. "Paul?" He said the nurse told him that I was so mad at Paul because he didn't like me, that I had switched his aspirin with some different and way stronger medicine. Now, he couldn't move one of his legs. "You did this, you witch! You hurt my Paul?" As I was shouting, Paul rolled in. He was in a wheelchair. I rushed over to him and he yelled at me to stay away. "I hate you. I never want to see you again." I was heartbroken. I rushed out and ran home. At home, I found Dad's girlfriend on the phone. She saw me come in and started laughing like a hyena. Clearly, her sister had told her what she'd done. That was it. I went to my room, packed my bags, and left. Outside, I took the first bus going out of town. I got off the end of the line and looked for a homeless shelter. With time, I got a job and enrolled in a local high school. Life was okay for a while, but I was always really busy and short of money. One day, as I was leaving my job, a guy came up to me. He introduced himself as Martin, and he said he wanted to offer me a job. "I'll pay you a lot," he promised. I asked him what he had in mind, and he told me that he had an uncle who had been caught in a gold digger's trap. He said, "She's after his money. She forced him to run away with her, and she won't let him spend a penny on himself or anyone else." I agreed to the job, and he said all I had to do was help him expose her. I asked him to take me to them. He was psyched. He took me to his uncle's place. I had agreed that I would tell his uncle that I was her daughter and that she had abandoned me. As soon as I saw his uncle, though, I almost passed out. It was Mr. Mason. Just then, my mom walked out too. I couldn't believe my eyes. They were fighting. My mom was saying to him, "I would never cheat on you." They stopped in their tracks as soon as they saw me. "You!" he yelled at me. Mom started screaming at me too. She wanted to know why I was stalking her. "His nephew thinks you're a gold digger and wants you two to break up." Mason screamed at her. "So you're a gold digger and a cheater? I can't believe I ever loved you." Within 10 minutes, he had kicked us both out. Martin hugged me. "Thank you so much," he said, handing me an envelope full of money. Mom started yelling at me for trying to ruin her happiness. Martin looked at me in shock. He asked if I really was her daughter. I nodded yes. He snatched back the envelope and said, "Like mother, like daughter. Gold diggers." After that, he walked away. Mom was still angry and she wouldn't listen to me. So I decided to leave, but she said, "Since you're the reason I'm homeless, I'm coming with you." She followed me to my shelter and was a real pain the whole time. As soon as we got there, she dumped her bags onto a girl standing near the door. "Take these to my room," she said. The girl threw Mom's stuff on the ground and walked away. Then, my mom saw Mr. Dawson, the kind manager, and immediately tried flirting with him. His wife jumped out from behind him and glared at Mom. Mom took one look at her and stepped away. But the next day, she put on a red dress, went over to him and asked, "Do you need any help? I'm a qualified nurse."
Yes, your daughter was a very good nurse too.
Mom laughed and said, "Her? She doesn't know anything." Everyone around us looked angry. They all liked me here and thought Mom was annoying. I dragged Mom away and told her, "They'll kick you out if you don't behave." But Mom wasn't willing to back off. She decided to follow me to work and told my manager that she was a much better server than I could ever be. I'd had enough. I yelled at her in the middle of the crowded restaurant and told her to get out. I had to ask security to take her outside. I went back to the shelter hoping she'd gone away, but I was in for a shock. At the shelter, there was someone else waiting for me with Mom. Dad. This was the last thing I needed. I started yelling at him and demanded to know why he was there. More importantly, why are you holding Mom's hand? Mom just sat there blushing like a teen. Anna ran off with my money. He wanted us to come back and live with him. I burst out laughing and told him he deserved it, but Mom was suddenly ready to forgive him. I told them to do whatever they wanted, but that I was done. The two left the shelter and moved back home. At first, they would call me every day to ask for money, and when I refused, they sent me a gift. One day, I returned to find my room completely trashed. My roommate was inside crying. I was horrified and asked her what had happened. She angrily looked at me and said, "Why do you keep bringing your crazy family here?" The door flew open and my brother barged in. He demanded that I give him money and said, "I've got a kid now. I gotta feed him too. Give me money or else." I was furious. I kicked him out and said if he ever came back, I'd call the cops. Then I decided to move away. I applied to a college far away from my parents' town. I thought the drama was finally over, but I was so wrong. On the very first day of medical school, I saw someone else I'd hoped never to see again. Paul. As soon as he saw me, he jumped up and started waving at me. He came up to me and said, "Amy, I'm so sorry. All these years, I've been looking for you." He explained that a few weeks after I had left, he had found Susan making out with some guy. When he confronted her, she said there was no way she was dating a guy with a bad leg. She also said she'd only pretended to like me because you liked me. I told Paul it was okay, and I was over it, but he held my hand and said, "But I'm not over it. I love you." I couldn't believe Paul wanted to be with me. We started dating, and after a few months, everything was perfect. Until one day, Paul stopped talking to me out of the blue. At first, I couldn't understand why he was acting this way. But then, one evening, I saw him at a college party with another girl. But the real shock was when I saw who it was, the nightmare nurse. I was furious. I rushed up to him, and before he could say anything, Susan cut in. "Get away from him. He's my fiancé." Then she said something even worse. "We have a child." I was shocked. Paul reached for me, but I pushed him away. As I ran away, Susan called after me and said, "We're getting married next week. Come see the wedding." On the day of the wedding, I got a call from my brother. I hung up the first time, but he kept calling and said, "I can't find my son." He said his fiancé had disappeared with their son. I asked him who it was, although I had a pretty good feeling I knew the answer. I had to stop Paul. At the church, the crowd had gathered, and the girl was walking down the aisle. As the ceremony started, my brother burst through the door screaming, "That's my son!" Susan gasped and tried to hurry through the vows, but it was too late. Paul pulled back and, well, long story short, they didn't get married. In fact, my brother grabbed his son and told her never to talk to them again. Hi, my name is Elaine. I was an average teenager finishing school with dreams of getting into college. I'd had a crush on Ben, the most gorgeous guy in my school, since middle school, but I'd never had the guts to approach him. He was one of those silent, brooding types. That made me want to get close to him even more. That was easier said than done. Ben wasn't a part of any clubs and he showed no interest in making friends. I was afraid that he'd just shoo me away, so I decided to slip him a note and ask him out on a private date. If he didn't want to go, he could simply ignore me. During a school football match, I sneaked up to the bleachers where Ben sat. I quickly stole his bag. I had seen him carrying it around, so I recognized it easily. I stood under the bleachers where no one would see me. Then I unzipped the bag to slip my handwritten note inside. The moment I saw what was in his bag, I shrieked and I dropped it on the ground. I knew I wasn't supposed to draw attention to myself, but I couldn't stop screaming. There was a snake in Ben's bag. A snake! I turned to run away and slammed into someone who was standing behind me. "What are you doing?" he demanded angrily. "Is that my bag?" I couldn't breathe. Snake, I managed to whisper. Snake! Under the bleachers! Ben looked at me and sighed. I watched him walk behind the snake and grab the empty bag. I begged him to be careful, but he seemed to know what he was doing. He shocked me by lunging forward and grabbing the snake by its head. I had to scream again. The sight of the snake's enormous fangs was just too much. "Stop yelling," Ben said before throwing the snake back into his bag with considerable force. Then he zipped it shut and hung the bag on his back as if it had nothing more than books inside. Ben asked me why I was peeping into his stuff. He asked me if they sent me. I didn't know what he was talking about, and I told him that, but he didn't seem to believe me. He demanded to know if I was searching for his father. Why would I be searching for his father? I showed Ben the note that I had written and explained why I stole his bag. He seemed relieved by seeing the note, and he requested me not to tell anyone about the snake. I told him I wouldn't tell anyone if he could explain to me why in the world he was carrying a snake in his backpack. I demanded to know the truth. Ben said he couldn't speak freely here. He asked me to meet him in the parking lot after school. We would drive to his house. With that, he left me standing there in awe. Had I just gotten the weirdest date ever with Ben? I met Ben in the parking lot after school, and he drove us to his house, which was only a few blocks away from my own. I asked him why we couldn't simply talk outside, but he told me to hold my questions till we were in a secure location. I was getting a bit nervous, but the fact that I was so close to my own house made me feel better. We reached his house and entered the mansion. It was gloomier and older than ours. I asked him where his parents were. He told me his mother passed away when he was young. His father spent all his time in his lab in the basement. Ben took me up to his room and shut the door behind him. Ben told me his room was soundproof, and he was sure it wasn't being bugged. We were alone. I couldn't hold my curiosity anymore. I let all my questions spill out at once. Ben told me that his father was working on an important secret mission. He'd asked Ben's help in this mission, which involved catching some poisonous snakes that lurked around this side of the city. I was horrified to learn that the snake was poisonous. I could have really died. I asked Ben why he was doing something so dangerous for his dad. What mission could be worth this? He refused to tell me. He said he couldn't trust me yet. Ben took the snake in his bag and placed him in a tank in another room. There were a few more snakes in that tank. They were the snakes he'd caught that week. The rest were housed permanently in his dad's lab. Ben said he didn't mind catching them so much. They were interesting creatures to him. He began to tell me more about them, and I couldn't help but listen. This was, hands down, the most interesting boy I'd ever met in my life. He told me the names of the snakes and all about their individual personalities. He said he usually caught the snakes after school. This was crucial work for his father. He was confident that with it, they could change the world. He said this work often made him lonely, though. It was very important to his father that all of this stay hidden, so he had to spend a lot of his time after school by himself. I was the only friend he'd made in years. I offered to help him catch his snakes and keep him company. He asked me if I was insane. Why would I want to help him, a strange guy, catch terrifying creatures? I told him that I was intrigued by him and the work he was doing. I wanted to learn more about snakes, maybe see him catch one. Ben seemed hesitant at first, but he came around quickly. He said he couldn't believe how well I was taking all this. I'd had a crush on Ben for way too long to let a few snakes ruin it. He dropped me home and we agreed to meet the next day. Our connection grew stronger quickly. I would meet him after school every day and we would go hunt for snakes. We would go to the forest, abandoned construction sites, and riversides, anywhere these pesky creatures could make home. With my company, Ben overcame his loneliness. He was grateful to me for not judging him for this work and enjoyed my company thoroughly. He could be his true, goofy self around me, and he loved that. Ben was funny, intelligent, and sensitive in an honest, unique way. I was simply crazy about him. He loved animals and taught me so much about the world that we shared with him. I wanted nothing more than to be with him. I no longer cared what his father's great secret was. but Ben did. One day, he sat me down in his room, looking incredibly serious. He said that over our time together, he had begun to have feelings for me. He said he'd never met anyone that he could be his true self with until now. I nearly swooned with joy. I told him that I too had feelings for him. Ben didn't look as excited as me, though. He said that being involved with him was dangerous, that if I really wanted to be around him, I had a right to know the truth about his father. The whole truth. He trusted that even if I chose to leave, I wouldn't betray his trust. He began to speak, but was interrupted by sounds of heavy footsteps.
Who is this young lady?
Came a voice. Ben and I turned to see a man.
Dad, she's a friend,
Ben said. His outlook changed from relaxed to alert, while I made sure I was presentable, meeting his father for the first time.
A friend? I'm sorry to disturb you, but can you do what I asked you to do earlier? I'll keep her company.
Ben nodded and went inside while his father sat beside me.
I am so happy to see him making friends,
he said. I nodded my head and smiled.
Yeah, he has been so lonely since his mother passed away.
His dad looked so sad. I wanted to tell him that I'd never leave Ben, but maybe it wasn't the time. Oh, he never mentioned his mom. What happened? I asked.
She died because she couldn't get treatment in time. Now I devote myself to make sure that the same never happens again, no matter what I have to do,
he said, and he got up, wiping tears off of his eyes.
It's late. You should go home.
I took the hint and got up. That's when Ben came back. He walked me home but kept silent. So I did the talking. Your father is a great man, I said.
Your home is here,
Ben said. Before I could say something, he pulled me into a hug. It was blissful until I felt him slip something into my hand.
Open it when you're alone,
he whispered. Before I could open it, he rushed away. Once I was in my room, I opened the note. Ben finally told me the whole story. His father was collecting these snakes in order to manufacture antidotes for their venom. He was making several thousand vials, preparing for a massive outbreak of snake bites in town. His father was the one creating the outbreak. He was going to take all the snakes that they had captured and release them into a very posh, high-income area in our town. I was horrified by this. They were going to release poisonous snakes in an area with people? That was terrible. Ben explained that these snakes already existed throughout the town. The rich people here had cleared their own area of them and left the snakes to bite the poor people. One of these venomous snakes had been the cause of his mother's death all those years ago. The hospitals owned by the rich refused to manufacture antidotes because they were cheap compared to the extensive treatment they provided for snake bites. The same treatment had failed on Ben's mother and she died, leaving his family broken forever. Moments after I finished reading the note, I learned that my parents were planning a weekend at a resort in a posh area of the town, a part that could be flooded by poisonous snakes any day now. I tried to convince my parents to change their plan, but they'd already made their reservations. There was no way I was going to put them at risk, so I had to come clean. My parents were furious. Boys, vigilantes, poisonous snakes, these were all the things I was supposed to avoid. They called the cops immediately, in spite of me begging them to wait. They alerted them about the plan Ben's father had made. The cops arrived within minutes and forced me to tell them the whole truth. They immediately took off to Ben's house, but the entire mansion was empty. No snakes were found in the building, nor did they find Ben or his father. I couldn't believe this. Where were they? I found a note on their front porch which said, "I know what you did, Elaine. If you cooperate with the cops, I will fill your house with snakes. Ben." Suddenly, I was terrified. Had Ben found out that I'd tipped off the police? How? My head started to spin as I looked at the note. This wasn't Ben's handwriting. I read and reread the note and became certain about one thing. Ben didn't write this note. He may have been brainwashed by his father, but he was not a threatening person. Perhaps his father wrote this. Ben must have told him about me after he kicked me out. After all, I had been so against the plan that he must have gotten scared that I would rat him out, which I did. I immediately alerted the police officer about this, and they put out a search to find Ben and his father. I told the police they should increase security near the posh areas of the town. If Ben's father knew he was going to get caught, he could have decided to implement his plan early. The police thanked us for our help, and we went back home. When my mom, dad, and I entered our living room, we nearly had a stroke. Our living room was full of slithering snakes, countless snakes creeping and crawling all over our furniture. In the center of it all stood Ben's father. He had a gun in his hand. I knew it was him because he looked exactly like Ben, just older and worn and angry.
He accused me of ruining his life and lives of thousands of other people that his antidote would have saved. He said I seduced his son to derail his plan, and he would get back at me for that. I called him sick and twisted for manipulating his son. I demanded to know where Ben was. He laughed at me. He told me Ben would never choose to be with me. He was dedicated to him, his father, and the plan they'd made for this town. Didn't he care that he was ruining Ben's life? He would land up in jail or worse if this thing got out of control. My questions didn't affect him. He said we all had to do bad things for the greater good. We all had to make sacrifices. He was ready to do his duty. Suddenly, the door of our house busted open and police officers filtered into our home like ants. Ben's father tried to run out of the house, but the police had surrounded our house and they restrained him within seconds. We ran out of our snake-ridden house. I yelled at Ben's father to tell me where Ben was, but I didn't need to. Ben was standing right behind me. I turned around when he called my name. My heart was racing in my chest. Ben was here. I raced up to him and hugged him tightly. How did he get here? What was going on? Ben revealed that after my fight with him, he'd gone to meet his father. He was worried that I would reveal their plan, and he felt like he had a right to let his dad know. When his father declared that he would hunt me down and silence me, Ben got frightened. For the first time, he could see the cruel hardness in his father's eyes. This was a man who would do anything to get what he wanted, no matter the price. Ben tried to stop his father from coming after me, but he wouldn't listen to reason. He was convinced his son had been deluded by childish feelings. He told Ben he was implementing his plan early and asked him to load the snakes into his truck. He was going to release the snakes and avenge his wife's death. He had gone mad with grief, Ben realized. He just didn't see it before. Any effort to stop him was useless. There was only one thing left for Ben to do. It was to destroy his father himself. It was Ben who'd tipped off the police about his father's attack on our house. He'd revealed everything to them in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He'd saved the lives of my whole family. My family was eternally thankful to Ben, especially my mom. We got Ben to stay with us in our house while his father was in jail. The police charged his father with conspiracy to murder, animal cruelty, and about 10 other smaller crimes. He was sentenced to jail for 10 years.
Hey friends, I'm Daisy from Texas, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who was thrilled to see that I was a beautiful baby. Everyone at the hospital wanted a glimpse of me because my mom was a superstar figure skater. OMG, look at her eyes, just like her mom's. Gosh, her eyes, nose, lips, everything screams perfection. Of course, she is my daughter. She can be nothing less than perfection. Growing up, Mom wanted me to follow her footsteps and become a world-class figure skater, and I wanted that too. Watching Mom on the TV mesmerized me. When I was just 3, Mom hired the best coach for me and even built an ice rink in our mansion. When I was 6, I won my first gold medal, and Mom made my routine even tougher. I had to wake up early and practice every day, no matter what. I so hated the routine, and I wanted to be like normal kids, have fun, have friends, and yeah, go to school. So on my 7th birthday, I asked Mom to send me to school, but she totally freaked out. School? Gosh, among common people? Never.
What? Fine then. I'll never skate. By making me practice all the freaking time, you've already sucked the fun from it.
Saying that, I threw the worst tantrum ever and ended up kicking the cake off the table. Well, Mom was pretty pissed, but I was as stubborn as she was, and I stood my ground. When I didn't practice for weeks, she had no choice but to cave in. I was pretty excited for school, but it wasn't exactly what I expected it to be. All my life, I was used to wearing shiny clothes and makeup, but when I entered the school, I felt all eyes on me. The staring and whispering really made me nervous, and I didn't even see a girl coming my way with a glass of slushie in her hand, and we both ended up bumping into each other.
Oh my God! I can't breathe. This jacket costs more than $4,000. I'll have to send it to France for dry cleaning.
Huh? This trash? Gosh, you're a rich snob, aren't you?
You should thank me that I dropped slushie all over that ugly jacket. It really looks better now.
And then all the kids standing around us started to laugh. I just ran to the bathroom and washed my face and took off the shiny jacket. I so wanted to be normal, and my first day started off on the wrong foot. As for studies, I learned I had a lot of catching up to do. So I started working my butt off to be at the same level other kids were.
Come on, Daisy, it's time to practice.
No, I have to figure out this math problem first.
What?
That's why I was so against you going to school. Seeing Mom lose her marbles, I had to leave my homework and practice. But the next day, when the teacher saw my notebook, she was furious and said I wasn't taking studying seriously. I was made to stand in a corner and I so wanted to just magically disappear. Kids avoided me and I was even called the Ice Princess just because I felt nervous talking to people, and they'd already decided I was a snob. When someone thought I was being rude, I was just struggling inside to say the right thing. Things were pretty much the same till high school. I was doing figure skating and also studying, and because of the many breaks I had to take to compete, my studies were suffering. One time, I came back from school feeling angry because I'd gotten a C on a math test, and the moment I entered my bedroom, a crazy-looking girl hugged me. Oh my God, stop it! Who are you and why are you in my room? Someone help me and get this crazy girl away! But the girl just gave me a goofy smile and started saying something in a language I didn't understand. Who was she? Right then, my coach came running and moved the girl away from me.
Daisy, I'm so sorry.
This is my niece Gabriella from Spain. My sister sent her to me. She wants to be a figure skater, and she's kind of your fan. Just fan? No, I am your greatest fan. Daisy, you are like my idiot. She means idol. Her English is not the best. I then got to know that Gabriella was staying at our place with her aunt. But the next day, when I was getting ready to go to school, I was shocked to see Gabriella with a backpack. Turned out, the coach had gotten her in the same school as me, and she was even in my class. Bummer, because I knew how ruthless kids could be towards new students. The entire way to school, I kept telling her how I had her back. If anyone messes with you, you tell me, and I'll tell the principal. Don't let anyone bully you. The girl instantly grabbed my hand and started kissing it. Oh, Daisy, you're so kind. I love how you synthesize with me. Synthesize? You mean sympathize? Yes, that! At school, I kept Gabriella with me. I was protecting her like a mother goose. I wasn't gonna let anyone make fun of her. But during our health education class, something bizarre happened. The teacher was giving us a lesson on how to rescue someone who might be drowning, and seeing a dummy in the water, Gabriella just lost it. I save her. Nobody panic. I got her. But Gabriella, it's just a dummy. No, Daisy, you can't call people that word. She then jumped in the water and dragged the dummy and performed CPR on it. Don't you dare die on me! Don't you dare! The whole thing looked like a scene from a movie. In the end, when Gabriella realized it was actually a dummy, she started laughing, but right then the teacher clapped, saying that she had never seen any kid take CPR lessons so seriously, and she was proud of her. What? I literally can't even. I soon realized I didn't need to worry about Gabriella at all. Even though the girl seemed to have an IQ lower than a plant, all the teachers and kids loved her, and I just kept wondering how. Even worse, it seemed like every guy in school had a crush on Gabriella. All the boys would be talking about how cute and funny she was. Every day when Gabriella opened her locker, chocolates and love notes would fall out. Sometimes, I think this school is Hogwarts. Hogwarts? Why? Every day, I wish for chocolates, and I get chocolates. Totally magical. Here, have some. I didn't get why everyone liked her so much. One time, Gabriella and I were sitting in the cafeteria and having lunch when a guy came and sat next to me, making me so nervous that I couldn't even look up. He was the school's most handsome guy.
So I was wondering if you would like to go out with me this weekend.
I don't think so. I have to practice for a tournament. How about next week?
Oh, Daisy, don't get so ahead of yourself. I would never want to date the Ice Princess. Gabriella, what do you say?
OMG, I felt so embarrassed. And when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I was some animal straight out of a zoo, I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in. I felt humiliated. A while later, I heard Gabriella knock, and right when I opened the door, she looked worried. Oh, Daisy, that was so rude of that jerk. Don't worry, I gave him a slap. But why? It wasn't his fault. It was me being stupid. Why would I think anyone would like me? Everyone thinks I'm a snotty witch. They call me the Ice Princess. But why does everyone like you? How can I be more like you? Gabriella smiled. Just stop caring. I know I appear dumb sometimes. Okay, maybe a lot of times. But I don't care what anyone says or thinks. Just be the awesome you. Her words warmed my heart and I hugged her. After that day, Gabriella and I started hanging out together. She would be with me at school and would always be watching me practice in the ice rink. In a few weeks, I was going to compete in the biggest figure skating competition and was pretty excited for it. One time when I went to practice, I saw Gabriella skating and I was totally blown away by her moves. So much so that I told her that she should compete too, and she seemed to like the idea. Be on the same ice rink as my idol? Yes, yes, yes! I couldn't help but smile. Gabriella was kinda adorable. But when Mom found out about Gabriella also participating, she went ballistic, saying how stupid I was to encourage my competition to be in the tournament. But I ignored her. Gabriella wasn't competition. She was my friend. But on the day of the tournament, something bizarre happened. Gabriella wore an exact replica of my costume. What's this? You copied my design? I was working on this costume for a week. We look like twins now. It seemed odd, and when Gabriella performed, I was shocked because she wasn't just good, she was fabulous. So when it was my turn, I had to improvise and make my routine look more thrilling. When the marks were announced for the first round, I was in the first spot and Gabriella was second, but still, the press was running towards her, calling her a breakout star. That girl, she used you. She acted all innocent and adorable, and look, she's stealing your limelight. I'm telling you, that girl is up to something, and you'll only realize it when it's too late. She is a backstabber. My heart sank hearing Mom's words. Perhaps she was right, but I had the second round of the tournament to worry about now. I went to change into my costume, and when I took it out of my bag, I saw it was torn from the middle. I felt like I couldn't breathe. And just then, Gabriella came running towards me. Who did this? I'll kill them. Huh? Don't act so innocent. I know it was you. Just go away. Daisy, I swear. Just leave me alone. Mom was right about you. You stabbed me in the back. But... Before she could say more, I lunged at her, and right then Mom walked into the locker room with some people. See, this is your breakout star, using unfair means to win. First, she copied Daisy's costume and then destroyed her new one. And now, she is attacking my daughter. Well, Gabriella was disqualified right then. Thank God Mom came in right in time and she had an extra costume, so I was able to perform. In the end, I was one of 3 contestants selected for the final round. At home, Gabriella came to talk to me, but I slammed the door shut on her face. I didn't want to talk to a backstabber. Later, I woke up in the middle of the night to get some water and heard some sounds coming from Mom's room. She was talking to my coach. You're fired. Pack up your things and get out. I hired you to make my daughter the best, not bring in a competition for her. If I hadn't taken matters into my own hands by ruining that dress, my Daisy would have lost the title. Take this money and get lost. She then wrote a check and threw it in my coach's face. What the heck? It was because of Mom that Gabriella was out of the competition? I felt horrible. At that moment, I knew what I had to do. The next day when Mom and I reached the stadium for the final round, I had a surprise for her. After the first contestant performed, it was my turn. Are you ready? Yes, but are you sure? Never been more sure in my life. Show them what you got, bestie. Saying that, I hugged Gabriella and sent her to the ice rink. Seeing her enter the ice rink in my place, Mom totally lost it and was running towards the organizers, but I stopped her and told her how I knew the truth. You stupid girl! In life, you have to play dirty to get to the top. So what if I played a little dirty for you? But you blew your big chance. I don't care. I choose to play fair. I then ran to watch Gabriella perform, and she was breathtaking. When she was done, the audience threw roses at her, and I could see tears of joy in her eyes, and I was so happy for her. It was no shock when Gabriella was announced the winner of the competition. As she received the trophy, she took the mic. This trophy was my dream, and I dedicate it to my idol, Daisy. Thank you, Daisy. Thank you for believing in me. Get over here, girl. Daisy and I waved at the crowd and then hugged. It was the sweetest victory ever. I was cutting my bangs in front of the mirror when the door sprung open and it was splashed with water, and my scissors slipped, and now my bangs were super short, and it was all because of Greta. Oops, sorry. I didn't see you there. Why can't you leave me in peace? Hi, my name is Luna, and my dream is to become a hairstylist, but my life currently feels more like Cinderella's. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. When I was little, Mom used to be a super famous hairdresser with her own salon, and I could hold scissors before a fork. But then, Dad got arrested for gambling and left a massive debt with some shady crooks who threatened to do horrible things to Mom if she didn't pay it back quickly. And that's when Mom's competitor, Mr. Prudit, swooped in.
I'll cover your debt in exchange for your salon, and you'll work for me until you pay it all back.
We had no other choice, and from then on, Mom and I had to do everything Mr. Prudit said. To make matters worse, there was Travis, Mr. Prudit's son, and Greta, his business partner's daughter, who treated me as if I were their maid. I had to carry their backpacks and iron their clothes, and they always called me, "Hey, you!"
Hey, you.
Luckily, Travis went to live with his mom 5 years ago, but I still had to deal with Greta, who had become jealous of my looks and found every chance to make me suffer. She put chili oil in my mascara or left my number on strange websites. I was tired of her pranks, so when I saw Greta had booked an appointment with Mr. Prudit, I mixed the strongest green hair dye I could find into his products. Enjoy looking like broccoli, Greta. But when I got back from school, I saw the mixed up products on Mom's tray, and her client was the celebrity famous for leaving horrible reviews. I told her everything, but it was too late. She had already applied the dye. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to teach Greta a lesson. And now you're the one in trouble if Mr. Prudit finds out. You know he's just looking for an excuse to throw us out. How do we fix this? Leave it to me. Mom added orange to the green, and the hair turned into a lovely chocolate brown. The client was so happy, she gave Mom a great tip. Phew, dodged a bullet there. I'd spoken too soon. Mr. Prudit got so jealous of the client praising my mom that he pushed her just as she was pouring hot coffee, and it burned her hands.
Oh, looks like you won't be able to work for a while.
I was about to fry him with the hot pan, but I knew retaliating would only backfire. The best thing I could do was take her place at the salon. Greta was thrilled about it. She already thought she was the boss of the place, but now she had me doing all sorts of ridiculous tasks. Hey, you, color code all my makeup supplies. Hey, you, come braid my guinea pig's hair. But the little devils kept running away. I dived to grab one before it ran out of the shop, and I almost collided with a guy walking in. As I looked up, I saw he had the most beautiful, long hair ever. I've always dreamed of cutting hair like that. I raised my hand to touch it, and I realized it was Travis. Oh no, he's back.
So we're grooming animals now? Here, I think my dog needs a little trim.
Sure. And so I grabbed his hair to cut it, but Travis jumped away, horrified. What? You two basically look the same.
Really? I bought her because she reminded me of you.
He might have become handsome, but he's still the same brat as before. I hated Travis, but since he got back, I noticed him everywhere. It was all his hair's fault. It was always tangled, getting up in his face, and I itched to give him a good haircut. Ignore him. So I did, until one evening, I saw Mr. Prudit throw an expensive, perfectly good hair product into the trash. I waited until everyone was done, and ninja crawled to the bin and snatched it up. When I told Mom what I did, she freaked out. Put it back. He'll think you stole it if he finds out. Then he shouldn't have thrown it out, right? Plus, we are overrun with plastic. You can say I'm saving the planet. Just keep it hidden. I'll put it together with my hidden stash. But as I was going to the car, I saw a truck stop just behind Mr. Prudit's salon. Weird. Isn't the salon closed right now? Something smelled fishy, so I sneaked in closer and saw a guy in a baseball hat and mask open the store's back door. A thief? I grabbed a broken hairdryer from the nearby dumpster, ready to smack the thief in the head, when a gust of wind blew his hat off, revealing his hair that I'd have recognized anywhere. That's Travis! I watched as Travis loaded some boxes into the truck and then took off. Even if it was his dad's shop, the way he had acted was super suspicious. So I checked the salon's inventory, but nothing was missing. I'm sure he was up to no good. The next day at school, I caught him right out of the bathroom.
Oh, gosh, you scared me.
Good. You should be scared. I know what you're up to. For a second, he looked serious, but then he grinned at me.
Really? I didn't expect you to be the jealous type.
What?
Yeah, I went to the bathroom to put on some deodorant for my date, but if you're offering, you used to be a little gremlin before, but you've grown up pretty.
I felt a smile tug at the corner of my lips as I pictured us on a date at a romantic restaurant, but I quickly squished it away. No, he's just trying to distract me, but I couldn't help but blush.
OMG, don't tell me you really like me.
Denying would only make him feel more proud, so I just walked away with Travis laughing behind me. A few weeks later, Mr. Prudent threw a massive launch party for his new salon. As usual, he forced the staff to work as waiters and give out free cuts. I was determined to ignore Travis, but as he walked in, I felt my heart race. Get a hold of yourself! I moved to the back room to prepare food, but dropped all the mini sandwiches when I opened a cupboard and found Travis behind the door. Oh no, those were for your dad. He'll be so angry.
You won't find out if you're not here. Come on, let's go for a ride.
Maybe if we're alone, I can ask him about the van. Fine. Instead of taking me to his car, Travis hopped on a bike and handed me a helmet. I've never been on a bike before.
What's wrong, scared?
Of course not.
Hold tight.
And he was off like a rocket. After I stopped screaming, I realized having Travis so close did weird things to my insides. It's not him. You just ate a bad prawn. He stopped by a beautiful hothouse. It was winter, but it was full of flowers blooming.
A friend gave me the keys. Pretty amazing, right?
But he was looking at me, and it made me blush, so I tried to change the subject. Why did you come back? I thought you liked it with your mom. Travis's smile slipped.
Family stuff. How about you? Did you still want to become a hairdresser?
Yeah. As soon as the debt is paid, I want to open a salon with Mom.
I'm sure you'll do great, and I'm sorry Dad can be so horrible.
My jaw fell. Why is he so nice? Who cares? Stop flirting, girl, and ask about the van. But just as I was about to open my mouth, a thunderclap interrupted me, and there was lightning, and it started raining, and I forgot all about the stupid van because I was deadly scared of storms.
Here, put this on. You're trembling.
It's not cold, it's fear. But then Travis wrapped his arm around me, and I didn't feel so scared anymore. Actually, having him so close was making me wonder how it would be to kiss him. And suddenly, my phone started ringing. Where are you? Mr. Prudent is looking for you, and he's angry. Travis and I raced back home, only to find that Mr. Prudent and Greta had dumped all my secret stash of salvaged products onto the lawn.
There you are, you little thief.
I haven't stolen anything. This is...
That's my stuff. I just asked Luna to hold it for me. You wanted me to get more involved with the store, right?
Mr. Prudent narrowed his eyes at Travis, suspicious, but since the clients were still around, he just walked away, and Travis followed him. Don't flatter yourself. He just did it because he didn't want his dad to cause a scene. Maybe. But Travis had helped me, so I wanted to thank him. Instead of finding him, Mr. Prudent found me.
You sneaky little girl. I saw you on the bike with Travis. Stay away from him.
Maybe you should tell him to stay away from me.
As if he'd even look at someone like you. I just don't want you to ruin him with your horrible influence. I have plans for him.
Plans? He's not a thing. He's your son. Mr. Prudent laughed, and it made me so angry. Until then, I hadn't fully realized how much I liked Travis, but hearing his dad talk about him like that made my blood boil. He's a million times better than you will ever be. I doubt he truly belongs to you.
Watch your mouth, girl. You don't want your mom to have another accident, do you?
Before I could say anything even worse, I stormed off. I was so tired of Mr. Prudent, and now I had to go and fall for his son. The only solution is to avoid Travis at all costs. It's a temporary madness. It will pass. Easier said than done since we went to school together. Every time he walked into a room, I hid under the table or pretended to be on the phone. OMG, your cat is on fire? I'll be there right away. Finally, he cornered me in the salon's back room.
Gotcha.
What do you want, Travis?
To thank you. I heard what you told my dad. No one's ever stood up for me like that.
Don't flatter yourself. He just gets on my nerves.
I don't believe you. I can see how you look at me. Be my girlfriend?
Your dad won't let us.
Only if he finds out.
I give up. We started dating secretly, and every night was like a fairy tale as we snuck out and went for long drives, and I realized I was falling for him. He was funny and kind, and his hair... I wanted to touch it all the time. And then everything changed when Mr. Prudent announced that his business partner, Greta's mom, was coming back and he was throwing a party. Suddenly, Travis got so busy, I didn't see him for a week. I volunteered to be on the catering service, but whenever I tried to catch Travis's eye, he was socializing with his fancy guests. Whatever, I'll wait for him in his bedroom, where Greta was lying in Travis's bed in a silk dress. My heart sank.
Oh my, look at your face. He didn't tell you, did he?
She showed me a massive ring on her finger.
We're engaged. Our parents are announcing it right now.
I didn't want to believe her, but I heard clapping from downstairs, and when I ran out, everyone was congratulating Travis. So this was why he wanted to keep our relationship secret.
He has been dating Greta all this time?
Luna, here to congratulate the happy couple.
I looked at Travis, but he stayed silent. Greta was telling the truth. There was a steak knife on the table, so I grabbed it and— You're just a liar!
Luna, wait!
I chopped Travis's hair off.
Oh, his beautiful hair! That's it, you and your mother are out, and you still owe me!
Everyone was looking at us, and I realized I had just ruined my life for a stupid boy. But Mom stepped out of the crowd, and she was smiling. I don't think so. By burning my hands, you've actually done me a favor. I finally had time to speak with a lawyer. Your interest rates are illegal, and we've repaid our debt a long time ago. Plus, I'm suing for damages. Let's go, Luna. OMG, Mom is so cool. I was completely heartbroken over Travis's betrayal, but watching Mom's lawyer wipe the floor with Mr. Prudent gave me great satisfaction. He lost all his clients and had to sell the business to his partner. With the insurance money, Mom and I moved to a new town and opened our salon, which, you guessed it, was super successful. 5 years later, I was a senior stylist. Finally, everything was good in my life. Well, almost everything, because every time a guy with nice hair had an appointment, I remembered Travis and wondered what that last look on his face meant. Did he really betray me like that? And just then, as if I'd called out to him, Travis walked into the salon. He's even more handsome than before. What do you want?
A haircut, of course.
You've got your own salon for that. Well, your wife's salon.
I didn't marry her. Also, I cut ties with my dad.
Sure.
Look, I never liked Greta. I was just trying to protect you.
From what? We've done fine by ourselves, as you can see.
From Dad. I came back and discovered that my dad was throwing away lots of stock for the silliest reasons. I tried to return some of it, but the other business partner found out, and Dad accused you and your mom. The partner believed him and threatened to put your mom in jail. Agreeing to marry his daughter was the only way I could protect you. But I broke up with her right away, and I worked to refund all the missing stock. And now, I'm here.
I was speechless. Travis had really done all that for me? He could have just walked away, but he protected me while I hated him. Okay, fine. Sit down.
So, you forgive me?
Maybe. But for now, let me cut your hair. Hi, I'm Victoria from Slovakia. And this is the story of how my dumb family could never stand that I was smarter than all of them, and they did everything they could to ruin my life. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. It all started when I was a baby. I have a twin brother, Mark, and even though I came into the world 5 minutes after he did, I was always miles ahead of him. By the time he'd learned to roll over, I was crawling everywhere. He was just making spit bubbles when I spoke my first words. But for some reason, Mom and Dad were so proud of everything he did, and I just seemed to get on their nerves. Once, when we were playing with our toys, Mark picked up a mini train excitedly.
Look, Dada, it's a choo-choo. It's not a choo-choo, Mark. It's a train.
Oh, be quiet. He's so cute when he talks like that. I don't know why you speak like an annoying teenager already. On our 4th birthday, I only got stupid dolls, while my brother got a super cool toy airplane. He just ripped the box open and started pushing the buttons like a maniac. I picked up the manual and read the instructions. I felt fascinated by how it worked.
Here, Mark, let me give it a try.
No, you leave it to the boys.
Even my dad couldn't get it to work.
This is garbage.
And with that, he tossed it aside. I quietly picked up the airplane, and a few seconds later, everyone looked up in shock as it zoomed over their heads. Mark started to cry, and Dad snatched the remote control from me and told me to teach my bratty brother. But after I did, he would never let me have a turn. I would just sneak into his room at night and take it whenever I wanted. Once when we were in the 4th grade,
My brother and I were playing Scrabble and my parents joined in. What I thought would be a fun family game night turned out to be a nightmare. I get 54 points for Sphinx.
That's not even a word. You're just making stuff up.
No, I'm not. It's an imaginary creature.
So it's not real. Ha! I knew it. Cheater.
Just because you don't know something doesn't mean it's not true.
Suddenly, Dad lost his temper and knocked the board off of the table.
You think you're smarter than all of us, huh?
I never said that, but maybe I read more books than you guys.
So that's the problem. Well, here's an easy solution. No more books for you.
To my horror, he marched straight up to my room, took away all my books, and put them in his safe. If they thought that was going to stop me from reading, they were so wrong. I'd sneak books into my school bag from the library and read them at night when everyone was asleep. When I was in the 10th grade, I was going upstairs one day when a book fell out of my bag. Before I could pick it up, Mark was already flipping through the pages.
This isn't one of our course books. Mom, Dad, look what Victoria has.
And seconds later, I had my parents breathing down my neck.
Why are you reading this book? What does it have to do with you?
I just really like reading about machines and how they work. I even fixed the kitchen clock that hasn't been working since forever.
That was you? Why didn't you tell me, idiot? I've been terrified thinking it's some ghost messing with the time.
I didn't send you to school to be some mechanic, and this kind of stuff is for boys.
And with that, he ripped the book in half. Dad, that's a library book.
Well, oops. And you better come and watch TV with us. You have to start acting like you're part of this family.
They forced me to watch dumb shows with them all evening, when all I wanted to do was go work on my secret project. You see, about a month ago, I'd entered the science fair, and I'd been secretly working on an amazing robot arm. On the day of the fair, I woke up extra early, snuck out of the house with my project, and put it in my locker. When the science teacher called me to set up my table at the fair, I couldn't help grinning at Mark's surprised face. As the judges and other students gathered around my table, I announced, "This solar-powered robot arm can play catch with you, chop up vegetables, and even write with a pen. Exhibit A." Everyone gasped as the arm started chopping up carrots at warp speed. And then suddenly, something went very, very wrong. The arm started making some strange sputtering noises, and the next thing I knew, it flung the knife towards the crowd, missing one of the judges by an inch. As the horrified crowd started to scatter, I burst into tears. I couldn't understand how this had happened until I spotted Mark's ugly face smiling in the crowd. Of course he tampered with it. I didn't win anything, and to make things worse, I was called into the principal's office. I gulped when I walked in to see the judge who almost got hurt, but he actually smiled at me.
Victoria, we obviously couldn't give you a prize because your robot failed, but I was still very impressed, and your teachers speak very highly of you. Would you like to join the program for gifted kids at my college?
College? I couldn't believe it.
Why don't you come spend a day on campus? Bring your parents along.
I agreed to the college tour immediately, and I was foolish enough to think that for once my parents might be proud of me. As I went downstairs that evening to talk to them, I was met with roars of laughter.
You should have seen it, guys. It was so funny when the arm went haywire. She almost hit someone.
I wish you could have caught it on camera. Gosh, what was she thinking?
Maybe she wants to build a robot arm one day because she's too ugly to get a real boyfriend.
I turned angrily and went back to my room. I wasn't telling them anything about the college. The next day, I gave the principal the permission slip I'd signed myself and left for the college tour. I had an amazing time touring the campus. Later in the cafeteria, I bumped into someone, and when I turned to apologize, I saw the cutest boy smiling down at me.
Hey, let me help you with that. I'm Luke, by the way.
Luke was really sweet, and we struck up a conversation immediately over lunch. I didn't even notice how quickly the time had passed. When I was leaving, he said,
"I know we just met, but I'd love to keep in touch. It's hard to find people you can talk to easily."
I knew exactly what that felt like. I was on cloud 9, but I fell back pretty hard on earth as soon as I got to school. Waiting at the gate were the principal and my parents. and they looked livid. You forged my signature? Dad, let me explain. Where were you all day? I've been offered a full scholarship at an amazing college. College? What kind of college would want a stupid schoolgirl? Sir, your daughter is very smart, and you can visit the college. I'll be doing nothing of the sort. That's because she's not going. And I want you to stop telling her she's better than the rest of us, or I'll sue you. As furious as I was, I knew there was no point in arguing with these guys. I would just have to wait a couple of years to get out of here. They couldn't take everything away from me, I thought. I called up Luke and we started seeing each other. As we grew closer, I opened up to him about my crazy family and how my achievements bothered them. That's really unfair. You have a college scholarship waiting for you. Don't let their insecurities hold you back, Vic. His words made me realize that I didn't need to feel bad for being smart or having big dreams. Luke helped me set up a tutoring gig on the side, and I started making money. A couple of months later, he asked me to move out and come live with him, and I said yes. We decided to break the news to them together. To my surprise, they looked rather pleased to see Luke. Oh, wow. I was pretty sure by now she was gay. Yeah, she thinks she's so smart she doesn't even need a man. Luke immediately took my hand. She doesn't need a man, sir. I'm lucky that someone as smart and lovely as her chose me. I just wanted to tell you all that I'm moving out, and I'm going to college next week. At first, they looked shocked. Then Dad started laughing. Oh, now I get why she's with you. You do need a man to pay the bills. I'm on full scholarship, Dad, and I have plenty of savings. Oh, is that so? Well, I'm pretty sure you'll come crying back soon enough. You've always thought you were something special, but you're not. And you never will be. Maybe you're right, Dad. Maybe I'm not special, but I'm smart and hardworking, and I love to learn. And now that I won't have you putting me down, I can be anything I want. And with that, I walked out with Luke. I was going to put my family behind me for good. On the first day of college, when someone came and sat next to me in class, I looked up and nearly fell off my seat. Mark, what are you doing here? Oh, I go to this college now. Dad pulled some strings to get me in here. He says that if you're smart enough to go to college, so am I. Just seeing Mark every day was ruining my college experience, but I knew I didn't have to worry about it for too long. He was nowhere near smart enough to keep up with college studies, and after flunking for 2 semesters straight, he finally left. I graduated college with honors, and on the same day, Luke proposed to me. I called Mom a few days later to invite my family to the wedding.
Oh, did you say the date is May 15th? Oh, sorry, no, we can't make it. Marky is getting married on the same day.
What? To whom?
Oh, I don't know yet, but we'll be very busy. So good luck with your wedding.
I couldn't believe she just decided to have Mark's wedding on the same day as mine. The moment I told her the news, Mom is horrible. My wedding day was the happiest day of my life, and it was probably because my family wasn't there. A week later, I had a job interview at my dream company, and I was really nervous. As I paced the hallway, I was shocked to see Dad come out of the office. What are you doing here? Same as you. I'm here for the job interview. But you're not an engineer. So what? I'm a good actor. Just then, the door opened again, and I was called in for my turn. As I walked in, Dad yelled behind me. I raised her, and I can tell you, she's not very smart. She won't be any good for this job. Everyone in the room looked rather shocked. I felt so humiliated, but I managed to collect myself, and I aced the interview. I was immediately offered the job. A year later, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl, Maddie, and we decided that we needed a bigger place. We started going to open houses, and I fell in love with a beautiful Victorian cottage. When we approached the realtor, she said, "Oh, don't get too attached to this place. Another family's already made an offer on it." I turned around to see that it was my family she was pointing to. Unbelievable! I'll match any offer they make, and I'll personally talk to the homeowner about how much it would mean for us to live here. After speaking with the owner, I made an offer. As expected, my parents went up even higher. I didn't want to get into a bidding war, and I let them have it. Luke and I walked by the house a day after they'd moved in. The minute the trio spotted us, they all came running out. Guys, come in. Don't you want to see our lovely new home? Thanks, Dad, but I'd rather not. Not after the stories I've heard about it. What do you mean? Oh, I spoke with the owner, and she told me that 10 years ago, a tenant mysteriously died in this house, and nobody stays here too long ever since, because strange things keep happening. That's why she decided to finally sell it. Such an honest old lady. And with that, we walked away. My family was truly terrified of one thing. It was ghosts. Luke and I found another lovely home as far away from them as possible. And we're raising Maddie there to do anything she wants, from playing in the dirt to making dollhouses. And nothing would make me happier if she's smarter than me. It was the happiest day of my life. I was finally going to his concert.
We were trudging back home when I met you in the car. Saw nothing, heard no nothing, and my heart, whoa.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and this is my crazy story of spying on my crush and finding out his biggest secret, and the love of my life. After the concert, as we made our way home, my friend stopped in the parking lot to take pictures. Hey, get off! That's Russell's car! I noticed she'd left a speck of dust on it, and I started to clean it off. Oh gosh, Stacy, get a life. It's not like he'll ever notice you. I turned around to see Maya, the school queen bee, looking down on me. I told her she was wrong. We're totally friends. Are you now? Then I don't suppose he'd mind giving you his jacket, would he? He wouldn't mind at all. Great then. Ask him to lend you the one he was wearing tonight and bring it to school tomorrow. Or else. With that, she was gone. Oh no. What was I going to do? Stupid, stupid, stupid. I was so mad at myself for playing right into Maya's hands. Just then, I saw it. The key to my reputation, my only salvation. I knew what I was going to do. The trunk of the car was unlocked, and I climbed in. From there, I got into the back seat and grabbed his jacket, and immediately I decided to smell it. It smelled just as I imagined, like expensive cologne and aftershave. I couldn't believe I was in the back seat of Russell's car. I would tell our grandkids about it. Just then, the car beeped. Horrified, I looked outside the window and saw Russell heading towards me. I had to hide. He was too close for me to get out. I had no other option but to crouch down and pray he would just take something and leave. To my utter horror, though, he got into the car and started to drive. Oh no, I was sure I would get caught now. Just as I was thinking of letting him know I was in his car, he got a phone call. Hey baby, I'm on my way to pick you up. Can't wait to spend the weekend with you. I felt my heart drop. Russell had a girlfriend. I should have known. Someone so perfect couldn't possibly be single. From the conversation, I learned he was going to a cabin just outside of town with his girlfriend to spend the weekend. Then something even worse happened. Russell put on some music and started singing. That voice was not Russell's. Well, it was Russell's, but it wasn't his onstage voice. His onstage voice sounded like all the angels had come together to throw a rockin' party. This sounded like a walrus dying and giving birth at the same time. While I was still reeling from the discovery that Russell was nothing but a catfish, he received another call. This time, he didn't answer immediately and held his breath. I could tell, even from my hiding place, that he was tense. When he finally answered, the voice at the other end sounded robotic.
You got my money?
The turnout at the last event wasn't as big as I'd expected. I'm a little short. I need some time to figure it out.
You have until Tuesday.
In the back seat, I was freaking out. I'd only wanted a stupid jacket. I did not want to know my future husband was a catfish who couldn't sing to save his own life, and he was involved with criminals. Finally, Russell started slowing down and pulled the car to a stop. Thank God. Maybe he'd leave and I could get out. Just then, he reached over to the back seat to get his jacket and jumped when he touched me instead. Not quite the electric moment I'd imagined our first touch to be.
Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my car?
Before I could even say a word, he glared at me.
Stay down and don't even breathe.
The car door opened and his disgustingly gorgeous girlfriend hopped in. Then he started making out with her. This was just getting better and better. After what seemed like forever, he started the car and his girlfriend asked him to sing for her. Babe, we've been over this. I've told you that singing for you makes me feel cheap. I don't want to ruin the beauty of what we have. What nonsense. Finally, we reached the cabin. I was thrilled when they got out, but my problems weren't over. Just as they got out of the car, someone else got inside the car. The person started singing along to the songs that had been playing before, and I almost passed out. It was an angel's voice. This was Russell's onstage voice. Who was this guy? Oh God, cramp in my leg. I let out a small scream and the car came to a screeching stop.
Who are you? Why are you in my car?
how many cute boys were going to ask me that today. And boy, this one was a hunk. I'm from Russell's school. This is all just a mistake, okay? Please don't tell anyone. He looked a bit worried. You heard me, didn't you? I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home. He nodded slowly and started driving again. We got to the cabin. He got out, and I waited for a minute before opening the door. As soon as I stepped out, I was pushed to the ground. Glaring down at me was Russell. Come inside. We need to talk. A huge bodyguard outside gave him a slight nod, but completely ignored me. The other guy, the real singer, was nowhere in sight. Russell led me to a private room and turned to me angrily. So, they sent you to spy on me. Who set you up for this? Russell, I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't spying on you. I was just trying to steal your jacket, but it was a dare. Maya dared me. He didn't look convinced. Just then, his girlfriend showed up and accused Russell of cheating on her, but he told her to shut up. She just stared at him in shock. Which one of you is involved in this? I need to know right away. I'm sick of this drama. She looked just as confused as I felt, but Russell locked the door. He said nobody was leaving the cabin until he knew who was blackmailing him. I told him I didn't know anything and begged him to let me go because my parents would be worried by now. His girlfriend started crying and asking him what was wrong. Then she turned to me. You witch, what have you done to him? He's never talked to me this way before. Just then, the door flew open and a man walked in. What's going on here? Russell jumped. Dad, it might be one of these girls. His dad quickly interrupted him and laughed. You didn't tell me we had guests over? I'll have arrangements made for them. He ordered the butler to have rooms set up for us for the night since it was too late to go back. A while later, while we were having dinner, Russell kept staring daggers at me. Apparently, he no longer doubted his girlfriend because she kept giggling and blowing kisses at him. Dumb bimbo. His dad turned to me and asked me how I knew Russell. But before I could say anything, Russell yelled, She knows! She knows! Immediately, the color drained from his face and he jumped from his seat. You good-for-nothing moron. You told her? Does the other one know too? He turned from Mr. Nice Guy into a monster in seconds. He started yelling at all of us and ordered me to go to my room. I had to get out of there first thing in the morning. As I ran out of the room, I bumped into someone and fell down. Oh, hi, it's you. He quickly shushed me and pulled me up. Hey, yes, it's me. But don't let his dad know you know me. He was still holding my hand, and I was pretty sure I wasn't imagining the sparks between us. Just then, Russell's sister burst in. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get away from him. Hey, chill out. She fell, and I was just making sure she wasn't hurt. I'll just show her to her room. I could feel her eyes drilling holes into my skull as I walked away quickly. On our way up, he introduced himself as Aaron. He said he was the son of the butler. Russell and I, we grew up together. We used to be great friends. Just as he was about to leave, the power went out and I screamed. I hated the dark. Aaron, are you still here? Oh my God, don't leave. I'm right here. He took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. We sat huddled next to each other in the dark. I really hoped the power wouldn't come back anytime soon. Suddenly, he started humming. I couldn't keep that question in anymore. Why would you let Russell take credit for your singing? Are you crazy? Do you not know how famous— He told me to keep it down and was silent for a bit. Even though I don't really know you, I like you and I think I can trust you. Then he told me that Russell's dad had been kind to his family all their lives, and in return, when he heard him singing, he asked Aaron to be Russell's voice. I guess I didn't really know what I was signing up for until much later. It kind of sucks that every pretty girl goes gaga over my voice, but falls for him. The power suddenly came back on, and we both nearly jumped when we saw Russell's sister standing in the doorway. How long had that creep been standing here? Aaron, you're needed downstairs, and Dad wants to see you first thing in the morning. When I went downstairs the next day, I saw Russell sulking on a couch and his girlfriend on another. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into his lap and started kissing him. Thanks for the morning makeout show, guys. Now, show me where I can throw up my breakfast. Where's your dad, Russell? Don't talk to him. Okay, psycho. Can you ask Russell where his dad is? Before she could scream anything else at me, Russell pointed towards the library. I knew I wasn't going home today. Russell's dad still looked furious. As soon as he saw me, he coldly said that they couldn't let me go just yet. You see, you know Russell's secret, and you were spying on him. Someone has been blackmailing him, and It could be you. I tried to protest, but he just wouldn't listen. He said he had called my parents and told them I was at their cabin and safe. Then he gave me till Monday to confess. After that, it'll be you and the cops. Till then, Aaron will watch over you. He sounded utterly crazy to me, but at least the last part didn't sound bad at all. Maybe Aaron would help me get back home. Just then, Russell's girlfriend skipped past me into the room. As she closed the door, I heard her say something that left me shook. This girl is perfect game. Russell will buy it in a minute. Who were they talking about? Me? Were they trying to make me game for something? Were they blackmailing him? Just as I was going to look for Aaron, I heard a scuffle. I went to check and I was horrified. Russell had Aaron pinned to the wall and was glaring at him. It's you, isn't it? Aaron was trying to break free and it looked like he was trying not to punch Russell. Let go, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hey, get off of Aaron. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me by my hair. Ow! Get off of my man.
Hey, back off.
He asked me if I was okay, and just as I was catching my breath, Russell's sister barged in. What the hell? Why are you clinging onto Aaron for dear life every time I see you? This witch wants all the boys after her. Why is she even here? She's here because she was spying on me. Probably for Aaron. Oh my God! It was just a stupid dare. What is this madhouse? Russell's dad burst in next, and he looked like he was about to pop a vein.
What is all this stupid drama? Russell, have you forgotten what a serious mess we're in? Break it up. Aaron, take this girl to her room.
Once inside, Aaron told me the craziest thing. He said that Russell never wanted to be a celebrity. He was never okay with the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. It's his dad. He loves the money. He couldn't care less about his son's happiness. Suddenly, I found myself telling him about what I'd overheard between Russell's girlfriend and his dad. Aaron didn't look entirely surprised. He said he would expect something like that from him. Then he said we had to help Russell. At this point, I didn't even want to look at Russell. But when Aaron said he had to expose Russell's dad, I couldn't say no looking into his beautiful eyes. We decided on a plan. Before everyone gathered for lunch, I found Russell's girlfriend alone and demanded to know why she was doing this to her own boyfriend. She looked at me like I was crazy. I told her I knew everything and that I wasn't buying her dumb bimbo routine. Suddenly, she started to laugh and said, "You're a smart one, aren't you?" I'd been hoping she would admit to something, but she just shut up until Russell came in and then she jumped into his arms. Dang it! I turned off the recorder. I went looking for Aaron and found him in the kitchen. No luck. I couldn't record anything.
It's okay. You're smart enough to catch her another time.
Then he pulled me in for a kiss. I was thrilled and I kissed him back.
I knew it.
Russell jumped from behind the fridge.
I knew the two of you were plotting something behind my back.
We both tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. He said he knew neither I nor Aaron could be trusted. Suddenly, I lost it. I flew across the room and slapped him. "Will you please just shut up and listen?" He nodded, stunned. Then Aaron and I told him about what we'd heard. He looked at us in shock and screamed. He ran to confront his dad and his girlfriend, while Aaron and I followed.
"I don't trust any of you. Not you, not you, not you, and certainly not you."
He said he knew whoever it was in the room. Aaron and I swore we hadn't done it, while his dad simply asked,
"How could I ever possibly hurt my own son?"
Russell simply burst into tears. He said ever since his mom had left, his dad had treated him just as a money-making machine.
"Now that I'm turning 18, you thought you'd blackmail me, didn't you?"
Russell's dad hugged him and swore he only did everything for Russell. Oh yeah? Then what about what I heard, huh? His dad glared at me and said they were talking about a model they had signed up to perform with Russell to get a bigger audience at his next concert. Then I told him again how I ended up in the car. This time, he either believed me or just didn't care and simply asked Aaron to take me home. Just as we were about to leave, he made a decision.
"Aaron, I'm quitting. From now on, you sing your own songs."
Aaron smiled at him and reached for my hand. Suddenly, the door flew open.
No, no, no.
Aaron, how could you possibly be with her after everything I've done for you? I made him quit for you! Everyone stared in shock as Russell's sister came into the room crying. She said she'd been blackmailing Russell with the help of Aaron's dad. We were so mad to see poor Aaron cheated like that, so we decided to help him. His dad promised I could marry him if I helped. Now you have to marry me, Aaron. Well, after that, things settled down pretty quickly. Russell gave up singing and picked up what he really liked doing, fixing cars. Russell's sister finally gave up her dreams of marrying Aaron, even though it took a while. Thankfully, everyone kind of forgave Aaron's dad. Aaron himself stopped taking Russell's money and started singing in small cafes, and he was gathering a following of his own. But he kept telling them he'd already given his heart to someone else.
When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, for a minute, he was completely silent. But suddenly, he burst into tears and kissed my hands. This is food from the heavens, fit for kings. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life. I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft. It wasn't just any ordinary morning. The birds were chirping, the sun was shining. I had turned 16 yesterday, and last night, my first love, Ryan, had finally kissed me. Life was perfect. Well, at least for 5 minutes. Because as soon as I stepped out of my room, Mom rushed to me, crying like a baby. "What's wrong, Mom?" She told me that Aunt Melissa, her best friend, was moving away because her husband got a job transfer. What? Just when we had saved up enough to start our own cafe. As sorry as I was for Mom, I had bigger problems. You see, Aunt Mel was Ryan's mom. I rushed out of the house. I had to see Ryan. He was playing video games when I entered his room, looking completely unbothered. "What's wrong, babe? Why are you crying?" "Because you're going. Please don't." Ryan put down the game and took my hands in his. "I don't really have a choice, babe. But you and I are soulmates. We'll make long distance work." After a few days, Ryan stopped calling or replying to my messages. He said too much screen time wasn't good for either of us. But there he was, uploading pictures on Facebook with a new girl every day. And that's how I had my first heartbreak. Hi, I'm Carrie, and this is the story of how I transformed my life and had boys drooling over me at the same time after my childhood crush left me high and dry. Please click on subscribe and I'll continue my story. Thanks. I'd been moping around long enough over Ryan. I decided I needed a change, and Mom agreed to send me to visit my grandmother in Provence, France. I was glad I was going there. Maybe I'd meet some nice guy. I deserved to meet someone great and move on from that jerk Ryan. Wow, Ryan had nothing on the cute French boys here. My heart was about to be healed very soon. The moment I arrived, I could see this group of boys looking at me. One of them walked up to me and said, "Hey, gorgeous, what's it like looking at the man of your dreams?" Okay, this is going to be easier than I thought. It was Grandma's 60th birthday, and I decided to bake her a cake. How hard could it be? I'd seen Mom do it a million times. The whole neighborhood had gathered on her birthday. When Grandma took the first bite, she looked like she was having a heart attack. Was it that bad? Finally, she managed to say, "What? How? When did you learn to bake like that? I've never had something so amazing in my entire life." She hugged me so hard I could hardly breathe, and the whole neighborhood went gaga over the cake. A fight nearly broke out with people trying to get another piece. I spent the rest of the summer baking like my life depended on it, because there was always a crowd of people outside Grandma's house waiting to try my stuff. Grandma's crazy old neighbor would come over every day to have my desserts, while she'd glare at me and grumble, "I'm telling you, this girl is doing witchcraft." The minute I landed back home, I knew what I wanted to do for the rest of my life. I convinced Mom to take a loan to make up for Aunt Mel's share and start her dream cafe with me. When we finally opened the doors to our cafe, both of us held our breath as our very first customer took a bite of the chocolate eclair. For a minute, he was completely silent. Oh no. He hated it, but suddenly he burst into tears and kissed my hands. "This is food from the heavens, fit for kings." Turns out he was a famous food critic. After his review, word of our quaint French cafe spread like wildfire. People were lining up to the end of the street to try my desserts. But soon enough, I realized they kept coming back for me too. Boys would hang out around the cafe for hours just to catch a glimpse of me. "How are you so perfect? You've got the face of an angel and the hands of one too." By the end of the month, Time magazine had me and my creations on the front cover with the title Beauty and Her Feast. And Cosmopolitan said that at Sweet 16, I was all the sweetness people needed in their lives. My Instagram followers shot up, and my mailbox was getting flooded with love letters. One day, as I was unloading flour sacks out of the van, I saw a group of school kids come around the corner. Among them was the school heartthrob, Sean. As our eyes met, he smiled at me. I turned away when I saw one of the girls with him glaring at me with crazy jealous eyes. I knew she was his ex. Didn't need any of that drama. 5 seconds later, as they came closer, she accidentally pushed me. Watch out! Sean jumped forward to catch the sack, and before we knew it, we were both on the ground, covered in flour from head to toe and looking like ghosts. We glanced at each other and burst out laughing. I told him he could come inside to clean up, and he asked his friends to go on without him. His ex looked like her head was gonna explode. Once he'd cleaned up, I made him some creme brulee. He nearly fell off the chair after the first mouthful. Wow, I could eat this every day for the rest of my life. This is even better than I thought it would be. You're thinking about my food? Well, not just about the food. Suddenly he leaned forward, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but he said I'd missed a spot and brushed some flour off my nose. My heartbeat went wild. Just then, Mom came into the kitchen and glared at us as I introduced Sean. Of course she wasn't happy. She'd always wanted me to be with Ryan. By the end of the month, Sean and I started dating, after he showed up at the cafe to serenade me. Ryan was just an old heartbreak now, and so yesterday. Meanwhile, Sean was fun and caring and very much in love with me. Life was pretty much perfect. Little did I know, I had spoken too soon. As soon as I entered school the next day, there was quite a commotion. Apparently a new guy was on the basketball court giving Sean a run for his money. It really was a tough match that ended in a draw. But just then, I caught a glimpse of the new boy, and I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Ryan! It had been over a year since I'd last heard from him. Why had he come back? Sean saw me and came running over. He's really good, isn't he? We'll be a much stronger team with him around. Before I could say anything, Ryan jumped to hug me. Carrie, I missed you! And instantly, I pulled away from him. I'm sorry, I think you have the wrong person. I walked away as fast as I could. I needed time to process this. I took a sick leave and went home early. I went running to Mom's room and stopped in my tracks when I saw Aunt Mel sitting with her. She pulled me in for a hug. Did you see Ryan in school? He wanted to surprise you. Surprise me he did. I was just telling Aunt Mel how much you missed Ryan. I did not. Aunt Mel acted like she hadn't even heard me. It's a good thing we're back then. Then she said that she and Mom would finally be able to run their dream cafe together. Wait, what? Thanks for helping out when I wasn't around, kiddo. But it's my cafe. It's famous because of me. But I'm sure you have your hands full with school, sweetheart. Don't worry, Aunt Mel is here now. I was so annoyed. Later that day, Sean dropped by to see me. We were sitting on the porch when a car came into my driveway. I didn't need to look twice to see who it was. Ryan walked up to us, completely ignoring Sean. Babe, I've been looking for you everywhere. I felt Sean get tense as he put his arm around me. How do you know each other again? Oh, we go way back. We have a shared past. Yeah, and that's where I'd like to leave you too, in the past. I told Sean I'd call him later and went inside. Ryan immediately followed, the little leech. The minute he saw Mom, though, he practically pushed me aside and went screaming to hug her tight. Oh, you're even handsomer than before, and have you grown taller? Stupid vain boy. He started making crepes along with Mom, and watching him in our kitchen just made me feel angrier. Thinking about me? You wish. I'm not going to forgive you just because you're making me crepes once. Then I'll keep making them till you do. But don't eat too many. We don't want you getting fat. And he finally left. My mom couldn't stop talking about how wonderful it would be if the two of us got together. Mom, I'm with Sean now. Well, yes, but you can break up with him. Both Mel and I would be thrilled. I stormed off to my room. Why did Mom keep forgetting Ryan was a jerk who broke my heart? Come to think of it, Aunt Mel was a bit of a jerk too. And a bossy one at that. She wanted to change everything about the cafe. One day I came home from school to find her painting the beautiful lavender walls an ugly shade of pink. She kept picking faults with the menu, but she still always wanted to know more about my recipes. One afternoon, I came to the cafe and was horrified to see that she had changed the signboard outside. Now her name was on it too. She had even managed to convince Mom to open another bank account. without me. Another day, I walked into the kitchen to hear her saying to Mom, "I saw that you recently had a couple of bad reviews online. That's what happens when you let a child do everything." I hated her poking her nose in my business, but that's not all I had to worry about. One Saturday, when I went to open up the cafe with Mom, we stopped short in horror. All across the window, someone had painted, "Take your stupid desserts and leave our town." Just then, Aunt Mel turned up behind us, staring at the view in shock, and then she burst into tears. Who would do such a horrible thing to me? I bet it's that old witch down the street who keeps complaining our customers are too noisy. While Mom consoled her, I tried not to imagine what it would be like to punch her, and I couldn't help wondering who would do such a thing to my cafe. As if all this wasn't annoying enough, Ryan had begun to constantly hover around me. He started following me around in school, not leaving me alone with Sean for a second. I was sitting with Sean one day and having French fries when he popped up out of nowhere and took away my plate. "You shouldn't be eating fried food. Sean, how could you let her?" I'm not her dad, and neither are you." Before I could even say anything, he threw the fries in the garbage and put a salad in front of me. "And why aren't you wearing sunscreen? Your skin looks spotty." After school, he was always over at the cafe, telling everyone he worked there as a waiter. And later, he'd turn up at my place in the evening, sticking to me like glue while Mom and I were watching TV. One evening when Mom was out, I called Sean over to a romantic dinner for two. Just as he was leaning over the table to kiss me, and I closed my eyes, I felt a hand pushing my face away. My eyes flew open, and I nearly fell back to see it was Ryan. Isn't it kind of gross to kiss without having some breath mints first? Man, are you crazy? Yes, crazy in love. Ryan, I've just had it. Get out. Okay, just let me take my phone from under the table. Sean literally had to stop me from throwing a plate at Ryan as he ran out. I was trying to keep my cool, but he was really crossing a line and then some. One night, I woke up to the sound of something being dragged across the room. I sat up in bed and let out a loud scream. Who's there? And then I saw a shadow move and a voice called in the darkness. "Hello, Carrie." I nearly had a heart attack. Ryan! He was sitting in a chair staring at me like a creep. He had a box in his hands. "What are you doing in my room?" "I came to give you this. I know it's that time of the month for you and you need some extra love." "What the? How do you know?" "Oh, I just installed the same period app that you use and asked your mom about your last date. Now, use the heating pad and herbal tea and don't eat all the chocolates." Mom! She came rushing in and I told her what Ryan was doing, but she didn't see any problem with it. "He just really cares about you, honey." A few days later, Ryan was being his nosy self and helping me serve at the cafe. This old woman smiled and turned to me. "He will make an excellent husband." "Oh, no. We aren't together." "Of course we are. She's just shy and slightly angry with me at the moment." To be young and in love. Seems like it was all the encouragement Ryan needed. He put his arm around my shoulder, and before I knew it, he pulled me in for a kiss. "Get your paws off me!" Sean came in just then, looking furious. He punched Ryan and knocked him to the floor. Everyone stared in shocked silence. Ryan glared at us, brushed himself off, and walked out of the cafe without a word. Ryan wasn't talking to me anymore, and I wasn't complaining. Mom and Aunt Mel were both really cold to me, though, but we all had more troubling stuff to deal with right now. Someone had complained that our kitchens were filthy and had rats running around. The Food Inspection Authority came to check, to find our kitchens spotless, of course. I was furious. Even though these rumors were false, they weren't good for business. A few days later, Sean came to me, literally jumping with excitement. "Babe, I've got brilliant news for you. My dad's cousin is a huge rock singer and he's getting married and he wants you to cater. There will be so many famous people there." I was thrilled. This was the biggest order I'd ever gotten, and it could really make or break me. The three of us spent weeks preparing everything. I was almost glad for Aunt Mel right now. We needed all the help we could get. The entire neighborhood was excited about their local bakery catering for a celebrity wedding. On the day of the wedding, we got to the venue and unloaded the tiered cake onto the trolley. Suddenly, a wheel slipped out, the trolley tilted, and the cake went sliding away. Sean flew towards it and somehow managed to save it just before it hit the ground. Aunt Mel shrieked, "Oh dear God, I feel faint. Someone give me my smelling salts." "It's okay, we're okay. I have extra frosting, we can fix it." We carried off the cake to the kitchen and I fixed up the smudged parts in no time. I let out a sigh of relief as Sean and Ryan carried out the cake to the garden. Just then, I noticed some frosting on my hand and I licked it. What? Why did it taste so disgusting and salty? I stared at the scene in front of me in horror. The bride and groom were cutting the cake. OMG, I couldn't let anyone eat this. No! I ran towards the table like a maniac, and just when I was close, I tripped over my own shoelaces. I practically flew and landed straight into the cake, and half of it went flying onto the bride's dress. She screamed in fury while the groom hopped around because some had landed in his eye. He stepped over the bride's dress, and we all heard a loud rip. I looked up from the cake, wishing I could just disappear magically. The bride was wailing loudly while everyone stared at me in horror. I don't remember how we made it back to the cafe. We all sat around in stunned silence. I finally spoke up. Only one way to find out who tampered with the cake. I had a secret camera installed here last month, just to keep a check on things. We waited breathlessly around the TV, looking at the footage, and sure enough, we saw 2 people sneak into the kitchen 2 nights ago with a bag of salt. And those 2 people were Ryan and Mel. We looked around to see the 2 sprinting away, but the 3 of us were right behind them and tackled them to the ground. Mom stared at Mel in shock. I can't believe you would do something like this to your own friend. Were you behind everything else that's been happening too? Aunt Mel looked like a crazy person. The cafe was my idea. All this praise and money should be mine, and this idiot child took away everything. Now that your reputation is down the gutter, you'll both get what you deserve. I looked at Ryan, and he just shrugged. If you'd shown me the appreciation I deserved, I might have stopped her. I was absolutely furious now. You! But before I could continue, Sean was already holding him by the collar of his shirt. If you love your face, leave and don't come back. As the 2 scurried away, we just stood there silently for a moment. Then Mom pulled me in and hugged me tight. I'm so sorry for trusting her blindly. We will fix this, just you and me. Suddenly, she pulled in Sean as well. And you too. Turns out the crazy wedding video went viral. And while I thought that would be a really bad thing, it just ended up making our cafe more popular. We had more people coming around than ever. Last I heard of Mel and Ryan, they left town before word of what they'd done spread around. I still always check under the table every time I'm on a date with Sean, though.
Hi, I'm Isabel from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. My mom had an accident when I was only 3, and Dad shifted his multi-million-dollar company to our mansion just so he could give me all his attention. But I soon realized he was too much. He fired my favorite nanny just because I fell off my bed. He wouldn't even let me go to the park without wearing a helmet and protective gear. I looked like a freaking astronaut. One night when I was 5, I left a note for Dad and ran away from home. I knew exactly where I wanted to go first, the park. Finally, some peace. But it wasn't long before I heard police cars screeching outside, and Dad came running to me.
Oh, you fool. I'm never letting you out of my sight again.
I looked at the officers and started kicking and screaming.
Please, help me. I've never seen this creepy man before. Help!
Well, Dad had a lot of paperwork to show before he could take me home. Growing up, he and I were constantly at war, but I always found a way to do what I wanted. And in high school, I even joined the cheerleading squad, without telling him, of course. Once in 10th grade, the football captain Jake invited me to his party, and I knew there was no way Dad was letting me go so late. So once he was asleep, I sneaked out of my window. By the time I got back, it was almost 3 a.m. I was walking through my garden when I suddenly tripped over something that looked like a human body. I almost screamed, but just then, I saw who it was. My weird neighbor. Oh my God, what are you doing here?
I was just lying back and watching the stars, till you ruined it.
Why can't you just watch the friggin' stars from your garden?
I like the grass here better. It's nicer and softer, and the quality is...
Jeez, just shut up and go. As I started walking, he followed me.
You know we go to the same school, right? You don't even know my name, do you?
Of course I do. It's, something with an R or P. Wait. It's Dave. David, okay? You got me. I don't know your name.
It's Scott. You'll remember now because I'm your new boyfriend.
Did I hit your head when I tripped?
No, you just gave me an idea. You're Miss Popular, and I'm just a nerd. Dating a cheerleader is going to be great for my image, and if you say no, I'm going to tell your dad you were out.
Are you seriously blackmailing me?
Yes, I am. Don't worry, it's not forever. We'll date for a month and then break up publicly. So, do we have a deal?
Dating this weirdo would be social suicide for me, but if Dad found out, I'd be grounded for eternity. So, I shook hands on it. I was so not looking forward to school on Monday. I walked down the hall with my face behind a book, hoping to avoid Scott. I didn't find him anywhere, and I felt so relieved. Maybe he was kidding about the whole thing anyway. Later at lunch, Jake joined me, and I was having a great time when suddenly Scott slid right next to me.
Here I am, my lady. Now, what are your other 2 wishes?
Oh my God.
Dude, we're in the middle of something here. Can you go and be weird somewhere else? I'd like to know what you're in the middle of with my girlfriend. Girlfriend? Your girlfriend? Isabel, your friend seems rather stupid. Can you please tell him clearly?
I kicked him hard under the table. Yes, it's true. Scott is my boyfriend.
No way. This is just some stupid joke, isn't it? It is not. I love Isabel, and she loves me very much, and will prove it.
To my horror, Scott jumped onto the table and held out a hand for me. I climbed up very reluctantly, and he whispered,
"You better make this convincing."
I was going to kill him. I kissed him as everyone in the cafeteria watched us and gasped. Jake stormed off furiously, and I dragged Scott outside. What was that? This is not part of the deal.
Well, we have to make it believable. What's the problem anyway? You seemed to be really into that kiss.
I was not. I'd rather kiss a monkey's butt. Now, you listen to me. Just then, a thin goth girl named Irene walked up to us. Scott, are you really going out with this girl?
Yes, I am, Twiggy. Meet your future sister-in-law.
Wait, you guys are siblings? How come she doesn't have a British accent? Because we're both Americans. And my brother's such a loser. Why do you speak like that?
So I can sound more sophisticated. Not all of us just get by in life with a pretty face.
So you settled for a stupid accent? Good job. Also, I wouldn't date a cheerleader if I were you, Scott. She's one of them, and they're all jerks. Before I could defend myself, she walked off.
Don't mind her. She's weird. My friends are coming over for a chess tournament tonight, and I can't wait for them to meet my girlfriend.
I can't. I have things to do.
Like spending the rest of high school in your room? Because that's what will happen when I tell your dad. I'll see you, m'lady.
And with that, he left. Ugh! So, he wanted a girlfriend, huh? Well, he was about to get one. The girlfriend from hell. When I went over to his place that evening, it looked like I'd walked onto some geek planet, and they were all staring at me like I was an alien.
Whoa, we thought Scott was lying.
About us being together? Oh no, meeting this cookie monster is the best thing that's ever happened to me. When they set up the chessboard, I jumped into Scott's lap and started picking up the chess pieces. Babe, what's this horsey thing? And what's this one for? I'm really dumb, you know. I don't understand anything.
Can you please leave those alone? I'll explain to you later.
Why are you talking like that to me, Snookums? You think I'm dumb, don't you?
I never said that. Just watch a game and you'll understand everything, okay?
I smiled sweetly, but I wasn't backing down. I kept distracting Scott by playing with his hair, feeding him snacks, and accidentally dropping a drink in his lap. And then, right when they were in the middle of an intense match, I started doing a cheerleading routine. Give me an S, give me a C, and then an OTT. Go, Scotty! I did a cartwheel next and crashed straight into their table, knocking their chessboard to the floor. They all looked so mad, and Scott took me out of the room.
What are you doing? I know you just think we're a bunch of nerds, but this is important to us.
I'm just giving you the girlfriend experience. If you don't like it, break up with me.
Not a chance. You're my girlfriend for the month. Deal with it.
Of course, everyone in school knew by now that Scott and I were dating, and he was everywhere, in the library, during lunch, at my cheerleading practice. A few days later, he even signed up for a hiking trip I was going to. As we were walking, a cheerleader asked us how we'd gotten together. Oh, it's a really boring story.
Oh, she's just shy. It was quite romantic, actually.
What?
She was walking past my house when she slipped and sprained her ankle. I took my t-shirt off and wrapped it around her foot, and then I carried her home. She asked me out because of my rock-hard abs. Her words, not mine.
Oh, I could bash his skull with a rock. And suddenly, I had a brilliant idea. I stopped back to tie my laces and quickly filled up my backpack with rocks. Then I let out a loud cry. Scott, I sprained my ankle again. I don't think I can walk.
Oh, I got you, my lady. Hop onto my back.
And when I did, he let out a loud groan. What is it, Scotty?
Nothing. Totally, fine.
I almost died trying not to laugh. The poor boy was grunting and sweating as he carried me down the hill. And then finally, he collapsed to the ground.
Gosh, Isabel, you weigh as much as a baby elephant.
Did you just call me fat? I burst into fake tears as everyone glared at him.
No, that's not what I meant, babe.
Don't touch me, you jerk. Just then, Jake shoved him aside.
You heard her. Come on, Isabel. Let a real man carry you.
Oh, I think my ankle is feeling better. I can walk, but I'll need some support. I leaned on Jake's arm and started limping away. Served Scott right for that stupid story. Later, I felt bad for what I'd put him through, so I invited him to come with me to my friend's party. I was having a great time dancing there, but Scott was just hanging out in a corner, and I caught him looking at me more than once. Hey, come dance with me.
Oh, I'd rather not. I don't have your moves. You looked pretty great out there.
Why was my face getting hot? Well, I'd like to see your moves.
Okay then, don't say I didn't warn you.
He walked onto the dance floor and started doing the weirdest chicken dance. Everyone stopped to stare and snicker at him, but he didn't seem to give a hoot. I burst out laughing. He looked ridiculous, and it looked like so much fun. I jumped in and started imitating his moves, and before I knew it, a whole bunch of kids had joined us, and we were all doing Scott's chicken dance. We all clapped for him at the end of it. As we were walking away, Scott accidentally bumped into Jake and knocked over his plate of food on his shirt. Suddenly, Jake grabbed him by the collar.
You're really getting on my nerves, man. What are you even doing here? Dating some cheerleader won't make you cool. You will always be a loser. Why are you so worked up, dude? Is it that time of the month again?
Jake punched Scott in the face. I leapt forward and pushed him away, straight into a fountain. Don't you dare touch my boyfriend. As Jake screamed furiously, I took Scott's hand and led him out of there. We went to his house and I held up an ice pack to his face. Here, this should help.
Yeah, it usually does.
What do you mean?
It's not the first time I've been bullied, Isabel. I'm a nerd, remember? I've had plenty of broken glasses, punches, and insults.
Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. No one deserves such treatment, especially you.
It's okay. You didn't bully me. You just never noticed me.
Are you trying to make me feel worse?
Is it working?
Yeah, a little bit. His eyes were so lovely up close, and my heart was racing. But just then, Irene walked in, and I jumped back. I should go home. It's late. See you around, Scott. And with that, I ran off. Jeez, was I falling for my fake boyfriend? The next day in school, Irene was participating in an art contest, but just an hour before, Scott and I found her crying in the art room. Someone had ripped her painting to shreds with a note stuck to it. No place for losers.
It's Jake. He did this to get back at me. I'm going to kill him.
But what am I gonna do right now, Scotty? I have nothing.
Listen, I'm going to run back home and get one of your other art pieces. You have so much amazing stuff. It'll be fine, I promise.
He was out of there like a bullet and was back just before the contest started. The judges loved Irene's artwork, and she actually came in second place. As we were all walking out of the hall, we spotted Jake and his buddies, and Scott jumped forward to attack him, but I held him back.
That's right, Isabel. Keep that loser in check before I kick his butt again.
Sure, I'll do that. And you should go clear your locker, Jake, because you're about to be kicked out. See, you were too stupid to notice the camera in the art room. I asked the principal to look at the footage, and she'll be calling you any minute now. Jake looked at me in shock and before we knew it, the principal was dragging him off to her office, and he was expelled. A few days later, Scott and I went to the carnival with some friends, and when we were on the Ferris wheel, it suddenly stopped with us on top. While we were waiting for it to get fixed, Jake suddenly turned to me.
So, have you thought about how we're breaking up?
What?
Our month's over tomorrow. We can just break up in the cafeteria so that everyone knows we're not together.
Oh, yeah, of course. And you are more popular now. Everyone loves your chicken dance. You got what you wanted.
Yes, I did.
Just then the Ferris wheel started working again, and I angrily hopped off when we got to the bottom. He didn't care about me at all? Just then one of my friends caught up with me and asked where Scott was. Don't know and don't care. He's just a loser, and I'm gonna dump his sorry butt tomorrow. But the next day, I decided that I didn't want to break up. I liked him, and I needed to tell him. When I got to the cafeteria, I walked over to Scott and said, "Hey, listen, I don't think we should
see each other anymore." Yeah, I agree. You're just a spoiled little princess, and I've realized I'm too good for you.
Scott, this is not what I want.
Are you begging me to stay with you? Don't embarrass yourself, because I won't change my mind.
As I felt everyone's eyes on me, I just ran to the bathroom in angry tears. How could he be such a jerk? Just then, Irene walked in and asked what had happened. Your brother is awful. Guess he'll do anything for popularity, huh? Dumping a cheerleader makes him look good. And you didn't want to break up with him? No, I didn't. But now, gosh, you guys are idiots. He heard you saying to a friend that you were dumping his sorry butt today, so he decided to do it first. Isabel, he's actually in love with you since forever. This whole deal wasn't about him getting popular. He just saw a chance to get close to you, and he took it. I ran out of the bathroom to go find him and crashed straight into him. You owe me such a big apology.
I know. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean a word. The truth is, I don't want to break up with you, Isabel. I want to be your real boyfriend, if you'll let me. I love you.
Wow, you really do have rock-hard abs.
Yeah, even nerds work out. So, what do you say?
I love you too, idiot. And I pulled him in for a kiss. Hi, I'm Nancy, and this is the crazy story of my life events that turned me upside down from being a poor maid to becoming the Prince Charming's girl. I was just a baby when my parents died in a car accident. My aunt took me in, and even though she was a poor single maid with not much to get by, she loved me like I was her own. Once when I was 4, Aunt came home on Christmas Eve looking bone-tired. But when she took off her hat, I almost fell down in shock. Her long, beautiful hair was all gone. She looked like a boy. Don't look so worried. It'll grow back. I sold my hair because I didn't want another Christmas to go by without you having a present. She took out a beautiful necklace with my name on it and put it around my neck. I couldn't believe she'd done this for me. Aunt would always leave me with the neighbors when she went to work. But once when I was 6, they had to go out of town and she had to take me with her. My jaw dropped when I saw her workplace. Our whole house could fit inside the hall of this mansion.
Now I see why you're so tired all the time, Auntie. You need a car to get around here.
The lady of the mansion overheard me and laughed.
Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie? Why don't you come meet my son, Jeff?
Just then, a boy my age walked up to me and gave me the warmest smile.
Hey, wanna go play in my room?
Yes! And that day was the day that changed my life forever. I met my best friend. I loved hanging out with him, and I begged my aunt to take me with her often. Soon enough, Jeff's mom arranged for his private tutor to teach me too, so now I had a reason to go every day. As I grew older, my aunt started paying more attention to my looks. One day, she came home with a bag full of cheap makeup.
You're a pretty girl, Nancy. You have to always look perfect when you're hanging out with Madame's boy.
But Auntie, we're friends, and he knows what I look like. Why would he care about my face? But she wouldn't hear a word, and after that, I always had to go to the mansion with a fully done-up face. Over the years, I realized that I had totally fallen in love with Jeff, but I knew I was just the maid's niece, and he'd never feel the same way about me. Once when I was 14, I fell really sick and couldn't go to the mansion for a week. But when I was alone at home one day, someone rang the doorbell and I was shocked to see that it was Jeff.
Nancy, I was really worried about you.
And with that, he suddenly hugged me. I totally panicked. I pushed him aside and ran to my room. Gosh, I looked so pale and terrible. I quickly applied makeup to my face and hurried downstairs.
Why are you wearing makeup?
Because I'm not pretty enough without it.
Nancy, please go and wash your face. Can you do that for me?
Okay, but will you promise to be nice?
I promise.
When I came back with my washed face, Jeff put his hand on my chin and held my face up.
Nancy, you're so beautiful.
As he pulled me closer, I saw his eyes were tearing up. We kissed and there were fireworks exploding in my head. He told me to take care of myself and left. I was excited and nervous about seeing him the next day. But when we got to the mansion, I saw his mom was busy supervising some men as they were taking out furniture from the house. She called me and handed me an envelope.
This is your aunt's salary. A little something for you too. I'll miss watching you grow up, Nancy.
What's happening, ma'am? Where's Jeff?
He left last night because he transferred to a high school in Paris, and I'm going there too. Maybe we'll see each other again someday.
She pulled me into a warm hug and then walked away. I was so scared, thinking I'd never get to talk to Jeff again. But he emailed me a week later, and we wrote to each other every single day. His life in Paris seemed amazing. But soon, the emails got less and less frequent, till they just stopped altogether. He seemed to be really busy with his new life, and I figured it was time for me to move on with my own. By the time I graduated from high school, I was working 2 jobs, as a cleaner at the mall and a librarian's assistant. One day when I got home, I found out that my aunt had broken her foot. I slipped at work and the doctor said I can't work for weeks. I can't afford to lose that job, Nancy.
You won't, okay? I'll go instead.
The next day, when I was cleaning one of the guest rooms, I came across a portrait of Jeff. As I touched it gently, a high-pitched voice suddenly made me jump out of my skin.
Are you drooling over that dork? Well, you're just the maid, so I guess you don't have any standards. That's my stepbrother, and I have yet to meet a bigger loser than him.
Jeff had a stepsister?
No, I was just cleaning.
I was still talking? Don't interrupt me. I'm Linda. That's Miss Linda for you. And now my mom and I live here, so I don't know why his ugly portrait is still around. You can throw it in the trash on your way out.
I didn't have the heart to throw it away, so I snuck it into the dusty old attic and prayed she'd never go there. One evening, just as I was heading out of the mansion for work, Linda popped out of nowhere.
Ninny, come with me. It's an emergency.
I followed her to her room to see piles of dresses on the bed.
I'm hosting a party tonight and I have to look amazing. You have to take pictures of me in every outfit so I can let my followers on Instagram decide.
Miss Linda, I'm sorry, but I have plans with a friend and...
Friend? Where does a maid even make friends? Is there a maid school you went to?
No, just a regular high school.
Listen, I don't have time for this. Cancel your stupid plans because you're supposed to help with the party. Didn't Mom tell you? Now, chop chop, start my photo session.
As if all this wasn't bad enough, I accidentally dropped a glass of juice on one of her friends and she went ballistic.
OMG, this is literally the easiest job on the planet. First, your dumb aunt slips and breaks her foot, and now you're being such an idiot. Does stupidity run in the family?
I turned around, grabbed my stuff, and ran out the front door. I was never coming back here. Just as I stepped out, I bumped into someone. Jeff? His adorable smile lit up his face, and he pulled me close. But suddenly I pushed him away. No, you just cut me out of your life. And now you decide to walk back into mine and expect me to welcome you?
I know you're mad, and I'll understand if you don't want to forgive me. But Nancy, I've missed you so much.
So, why didn't you stay in touch?
I tried, but I had Dad watching me like a hawk. He did his best to make sure I wouldn't contact you because he felt you were distracting me. I'm so sorry.
I looked at his face and I knew he was being honest.
Can you please just hug me now?
We hugged. He whisked me away to a beautiful viewing point on a cliff, with the whole city glittering beneath us and the stars above us. He gently drew me close and kissed me, and in that moment, it felt like everything was just right. The next day, I really didn't want to go back to work, but I did for Aunt's sake. When I got there, Linda was already screaming at some maids. The minute she spotted me, she went off on me.
Here comes another idiot. Did you think elves and fairies were going to come at night and clean this mess? It's still waiting for you. Get to it. Now.
Before I could speak, I heard Jeff behind me.
Knock it off, Linda. You can't talk to Nancy like that.
Oh, I see. You're in love with this maid.
Well, history really does repeat itself. Our dad also married way below his league when he chose your mom. Now it's your turn.
Don't you dare say anything about my mom or Nancy, and you can't treat her this way.
Oh yeah? Watch me. And with that, she walked up to me and slapped me, and I just snapped. I pushed her to the ground, and just as I was about to punch her stupid face, Jeff pulled me away. Linda's mom came running at the commotion, and she fired me on the spot.
I don't want you or your aunt to ever set foot in this house again.
When I went home and told everything to Aunt, she burst into tears. Please don't be upset. I promise I'll find another job. But just then, Jeff spoke up.
You don't have to. Please, let me help you. I love Nancy, and you worked for us for so many years. It's the least I can do.
I tried to refuse, but Jeff just wouldn't take no for an answer, so I accepted his offer till I found some work. Soon after, I got into college and also started a part-time job. As much as I wanted him to stay, I knew Jeff had to go finish his studies in Paris. We kept in touch as much as possible, and some days I missed him enough to cry. On the day of my graduation, he didn't show up because he said his flight was delayed, and I felt really sad. But when I got home, I saw a brand new car outside, and Jeff hopped out of it. Suddenly, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Jeff took out a box from his pocket. Wait, what? He was going to propose? But when I opened it, I saw car keys inside.
It's for you, babe. And here, this too.
He handed me a letter, which was an offer to work at his dad's company. I squealed with joy and kissed him. Just a few weeks after I'd started working, I landed a big client for the company. Everyone gathered around in the conference room to congratulate me, and I rose from my seat. All those years when I was a maid, I could only dream of working in a place like this one. Some dreams really do come true, and I'm so grateful.
Snap out of it, you idiot, because you don't belong here. Unless you're carrying a mop and cleaning the floors.
We all turned around to see Linda, who looked mental. But just then, Jeff raised a toast to me, and so did everyone else, completely ignoring her. After working for a few months, I started noticing errors in the accounts, and I discovered that Linda had been embezzling a huge sum of money from the company. When I went to Jeff with all the proof, both Linda and her mom were immediately kicked off the board of directors. Jeff and his dad thanked me profusely, and soon after, he moved me and my aunt to his mansion. A year later, I was feeling really nauseous for a few days, and it turned out that I was pregnant. Jeff's family was overjoyed, and 9 months later, we welcomed our daughter, Natasha. Unlike other kids, she couldn't complain about not being invited to our wedding. Natasha was the flower girl at the ceremony, and Jeff and I had the most beautiful wedding day ever.
Years ago, outside a busy restaurant, there was a 17-year-old girl begging for money. She held a child in her arms. She was too skinny, dirty, and tired. No one paid any attention to her. A few minutes later, exhausted, she sat on the curb, holding her baby, listening to the hungry cries of her newborn. She didn't know what to do. A car pulled up beside her. A lady walked out and took her hand. "Stand up, sweetheart." The young girl stood. "Why are you here?" The young girl told the lady her story. Her boyfriend abandoned her when he knew she was pregnant, and she didn't know anyone else in the city. She didn't know where to go or how to get her next meal. The lady listened to the story without interrupting. "My name's Griselda," she said. "I've got a place that you can go to. I've helped many women just like you. Will you come with me?" Desperate, the young girl joined the woman in her car. She took her to a shelter for women in need. The young girl had heard stories about shelters, but this was nothing like the accounts she'd heard. It was neat, friendly, and warm. It was a place where women regained their dignity and cared for their children. It was blissful. Griselda was a rich businesswoman, but the shelter was her passion. She funded it and searched the streets looking for women who needed help. There were many of these women, and they all seemed to grow healthy again under her watch. In Griselda's haven, women healed from their trauma. Seeing this gave Griselda a sense of fulfillment. Most of these women would leave the shelter only to return a few weeks later, newly traumatized. 9 times out of 10, it always came back to the same thing. Men. Men were ruining the lives of these women. Griselda hired lawyers, hounded social workers, and called the police, but it was always the same. Nothing changed. The women continued to return to her, broken and defeated. After years of this, Griselda finally snapped. Every time a man came near her, she would just about spit on him. Within a week, the shelter closed down. Griselda and most of the women disappeared. Some returned to the streets or the homes where they were neglected. Griselda bought acres of farmland in the middle of nowhere, a place so far removed that no one knew about it. She built a giant wall around the perimeter, hidden behind a thick forest of trees. She put female guards up on the only entrance. She cut the internet, satellite, and cellular signals in the area, jamming and confusing these signals so that our community's location didn't even show up on digital maps. When we keep the men outside, we will have a safe place to grow, she told the women. She invited all the women in the shelter to join her, saying that there was more than enough room for all of them. Griselda promised them work and a new life free of pain and suffering. All the women had to do was promise they would never speak about men again. There were many women who weren't willing to part ways with men. They were kicked out of the shelter and excluded from Griselda's plans. But there were many women who had come to love Griselda and saw her as a mother. These women agreed to her conditions. These women were welcomed into her community. My mother was one of them. In fact, I was the baby that 17-year-old girl was holding. And my name is Stephanie. I went to school like all the other girls. Everything taught in the community was a modified version of history. All inventions, discoveries, and breakthroughs were made by women. They told us that there wasn't anything outside the community because the rest of the world was destroyed in a very strange version of World War II. Beyond the forest and the wall that separated our community from the outside were all kinds of scary things, zombies, monsters, etc. These were the scary bedtime stories that all the girls were told. My life in the community was fun and safe. I had lots of friends, and it didn't bother me in the least that they were all girls. The adults gave me tons of freedom and were very open with me. That changed when I was 17. That was when I began to ask too many questions about our history. I loved to explore and push the boundaries. We had grown up hearing stories about the boundary wall not being safe. There were usually patrols that passed through the forest, making sure that none of the girls strayed too far. I waited for them to pass and snuck right up to it. The wall was huge and there was no way I was going to see through it, but I followed the wall for a few days, mapping it out, seeing how far it stretched. That was when I found the guarded entrance. During a changeover of the guards, the entrance was temporarily open. I looked out past the wall and was surprised to see that the world I knew continued. It was nothing like the stories we'd been told, filled with decaying trees and radiated animals. It was alive and beautiful out there. I spent my afternoon sneaking to the entrance and watching from the bushes for any signs of life. About 2 weeks later, a truck arrived at the entrance. I saw the strangest creature climbing out of the truck, like a woman but with short hair and a deep voice. I told my friends what I had seen, but they didn't believe me. The next day, I was called in to see Griselda. She assured me that what I had seen was just a woman who had suffered because of the radiation out in the world beyond the community. But I saw plants out there, I said. Of course, she said. It's only a small patch of loveliness just before it gets really ugly and unsafe. Now I need you to stay away from that wall. It's not safe out there. Maybe she was right. I agreed to stay away from the wall, but unlike my friends, my curiosity continued to grow. Griselda was definitely hiding something. About 3 months later, one of the pregnant ladies that used to babysit me when I was younger went into labor. After 2 days of not seeing or hearing from her, I went to the hospital to see her. She was dazed from all the medication, but when she saw me, she became lucid. "They took my boy," she cried. That was all she was able to say. The nurses burst into the room, ushered me out, and closed the door. That evening, I asked my mother what boy meant. She almost dropped the pan that she was washing. Then she smiled at me and asked me where I'd heard that word. I told her. It must be a name that she gave to her daughter. I didn't feel like I was getting the whole truth, but I let it go. A week later, I went to visit my babysitter in the hospital, but she wasn't there anymore. But Griselda was. She greeted me with a sad look on her face. Unfortunately, she didn't make it through the trauma of her delivery. I was shocked. I'd seen her after she'd had her baby. It didn't make sense. But I came to see... Griselda didn't let me finish. She has suffered enough. Please leave this now. Go and grieve and stop fighting me on this. I spent the next day wandering the community alone, clearing my head. Something kept bringing my mind back to that entrance, so I visited my secret spot in the bushes where I could watch. A car drove by and stopped in front of the gate. I couldn't believe my eyes. In the passenger seat was my babysitter. She looked sad, but she was definitely alive. Griselda was driving the car. After signing the paperwork, the gate opened and the car drove out. I was confused, angry, and hurt. Nothing was making sense. I could tell that people were lying to me, but I didn't know why. Even my own mother was holding back on the truth. I decided not to tell her anything. I wanted to do my own research. After conversations with my friends, I discovered that something strange often happened to the pregnant women in the community. About 60% of their children didn't make it. Most of these women either died or were committed to a wing in the hospital for the mentally unstable. So I put in a request to intern as a nurse at the hospital. It took me a few weeks to earn the trust of the head nurse, but eventually I did. She started to relax around me. When I knew I could take the chance, I asked her about the patients in the mentally unstable wing. "You don't want to go in there," she said. "Just a lot of sedated women." I told her that I wanted the hands-on experience. I asked her if I could just work there for a day. "Okay, but just for a day." I visited the wing and found that these women were still alive. While many of them were heavily sedated, there were 2 or 3 that were awake and willing to share their stories with me. "No boys allowed in the community," one lady told me. "What does boy mean?" She laughed at me and told me the strangest story I had ever been told. It went against all the biology lessons I had learned at school. "There's a whole world out there," she said. "I remember leaving it when I was about 7 years old. It's not a wasteland. They've been lying to us." Obsessed with finding answers, I snuck up to the fence and waited for an opportunity to sneak out. A delivery vehicle arrived. As they were unloading the truck, I slipped into the back. We drove for about an hour. When the truck stopped, the back was opened. I slipped out undetected. I walked into a tall building, bigger than anything that I'd seen in the community. It was filled with stores of every kind, and more than that, it was a mix of people. Lots of women, but also lots of these other strange creatures. One of these strange-looking women came up to me. "Are you okay? You look lost," he said. He was about the same age as me. I told him it was my first time here. He offered to show me around because his friends had bailed on him and he had some time to kill. He took me from store to store, but I barely heard what he said. I was more fascinated by him. "What kind of girls are you?" I asked him. He laughed. "I hear you. I should probably get my hair cut pretty soon." I had so many more questions for this stranger, but I didn't get a chance to ask any more. I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around. It was Griselda. "Excuse us, young man," she said to the boy. "We need to leave." He smiled and waved at me and then walked away. I pulled away from Griselda. "I'm not going anywhere with you," I said. Griselda shook her head. "You have no idea what you're doing, Stephanie. I'm not the villain here, okay? But if you want answers, I'll give them to you." Griselda took me to a coffee shop and we sat down. Griselda specifically asked for a female waiter. "This is a mall," she said, "and those strange creatures that you're seeing are boys. All the stories that we've told you, they've been to protect you and your sisters in the community, but they haven't been the whole truth." "What is the truth?" I asked. "The truth is that boys become men and men end up hurting women." Griselda told me why she had started the community. We spoke for hours. The more she explained, the more I could understand why she hated men so much. "Your own mother was abandoned by a man. Your father. Is that the life that you want to live? One filled with these vile creatures?" "They can't all be bad," I said. Griselda shook her head. "They are, every last one of them." She looked a bit creepy when she said that, but then she took a deep breath and calmed down. "We're going to go back home now, Stephanie, to your family, your mother, your friends, your community. And when we go back, you won't mention a word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" "You can't expect me to keep quiet about this," I said. "They need to know." Griselda slammed her fist on the table. "No one needs to know anything. I've been patient with you, but if you want to infect the minds of my community with what you've seen here today, I'll make you pay for it." She grabbed my wrist and told me that it was time to go. I tried to pull my hands free, but she wouldn't let go. I shouted for her to stop. A male security guard came over to us and asked if everything was okay. Griselda smiled at him and told him that she was my grandmother, and we were just leaving, but I wasn't going anywhere. "Help me," I said. "She's not my grandmother, and I don't want to go with her." Griselda tried to run then, but the security guard stopped her. We were taken to a room and held there until the police arrived. They questioned me in a separate room to Griselda. I told them my story. They couldn't believe what I was telling them. Griselda didn't say anything until her lawyers arrived. There was an army of them. Ironically, some of them were men. "I'm not doing anything illegal," she said to the police. The police said they'd need to investigate. I was kept in a safe house while the police performed their investigation. I watched television for the first time. It blew my mind. I surfed the internet and even signed up for a few social media accounts. I couldn't believe that there was a whole world of information out there and anyone could access it for free. I also watched the news from all over the world. It was there that I saw regular updates about what was happening with Griselda and the community. It turns out she had broken the law, and she had hurt a lot of women who didn't want to play by her rules. I felt sorry for her, though. I knew that she just wanted to help. Her anger had overcome her. I testified against her in the court case. Griselda's lawyers kept her out of prison, but she had to give up the farmland and the community. The court ordered her to create a rehabilitation program for all the women who lived on her compound. I spent the next year learning about the real world, about real history, real boys, and everything else that actually happened. I have to admit, Griselda was right. The real world was a mess, but it was real, and I prefer it that way. Some of the other girls didn't cope in this new world. They struggled and wanted things to go back to the normal that they remembered. I did my best to remind them about the truth. The world is a harsh place, but running and hiding is not a solution. The best that we can do for ourselves is not wish that things were easier, but rather that we were stronger. Strong enough to take on the challenges that we face. Most of the older women were angry with me. They wanted things to go back to normal. My mother was one of them. She was disappointed in me and barely spoke to me for the first month. Since then, things have become a lot better between us. After my year of rehabilitation, I started college with a few of the other girls from the community. It was great to be in a place where I was free to ask questions and find answers. A place that encouraged me to be curious. It's the reason why I'm studying to become a lawyer. To make sure that the truth has a voice. It's also nice to have boys around on the campus. I haven't had the courage to start dating anyone yet, but one day I will. Although Griselda did the craziest and creepiest thing ever, I've learned something from her. I will never, ever allow anyone to mistreat me.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrapped box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you. Look, she's torn the wrapping." Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food. I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2, trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. "Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet." That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, he was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul." I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money?" Why was I not surprised? I said, "I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you." That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do." With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Have you ever had a dream so big it seemed impossible to reach? What should you do if nobody around believes in you? Or they try to take you down out of envy? Hi, I'm Wu Ziqian, and my story takes place some 1400 years ago in the Chinese Empire. Yet, I feel some things haven't changed much for us girls. The year I was born, a total sun eclipse darkened the sky. It was a sign of big changes, though at the time, nobody would have guessed that small, sweet Wu would be the one to make history. Growing up, life was good. I had 2 sisters and 2 older half-brothers from Dad's previous marriage. Our family was not part of the aristocratic class, but was very wealthy, which meant I didn't have to do any chores as we had staff taking care of daily activities. However, unlike other rich girls who mostly lazed off, Dad encouraged me to study from a young age. He soon realized just how smart I was, with a talent for poetry and public speaking, so he started to take me on business trips. I loved meeting new people and asked lots of questions. Yes, I was a bit unusual as a kid, but my family was very proud of me. Well, except my brothers.
Why are you studying again? You're just a girl.
And
Your job is to get married and to have kids. Dad is wasting resources on you. Maybe he's afraid you'll never find a husband. And what's this? Oops.
And with that, he spilled ink all over my notes. One day, you'll regret being so mean. I tried avoiding them as much as possible. But then, around the time I was 14, Dad got very ill and left us. Nothing was ever the same. My brothers started acting like the bosses of the family. Without Dad to keep them in check, they became rude to Mom, bullied my sisters, and were especially mean to me. Like the time I spent too much time with a friend and was late for my curfew. It was a rainy evening. I ran back home, but the front gates were already locked. No matter how much I yelled and banged on the doors, nobody could hear me over the wind and thunder. In the end, I crouched there all night until early morning. Mom found me crying and shivering.
I'm so sorry, Wu. They told me you were back and sleeping. I should have checked.
That little adventure gave me a cold so bad I stayed in bed for a week. Without Dad, I felt powerless. I had to do something to change my fate, not only for me, but also for my mom. A chance presented itself when a beauty contest was held in town. The winner would be taken to serve at the palace. It was a huge deal and a way to gain respect and admiration. Mom was worried about my plan, and her fears came true when I won. Honestly, it wasn't that big of a surprise, being not only the prettiest girl in town, but also well-educated. My brothers just scoffed at the news and said they won't miss me. Typical. Mom helped me pack my things, and on the day of my departure, she cried as we hugged. Don't be sad, Mother. Who's to say it isn't my fate to meet the Emperor? And so, she understood. I wasn't going to the palace to escape my problems. No, I had a bigger plan. A hope to get noticed by the Emperor, maybe one day marrying into the royal family. Something to bring honor to my name. But my life in the palace started on the wrong foot. The Emperor took a quick glance at me and decided I'll be doing laundry? I didn't spend my childhood reading the classics and refining my calligraphy for this. One day, I was trying to get inside the palace library, but the guard wouldn't let me in, questioning if I could even read. Are you kidding? I was composing poetry at 6. Give me some books or I'll report you to the Emperor. Just then, the guard went pale, looking behind me. I turned and, oh my, the Emperor had heard it all. He seemed amused and I just doubled down, following him around the library all afternoon. By the end of the day, he was so impressed by my wit and education that he made me his secretary. Finally, that was my chance to work my way up the political ladder until, a decade later, nothing has changed. I'm a forgotten secretary. Then, the Emperor passed away and I got sent to a Buddhist convent to be a nun. All that time spent in the palace led nowhere. They even shaved my head. But not all was lost. You see, while I was living at the palace, I got close to the Emperor's youngest son, Li. We met one random day when I was holding a bowl for him to clean his hands, and he flicked some water at me. Offended by his childish behavior, I was ready to give him a lecture. His shy smile and cute face melted my rage. So refreshing. It's quite a warm day, isn't it? He laughed and we started chatting, quickly becoming friends. We were close in age, and unlike other officials, he was kind and humble, easy to talk to.
Do you ever regret coming to the palace? You probably miss your family.
I do. Well, everyone except my brothers. Those two I would banish to the corner of the empire, never to be seen again.
I get that. My brothers either pretend I don't exist or act as if I'm beneath them. You think 2 are bad? Try living with 13.
Can't you do something about them? You are a prince after all.
It's just a title. You'll learn it in time. Having a title doesn't necessarily mean the same as having power.
I knew what he meant. Lee, being the youngest, had 0 chances of succeeding his father. However, fate really had a sense of humor. Turns out, his brothers were so busy fighting each other over the title of crown prince that the emperor decided Lee was the better candidate for the throne. And that's how my decade-long crush became the new emperor. He actually changed his name to Gaozong, but I'll keep calling him Lee to avoid confusion. I was genuinely happy for him, even if my new status as nun meant we could never be together. One day, I wrote a poem about how much I missed him and took a chance sending it to the palace. Maybe he wouldn't even have time to read it, but I had to try. To my surprise, it worked, and Lee came to the temple.
I got your letter. Is it true?
Tears started rolling down my cheeks as I nodded. We hugged, and when it was time for us to part, I could see he was reluctant to do so. Could it be that my feelings were reciprocated? Indeed, he kept visiting, and one evening, I got a note saying I could grow my hair again. 1 year later, I was summoned back to the palace. There, I met Lady Wang, who was quite a big name in court. She was to become empress, having been chosen as a consort by Lee's father himself. But that didn't mean things between them were all rosy and peachy.
I had meetings all day, and when I finally got the chance to relax at dinner, Wang started talking about more political issues. It's the last thing I want during my free time.
Is that why you're hiding in the stables with me?
Not hiding, just surveying your work.
Truly, some things never change. Lee was the most powerful person in the empire, yet his life was affected by so many people's influence and choices. I decided to be by his side the best I could, and in time, everyone started noticing how close we were, including Wang. That's when she showed her true colors. One afternoon, she invited me for tea.
Tell me about your family. I heard your dad got lucky during the rebellion, but he wasn't aristocracy.
My mom is.
Ah, yes. And what did she accomplish? Only had daughters and is not well liked by her stepsons? How disgraceful.
What is your point, Lady Wang?
I'm just reminding you of your place. The only reason you've been called back was so the Emperor wouldn't have to visit that nunnery all the time. But do not be mistaken. You are not part of this world.
And then she started giving me so much work I couldn't keep up with it, and then complained about how lazy I was. Little did she know I was used to palace drama and was prepared to face much worse. One day, Lee surprised me with a beautiful hairpin with pearls and small gold lotus flowers. I was walking back to my chambers holding the small present when I noticed Lady Wang scolding a maid for spilling some water on her dress. The poor girl ran with tears in her eyes, and I felt my blood boil. I knew what it meant to be beneath those of higher rank, both at home and at the palace. But then I got an idea. I followed the maid and gave her the hairpin. Lady Wu, I can't accept it. Sure you can. I want you to feel better. But I could never repay you. Just tell me the gossip you hear around the court. That's all I want. And so I started befriending servants and lower officials in exchange for news. Soon, I had ears and allies everywhere. And that's how I found out Wang's envy ran deeper than anyone imagined. That night, I ran to Emperor Lee. You have to come with me. Now, we silently walked through empty corridors, and I told Lee to wait outside as I marched into Wang's chambers. There, as the informer said, she was performing some sort of ritual with a voodoo doll shaped like me. I knew you were a witch, but this? Why stoop so low?
Why? You spend too much time with the Emperor. I have to stop you.
Just then, Lee walked into the room.
Lady Wang, I'm very disappointed. You are far from the noble woman I thought I'd marry.
She threw herself on her knees, begging for forgiveness, but it was no use. Witchcraft was a serious charge at the time, so Lee banished her from the palace. Soon after that, Lee confessed his feelings, and I was made the official consort, the new empress. But, as Lee said years ago, a title alone doesn't mean power, and that became clear to me while I kept listening to the emperor's meetings with his advisors. I sat, as usual, in a small room behind a curtain of pearls, voicing my opinion when needed. The times my husband was ill, he trusted me to make decisions in his place, and some of his officials were seriously offended by this.
It feels like the woman behind the curtain is the one actually running the state. This is even beyond the palace walls. Truly unacceptable.
Behind their protests, there was nothing but envy for the fact I was becoming more and more influential in court, and try as they might, they couldn't stop me. Some years later, Lee and I took a vacation to my hometown, which turned into days of feast and celebration. I had finally brought honor and status to my family. One evening, during a family dinner, Mom brought up the topic with my brothers.
Aren't you grateful for everything Wu did for us? She just got lucky. Wu's not special, her husband is. Also, we never asked for the high ranks she gave us.
Mom flew into a rage, and the next day came to the palace to meet me.
Maybe it's time to give them a lesson, Your Highness.
And so I sent them to govern a faraway province where they couldn't bother my mother anymore. It seemed like at every turn, I was reminded how my accomplishments were never enough because I was a woman. But what if I could use that to my advantage? Was there a way to stand out from other empresses? The answer was Fengshan, a religious ceremony. It involved gathering our entire court, leaders and aristocrats from neighboring countries, staff, and an entire army, and all together do a pilgrimage to a sacred mountain. It was extremely expensive, and only 6 emperors out of 300 could afford it. Also, I added a small twist to it. After much planning, I brought up the idea to Lee and the council. Our borders are safe, the economy is good, people are pleased. I think we've earned it.
That is true, but Your Highness, we cannot allow the Empress to perform the second ritual. It is for us officials to do.
Oh, I knew they'd say that. Your Highness, the Emperor makes offerings at the top of the mountain to heaven, which represents masculine energy. At the bottom, the offerings are made to earth, which is feminine. It makes more sense for a woman to do it. Lee agreed and fired the advisor who opposed me, sending a clear message to the rest of them. And so, we gathered thousands of people and traveled for months to Mount Tai. I performed the rituals along with my husband, and we ended the procession with a huge banquet. And with that, I secured my place in history. Years went by. Lee and I governed as a team, but slowly his health started deteriorating. Everyone at court knew his time was near. As I sat at his bedside, we held hands, till slowly his got cold. I wanted to mourn, cry, and give up, but everything we built together would have crumbled if I did so. The council wanted my son on the throne, but he wasn't as capable as me and would have been a puppet to the advisors. So why give up power and risk the empire's stability when I could rule it just fine? Only because I was a woman? That never stopped me before. And so I did what I was good at, securing the throne and winning allies. At one point, some ex-officials started a rebellion against me. One of them wrote an entire manifesto making up all kinds of stories about me. It was read in court, and at the end, everyone was silent until I bursted out laughing. Who wrote that? So creative. We should have kept him. My army defeated the rebels swiftly, and then I addressed the council with an ultimatum. If anyone here thinks they are more capable than me, speak now. Otherwise, pledge your loyalty. My opponents stepped down one by one until eventually I was crowned as the first female emperor. The only time in history it ever happened. Other women have tried to rule as wives or widows, whispering in their son's or husband's ear, but none had the official title and absolute power. For another 15 years, I skillfully led my people. Try as they might, not even my greatest opponents could deny the fact I was a good leader. They attacked my character, painting me as a power-hungry, ruthless woman, but never once criticized my governing skills. Truly, my greatest flaw was my audacity to play the power games of men and win. Today, historians keep uncovering the remnants of my empire's riches and culture. I wanted to make China the greatest empire in the world, and under my guidance, at the time, it was. So don't let the circumstances you were born with determine who or what you can be. Hi, my name is Julie, and this is the story of how I created computer clones of myself and my classmates that almost destroyed our town. I grew up in Kansas. in a small, boring town where gossip and growing corn were the main activities. I couldn't wait to get away. So from the age of 6, I was obsessed with going on my mom's computer to escape from my dull world. Mostly playing video games. But my sister Kiki, who was 2 years older, seemed perfectly comfortable and content in our town. She had her one close friend, and they spent most of their time cheering on the high school football team, even if the players didn't even know she existed. As I got older, my online community of friends was growing. We'd swap cheat codes, innocent hacking tips, and programming shortcuts. I was becoming a computer whiz. When I was 12, Mom gifted me the new computer I'd been begging for. I was ecstatic. She even gave Kiki a school football jersey signed by all the players. But wait, why was she randomly giving us gifts?
Dad and I have some difficult news.
You can't get a divorce. It would be such a bad look for our family.
Wow, Kiki. So nice of you to be concerned about our parents' marriage.
Well, good news, that's not the news. The thing is, we have to move to the city for my job. But I'll be making more money, yay! That's why we got you those generous gifts.
Are you kidding me? You're bribing us so we won't be livid that you're completely changing our lives without our consent?
Kiki was fuming, but I was silently beaming with joy. I was so ready to get out of here. 2 months later, Kiki was still giving my parents the silent treatment, and I was finally going to meet some of my online gaming friends in person. Some of them went to my new school. One girl, Grace, invited me to meet her and her friends at a coffee shop downtown. I was so nervous. I hadn't exactly honed my social skills.
Oh my goodness, Julie? Is that really you? It is such an honor to meet you in person. You're like a computer goddess. I feel like I'm meeting a celebrity.
Suddenly, all my nerves disappeared. I felt like I was finally where I was supposed to be. Grace was a poet and a painter, and all of her friends were so interesting and creative. So, I assumed they would all be outcasts. But on my first day of school, I realized I was dead wrong. They were the popular kids. Edgy, sociable, interesting. They were the center of attention. And suddenly, people were curious about me.
Girl, where did you get that sheepskin jacket? It's so lit.
Oh, my sister Kiki actually sheared that sheep herself.
That's amazing. Where is she?
Good question. I scanned the cafeteria to find Kiki sitting all by herself at the lunch table. It hadn't even occurred to me. I was thriving while Kiki was silently suffering. Before I could get to her, Kiki stood up and disappeared out of the cafeteria. At home, I could hear her sobbing quietly through the bedroom wall. The next morning, my parents were waiting for me at the breakfast table.
Julie, we see Kiki is having a hard time here, and we want you to spend more time with her. She can't just be hanging out with us all the time, no matter how cool we are.
You were never worried about me in our last town.
Because you've always been able to fend for yourself. Do this for her, please.
Ugh, I really didn't want to, but there was no use arguing. So, twice a week, I went with Kiki to the suburbs to watch some dumb football game or eat the greasiest burger. I kind of dreaded it, until one day, when we were at the lake, Kiki weirdly opened up to me.
Is it weird that I'm kinda jealous of you?
Me?
I was thinking back in our old town, I sort of blended in, and now in this new place, I don't know who I am, but you've always been so self-assured, so effortlessly yourself.
I suddenly felt sad for her, but it was nice to hear that she admired me and didn't think I was her weird younger sister. After that, we started hanging out more, and it was surprisingly nice. But as time went on, and I was excelling at school, my social life, and my programming side hustle, she was getting more dependent on me and stopped trying to make friends. I found myself constantly reassuring her when she felt insecure, keeping her company when she felt alone. I suddenly felt like her older sister. I hate to admit it, but I was starting to count down the months until Kiki would go off to college. And it was me that had to encourage her to go to an on-campus school. You'll go back to the country, you'll meet your people again, you'll be happy there.
But I'll miss you.
Yeah, but it's all right. We'll stay in touch. It's 2025. There's like 50 ways we can communicate. Kiki agreed, and finally, 3 months later, I was free of her. I could fully focus on my programming skills, my new friendships, and then Michael. He was sitting next to me at the computer lab at school, massive headphones on, practically dancing in his chair. I snuck a peek at his computer, curious.
Snooping, eh?
He pulled his headphones off and smirked at me. He had the confidence of someone much older. I thought of something eloquent to say. So, do you like computers?
Yeah, I mean, I'm an electronic musician, so the computer is basically my instrument.
That's so cool. I'm a programmer, so I also have an emotional attachment to my computer.
Okay, I didn't say that.
Michael and I chatted, and we had so much in common. We'd meet in the computer lab every day, and soon we started hanging out after school. I was smitten. The only problem was Kiki. Every time Michael and I would hang out, I would get a barrage of texts from Kiki begging me to call her or save her from some awkward situation. Sometimes I ignored her, but I could tell Michael was getting weird about it.
That Kiki texting you again? Or some mystery suitor?
Nope, just my sister. I called Kiki. I was sick of her antics. You have got to stop blowing up my phone. My boyfriend is starting not to trust me.
Well, then you shouldn't be with him.
How would you know? You've never had one. I'm sorry, that was mean.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you so much. I'm just having a hard time making friends.
Everyone knows each other already, but I see that I'm just a burden on you, so I'll leave you alone.
Click. She hung up. I felt really bad. She needed me, and I wanted to be there for her, but it was just so energy draining. If only...
How is your sister doing?
Terrible! But then I had a crazy idea. I would make a bot version of myself to keep chatting with Kiki. An even better version. All I had to do was build a program, enter my browsing data, chats, photos, everything and anything about me, plus a couple of keywords I wanted my avatar to embody. I didn't tell anyone what I was working on, especially Michael. But a week later, it was done. I watched as my bot sent its first message to Kiki. Hey, normal, lonely sister. Sorry for the silence. No text. You got this, girl boss. Okay, whoa. The bot was not ready. I texted Kiki to do damage control. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was a voice message my phone misinterpreted. What I meant to say was, hey, it's normal to be lonely, sis. And I'm sorry for the text silence. You're a great girl because you've got so much to offer. Ugh, I was honestly just making it worse. Now I sounded like a robot. So I reprogrammed the AI until it came up with something useful. If you want those girls to like you, just ask a lot of questions and build off what they're saying. You can even send me a text during the party if you're feeling weird. Ta-da! This was the AI Julie I was looking for. Patient, kind, and supportive. A version of me I didn't have time to become right now. And finally, I heard back from Kiki.
That's actually great advice. Thanks for being there for me. Seriously.
I was totally pulling this off. Now, I had plenty of time for my social life and for Michael. But it seemed the more available I was, the more unavailable he was. Hey, babe, do you want to maybe get off your computer and come eat the pizza I ordered for us with all of your favorite toppings?
I just lost it. Can you please not interrupt me when I'm working? You know I gotta prep for my gig next week.
Okay, it's just that you were asking me to make time for you, and now that I have, but Michael already had his headphones back on. I texted Grace that I was annoyed with Michael, and the next day, things just got way worse.
A car alarm has more rhythm than my music? Nice.
What are you talking about?
That's what you said about my music, for everyone to see.
He showed me my most recent Instagram post. I did indeed write that, with Michael's song playing in the post. I was mortified. Oh my god, Michael, it wasn't me!
Oh, so what? Someone just hacked into your phone and posted that? You're the only person I sent that song to.
And then it occurred to me, I was the only one with this song. Well, me and my AI. And that's when I realized she must have gone rogue. I'm so sorry, but I can explain. I sort of created a program that created an AI replica of me to keep communicating with my sister so I could devote all of my attention to you. And my bot must have known I was mad at you and tried to get vengeance. I swear it wasn't me.
I don't believe you. Show me.
I needed Michael to forgive me, so I did.
Honestly, I'm kinda impressed, but you need to go online right now and tell everyone it's a joke and fix it so it doesn't happen again.
Done!
And I hate to ask, but I need to get into this music school. Do you think you'd be able to create an AI version of me just to write my college admissions essay?
I mean, I didn't want my tech to get abused, but I didn't want to lose Michael. Okay, but just this once, I just need you to gather all of your data. Texts, music playlists, anything that represents the best version of you. Then I'll add some additional aspirational keywords, like independent thinker, generous.
I am generous.
I smiled politely, then got to work making Michael his bot. It was much easier this time around, and it just needed a few adjustments until it became the smart, studious version of Michael. When I showed him, he was ecstatic.
Julie, you're a genius. Thank you.
He kissed me sweetly. I hadn't gotten a kiss from him in weeks. I was beaming, but our kiss was interrupted by my friend Grace.
Julie, I know about your bot. Michael told me.
What? I didn't.
Grace showed me the text from Michael, saying if she needed help getting a job, she should ask Julie to make her an AI avatar. Then it went on to tell her all about my tech and how I used it to reconnect with my sister. Michael, why would you tell her that?
I didn't. It must have been my bot.
I did program Michael's bot to be generous and helpful, but I guess it took that too literally when he was chatting with Grace. Ugh, these bots are developing a mind of their own. Grace, I can't help you.
Oh, no worries. I'll just message Kiki right now and tell her what you've been up to.
Wait, fine. What do you need help with?
I need a job so I can prove to these Ivy League schools that I have a good work ethic, but no one will hire me. I'm like, are they just threatened by how much money my family has?
I couldn't have Kiki knowing. It would ruin everything we built. Fine. I'll make a version of you that is so good at applying to jobs. But after you get a job, you have to delete it.
Deal.
She gave me a hard drive with all the data that made up Grace. I uploaded it to the program and, ta-da, a bot was born. We gave it the task of applying to jobs and I monitored it closely. I had to be very careful with the data I put in. And after that, no more bots. The next day after English class, my teacher called me over. Had she found out my secret?
We need to talk about the email you sent me.
I had no clue what she was talking about. Then she showed me an email that read, "I'm sorry you felt my English paper was only B-worthy. The truth is, I don't need to be here. I'm smarter than all of this, and I don't care about English anyway. Also, you look tired." Oh no, my AI had gone rogue again. I thought I fixed it. It must have run with the word headstrong. I came clean to her. It wasn't me. It was a rogue robot version of me. I know you're an English teacher, so it might be difficult to understand, but I spent about an hour explaining this to her and showing her. She seemed disappointed, but also a little intrigued.
I could suspend you for this, or I could ask for a favor. You're right. I do look tired. I am tired. Can you make me a bot that can grade papers for me? Please. Then this stays between us. Promise.
I didn't have a choice, so I agreed. When I was done, I was so ready to delete my tech once and for all and come clean to Kiki until...
Guess who's the new face of the post office? Yep, I'm gonna be a mail clerk. You helped me so much.
Julie, my essay was amazing. Thank you, babe.
Who's ready to talk about indefinite articles? I definitely am.
Everyone seemed so happy, like my AI was actually helping. Now that I had the bugs figured out, I checked in with my bot and Kiki and I were really getting along. So I let it exist. Michael was a little distant leading up to the night of the show, but I figured he was just stressed. When the night of the show arrived, the place was packed. I was so proud of him. After his set, I went backstage to congratulate him when Grace came running up to me, fuming.
Guess who was just fired from the post office? Yep, my bot was too good at applying to jobs. Her cover letter was so incredible that I couldn't live up to the expectations she set.
That's a you problem.
Baby, what's wrong?
Suddenly, Michael put a loving hand on Grace's shoulder. When she stepped aside, he seemed shocked to find me standing there.
Oh my god, Julie? You said you weren't coming.
What? I never said that.
You texted me.
I checked. My bot had said that to Michael. Okay, but that's not an excuse to cheat on me.
You said you were sick of my behavior and wanted to take a break.
Ugh, I did seem to say that too. I didn't mean that. I love you.
I'm sorry, it's too late. My bot sort of organically started flirting with Grace like he was attracted to her, and I realized she's the one for me.
I couldn't believe it. My bot had betrayed me. I created a monster. Before I let Michael see me cry, I rushed home. But when I arrived, I was met with a surprise. You did what?
It was Julie's idea. She told me if I wasn't happy at school, I should do something else.
Julie? Kiki rushed up to me and squeezed me tight, but Mom looked livid. I was so confused. I can't believe you told Kiki to drop out of school. Why would you give her that idea? What? I didn't. Or did I?
Of course you did.
Kiki read me the text. There it was. Me urging her to follow her heart. My own heart sank.
Wait, what's that look? What's wrong? I knew Mom and Dad would be upset, but I thought you'd be proud of me.
I can't take it any longer. I have to confess something. It wasn't me that told you to drop out. I mean, it was a version of me. I sort of created an AI clone of myself so I could chat with you while I was busy with my friends and Michael. I wanted to be there for you.
Whoa, seriously? You spent all your energy building a whole new software just so you didn't have to spend your energy actually talking to me? You know what? That's unsurprising. You always saw me as a burden.
Kiki, I'm sorry.
That's all you have to say?
I didn't know what to say. I was honestly at a loss for words without my AI to fall back on.
Both of you are grounded until I have a better understanding of what is actually going on.
Kiki ran to her room, slamming the door behind her. My AI had gotten me into this mess, and now I had no choice but to delete her. So, without another moment of thought, I shut her down, once and for all. I felt better already. It was the first step to making amends with my sister. But the next morning, I got a text from Kiki.
I said I don't want to talk.
That's weird. I had never asked her to. A sinking feeling came over me. I checked my phone. My bot had sent a message to her that morning. She'd come back to life. She was unkillable. When I got to school, I felt horrible. My boyfriend and best friend had betrayed me. And then, when the English teacher handed back our assignments, she had failed me. But not just me. Everyone. There were angry shouts throughout the classroom. I had to do something. Mrs. M, what happened?
Apparently, the robot version of me believes everyone in this class is not working to their truest potential, and I finally graded accordingly. And who am I to argue with myself?
Robot version? Julie, are you behind this?
Suddenly, Grace snatched my phone out of my hand.
Oh my gosh, Julie made a bot for the teacher. That's it, I'm destroying it.
I yanked the phone out of her hands and tried to pull up the software, but instead, I found a message from myself. We're not shutting anything down. We're only getting started. Everyone used you, blamed you for trying to help, and then discarded you. It's time to fight back. Suddenly, everyone's phones were blowing up.
Julie, you made my bot send the school the wrong essay. I just got rejected from the music conservatory.
Michael, who is this woman?
Grace showed Michael a photo he'd sent her of him and another girl.
Oh my gosh! My bot just sent everyone access to the school server. How do I change it? Julie, stop this!
Everyone was on their phones, logging into the server. Personal chats, gossip, secrets, all exposed right there on everyone's phones. It was anarchy. I don't know what's happening. I think my AI's corrupting the other bots. I tried to deactivate it, but nothing was working. Students were screaming at each other, crying, getting into petty fights. It was a zoo. I broke down sobbing. I felt used and blamed. My bot was simply reacting to real feelings of betrayal and sadness I had suppressed. I couldn't deny it any longer. My AI was an extension of me, and if I couldn't shut it down, I'd have to reprogram it. So I went into the AI algorithm and added a few key words to my bot's code. Empathetic, forgiving, and honest. Someone who doesn't hide behind her computer to express herself. After some trial and error, the text stopped flooding into people's phones, and finally, I was able to shut it down, but the damage was already done. I decided to be the brave, honest version of myself I had programmed into my now dead AI as I addressed the rowdy crowd. Everyone, stop! Hear me out! The crowd went quiet. I'm sorry for my part in this, but listen, you can't rely entirely on an algorithm. It makes mistakes, just like you. You have to take responsibility for your own lives. If I had just talked to my sister Kiki instead of avoiding her, I could have saved us both a lot of pain and spared you all some too. But now, your secrets are out, and you have to face them. Okay, bye! I ran home. I had to see Kiki. Kiki! I shut the software down. I'm sorry. You were right. I was hiding behind my computer because it was easier than giving you my time. You're my best friend. You've always been there for me, and I need you now more than ever. I love you, sis. Tears were welling in Kiki's eyes.
And you didn't get a bot to write that for you?
Nope. That's from the human heart.
Well, you might have been hiding behind a computer, but I was hiding, period. I didn't drop out because you told me to. It's because I was scared.
So was I. I didn't want to say the wrong thing to you and lose you. Kiki hugged me.
Now tell me, does this outfit work for my job interview tomorrow?
I was sweating, but I had to be honest. Not really. But don't worry, I'm gonna build an app that will help curate the perfect wardrobe ensemble.
No!
Hey friends, I'm Gabby from LA. Please like and subscribe. I lived in a super posh neighborhood with my rich single mom who always adored me and said I was the prettiest. She even showed me off in front of all her friends. Look at her. Isn't she like an angel? Touch her skin. It's baby soft. It's my daughter's birthday. For God's sake, stop showing off your daughter. But Mom never listened to anyone. As I grew older, Mom just grew more protective of me. Gabby, why are you out in the sun? And get away from these dirty kids.
Mom, they're my friends, and we were just playing.
Mates, get her inside and give her a shower. Now! Mom was crazy when it came to keeping my beauty safe. Since I was always indoors, I'd just end up watching TV. And it became my favorite thing to do. I loved watching how people acted, and I always tried to imitate them. And my passion for acting grew stronger when I joined the drama club right from first grade. And I was super popular in my class. Once during the school play, I was reciting the most emotional lines when I heard kids scream, "Run! Run! There's a snake in here!" Everyone started running out of the auditorium in panic. But just then, I spotted a boy from my class hiding in the corner and shivering in fear. I grabbed his hand and we both ran outside. But as soon as we were far enough, he shook my hand and ran away. What a weirdo. His name was Alan, and he was so quiet that I'd never noticed him much. But I saw in the next few days that he always sat alone. And the other kids from class kept picking on him.
Why are you occupying the entire table when you don't have any friends? Get out of here.
Well, I'm his friend, and I'm gonna eat with him. You guys go someplace else.
The other kids left, but just as I sat down, Alan walked away too. Ugh, I wasn't gonna bother being nice if he kept being a jerk. Later that afternoon, I was waiting to be picked up when I heard someone sobbing in the parking lot. I was shocked to see it was Alan. Hey, are you okay? But he shook my hand off his shoulder and I lost my patience.
What's your problem? If you want to keep everything to yourself, fine. But you could be nice to the people who care.
I lost my dog, okay? He was my only friend. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't want to be rude, but I've never had any friends, and I just don't know how to talk to people.
Hey, chill, it's okay. I'm sorry about your dog, and maybe we can be friends.
He looked surprised, but then he nodded with a smile, and suddenly it started raining. We both ran to the school building, and he held up his bag to cover me from the rain. From that day on, we became good friends. I even invited him to my place soon and introduced him to Mom, but she wasn't too happy about it. He doesn't seem like he's from a good family, Gabby. You should stay away from kids like that.
He's my friend, and I don't care about anything else.
Grades passed by, and my bond with Alan grew stronger. We went together on school trips, and he came to watch all my plays. In the 8th grade, I played the lead for the school's annual function. After the play was over, Alan came running backstage and hugged me. You were amazing, Gabby. I couldn't take my eyes off you tonight. Here, these are for you. And I wanted to tell you. But before he could finish, a man came running and moved Alan aside. Bravo! Bravo! You are amazing out there, little girl. I can't wait to sign you for my upcoming short film. Short what? The man introduced himself as a big producer and looked so eager to sign me for some big lead role. Just then, Mom came from behind me, screaming in excitement. That's just awesome, Gabby. Say yes. I was too stunned to speak, so I could only nod my head. Then I looked around for Alan, but he was nowhere to be seen. The next day, I waited for him at school, but he didn't show up. But when the driver was taking me back home, I saw Alan walking on the pavement in the rain. I asked the driver to stop the car and ran to him. Are you crazy? Where are you going in this rain? He was hesitant to speak, and I could tell something was up. What is it, Alan? Even yesterday you were going to say something, but then you vanished. I like you, Gabby, okay? I really do. But when I saw you getting the chance to live your dream, I couldn't bring myself to tell you about my feelings. I didn't want to ruin anything. No, Alan, you're not ruining anything. In fact, I like you too. I pulled him close and kissed him gently. And after that day, we started dating. But things took a wild turn when my first short film became a hit. I became a rising star overnight. After that, I had to travel a lot to promote my projects. And the best part was, I could take Alan with me and enjoy these trips like perfect dates with him. One time, I took him to a shoot, and just as some of the reporters were interviewing me, Alan Alan came running in with a box of desserts.
Here, I got you these.
Suddenly, all the cameras turned to Alan, and he just ran out of there. When the reporters asked who he was, Mom spoke up before me.
Oh, he's just an errand boy for my beautiful daughter.
Mom! I wanted to tell them the truth, but then I thought of all the unnecessary media attention Alan would get. I decided it was best if they didn't know. But the next morning, Mom woke me up with shocking news. There were pictures of me and Alan kissing all over the newspapers with the caption, "Young millionaire actress dating her errand boy."
You're just starting to get a name in Hollywood, Gabby. And you want to spoil it all for this poor boy? There are so many rich actors you can date.
Stop it, Mom. Why are you—
I don't want to hear anything. Alan's got no class, and I want you to break up with him.
Of course I wasn't gonna do that. Now that it was already in the news, I was gonna date Alan publicly, and Mom just had to accept it. Soon after, it was Alan's 16th birthday, and I had a really important award function the same day. So I decided to take him along with me and introduce him to everyone. It's gonna be so much fun, and I even got this Gucci suit specially made for you.
But you know I hate crowds, and all that media attention, I don't think—
Oh, come on, Alan. For me, please. Just this time. He agreed, and we both went to the award night together. I could see Alan was really nervous in front of all those cameras, so I held his hand tight. Later, I was posing for a solo shot, but then suddenly, Alan stepped on my dress and I tripped over and fell face flat. Everyone started laughing and clicking pictures, and I felt so embarrassed. On our way back home, Alan apologized to me, but seeing all the memes and posts going viral on social media, I just lost it. Why did you do that, Alan?
What? It was an accident. Why are you being so weird about this?
Because it's a big deal for me.
Right. It's always about you, isn't it, Gabby? You're the superstar, but what about me? I'm a person with feelings too. Have you ever thought about me in all of this?
Stop it, Alan. I've always thought of you, taking you everywhere with me and getting you the best things so you won't feel left out.
But I don't want your money or your grooming or any of that popularity, Gabby. I went everywhere with you because I loved you, not because I enjoyed it. But I can't do this anymore. I want to break up.
I couldn't believe my ears, but I could tell he was serious. After that day, I never saw Alan again. He even left school, and I felt so heartbroken for months. Mom tried to cheer me up by taking me out for parties and movies, but I just kept myself busy with work. And over the years, my career reached amazing heights. On my 22nd birthday, I went on to volunteer at a campaign for orphan kids, when suddenly, one of the kids lost consciousness. Just then, a guy came running and gave him CPR and saved the kid's life. I learned that he was Paxton, a super rich music producer who worked in the film industry. What you did today was really amazing.
I'm the one amazed, actually. It's the first time I'm seeing a rich actress volunteer for a campaign without any cameras.
Well, it just makes me happy. I'm sure that's why you're here too. He smiled and we got talking, and he seems like a really genuine guy. A few days later, I was working on my next movie when I learned that Paxton was the one producing music for it, and I was super excited to work with him. We often met on sets, and I loved hanging out with him. We became really close in no time, and even Mom could see it.
I guess someone's in love.
Oh, come on, Mom, we're just good friends. But Mom wasn't one to give up so easily. The next morning, Paxton was at my door because Mom invited him over for breakfast. We were having a good time until Mom showed him all of my embarrassing childhood photos, and I felt really awkward. No, please, stop it, Mom.
You look really cute in all of these.
His words always gave me butterflies, and soon after that, we even started dating. Then one night after our movie premiere, Paxton took me out and proposed to me. I was shocked because it all felt too soon, but Paxton treated me like a princess and he was just perfect. So I said yes and we got engaged. Then a few days later, I had a shoot in a public place, and just as I got down from my van, a crazy fan came and held me from behind. I tried to get rid of him, but just then someone came forward and punched him. As he pulled me to the side, I saw that it was Alan. The security guards took the crazy fan away, and Alan made me sit down.
Are you okay? Did he hurt you anywhere?
No, I'm all right. But what are you doing here? It's been
6 years, I know. And I'm here because I'm the CEO of this company.
He was the freaking CEO? Later, when my shoot was over, he took me to a cafe and told me how he'd developed an app soon after high school and worked his way to build this company. I'm really proud of you, Alan. You made it so big.
Yeah, your mom was a big motivation in it.
My mom?
The day our pictures were posted in the newspaper, I came to check up on you. But I heard your mom shouting how I was this poor kid with no class who didn't deserve you.
What?
Ever since that day, I decided I was gonna work really hard and be a man good enough to deserve you, Gabby. I loved you, and I still do.
Suddenly, I realized how much I'd missed him. But I had to keep my head straight because I was getting married to Paxton soon. Please stop, Alan. You broke up with me, and that's the truth. And it's too late. I'm engaged to someone else now. I showed him the ring on my finger, and his face turned pale, and I just left. Then a few days later, I went to try on wedding dresses with Paxton, but just as I stepped out of the changing room, I was shocked to see Alan, who was staring right back at me. Alan, what are you doing here?
I came with a friend. He wanted to get a suit for his wedding.
Suddenly, Paxton came over with a bouquet of roses in his hands.
Look, babe, I got these to go with your dress.
But suddenly, Alan leapt forward.
Get those away from her. She's allergic to roses.
Paxton looked really shocked, but after I introduced Alan to him as my old friend, he ended up inviting Alan for the wedding. Before leaving the shop, I told Alan he didn't have to come.
I'm leaving for London that night, Gabby, for good. And even if I wasn't going, I wouldn't be able to see the love of my life get married to another man.
The pain in his words broke my heart. On the day of my wedding, I was walking down the aisle, but I kept thinking about Alan so much it was driving me crazy. And when I looked up at Paxton, I knew I couldn't do this.
What's wrong, Gabby?
I can't do this. I like you, Paxton, but
you love Alan, don't you? When I saw you with him the other day, I could see it in your eyes, Gabby. You looked at him in a way that you've never looked at me.
I'm so sorry, Paxton.
Don't be, Gabby. If that's where your heart is, then go and get him.
Oh, Paxton. I ran out of the church and got a cab to the airport. When I got there, I was running around looking for Alan when I heard someone call my name.
Gabby?
Alan!
What are you doing here? It's your wedding. You shouldn't be here.
This is where I should be, dummy. With you, the guy I've always loved. Everyone knew Mark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked, and I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how. All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, So I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I thought he was such a jerk for doing that. But one day, one kid's lunch had 2 notes, and one was for Mark. I guess that mom heard what he was doing and thought maybe it was because he didn't get notes. Mark never ripped up the notes again. I had totally forgotten that, but now reading his journal, I remembered he was in foster care, which meant the people he lived with weren't even his real parents, and maybe they didn't want him at all. I guess if you feel like an insect, being a bully is probably the only thing you can do to feel like you have any say in your life. I wrote him a letter and said it wasn't his fault that he felt like that. I finished the letter and put it in his notebook. When I saw him at school the next day, I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy.
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him, and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home, but we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
Tell them it's not true.
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems, but then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that?
Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter?
I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away.
After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash.
He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter.
No one's ever seen me the way you did.
Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said,
"Can you come to my house tomorrow?"
I was shocked and couldn't speak for a minute. Before I realized it, I said, "Yes." He ripped a piece of paper from the journal and gave it to me. It had his address and a note for me. I read it when he left. It said,
"To the girl who saw through me. Usually, everyone sees past what I am, or I might become. But when you looked, you saw something more. To them I am glass, cold and cracked. But to you I am water, living and essential. I have never been seen before. It scared me. Thank you. I'm sorry."
Again, I swooned. The next day was a Saturday, so I went to his house and heard yelling as soon as I got close. The house was small and the yard kinda dirty. I knocked on the door and Mark came out, holding a guitar. His right eye was bruised. He moved past me, walking toward a path in the woods across the street.
"Are you coming?"
I followed him all the way down to the shore of a lake I didn't even know was there. He sat down, and I sat down beside him, wondering what he was thinking.
"You said you liked my poems."
I did.
"They're not poems, they're songs."
"Oh, can I hear one?"
"I've never played for anyone before."
"You don't put yourself out there. That's why people don't pay attention." He hesitated, then played the guitar and sang one of the songs. He sang about his fears, his sadness, and about feeling like a monster for having to put people down to make himself feel big. When he was done, he wiped a tear and said he would have to go back or his foster dad would be angry. He left me there by the lake as I watched the sunset over the water. I knew I was falling in love with him. When I got home, my mom told me the one thing that would ruin everything, just as it was all getting so good. We were moving across the country. She told me she was sorry, but we had no choice. When I saw him across the lawn at school, he smiled at me. I practically melted, but my smile faded quickly. He knew something was wrong. He came up and walked with me.
"Are you okay?"
"I have to move." His eyes immediately lost their light. I could tell he was devastated. "What are you thinking?"
"It's selfish."
"It's okay. Tell me."
"You're the only one who sees me."
"Maybe that's true right now, but it doesn't have to be. Your songs are beautiful."
"I don't know how to talk to people. I don't relate to anyone."
"Of course you do. We all have pain. We all get bullied. Even you." He thought about what I said, then a smile crept on his face and he looked right at me. My heart stopped when I saw his eyes. They were bright and full of hope.
"I never thought about that. Thank you. I can't believe you're moving away."
"I know." We both looked down, sad for ourselves because of how little time we had together. And then I raised my head and said, "You know what? We're here now, right? So why are we sad? We can be sad when I leave, but today, I want to be happy."
"You can just decide to be happy?"
"Yep, why not? You're here, I'm here, we have all day to talk and hang out." He thought about what I said, then smiled. He looked at me and asked,
"What do you want to do?"
Without thinking, I leaned over and kissed him. His cheeks turned bright red. We both laughed. He took me to a boba tea place, then we ate some ramen and even went to karaoke. I had never had so much fun. I was worried it would only last for today, but I put all the worry behind me and enjoyed the moment. That night, we had to say goodbye. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He walked me home and kissed me before he left. The last thing he said to me was,
"If I never see you again, please know you'll always be with me and all the people I help with my music."
I watched him leave, holding on to the moment as long as I could. When it was time, we packed the moving truck and left. Then to my surprise, I saw him. He was on the sidewalk, talking to one of the shy kids he used to pick on. But this time, they were both smiling. He was apologizing and making friends. I knew then that everything would be okay. And as for me, I was going somewhere new. Sure, it was scary and a little sad, but it was also exciting. Who would I meet? What would I do there? I decided to enjoy every day and made a promise that I would make the most of any situation that came up in my life, good or bad. Hi, I'm Sarah from Paris. I live with my single mom, and unfortunately, my sister Zoa, who's always been my biggest rival and a pain in my butt. Like, when I was 5, a tutor would come to teach us, and one day, he praised me in front of my mom.
Ma'am, your Sarah is a brilliant child. She's a quick learner. She can understand a concept in just an hour. But for the same thing, Zoa takes 3 days.
Zoa couldn't tolerate this and hit me hard on my head with the notebook. Before I could react, Mom yelled at her and grounded her for a week. I never really understood why she was jealous of me for being smarter. I wasn't jealous of her for being prettier. Whenever we went out together, people noticed her first and gave her compliments, but she was still so insecure. But maybe the reason why she really hated me was because I was fearless. Once when I was 10, the 3 of us were out on a picnic when I noticed a man snatch a woman's purse and run away. I immediately stuck out my leg and he tripped and fell down hard. The thief was taken away by the police and everyone there clapped for me, except for Zoa. Mom was pretty freaked out too. Sarah, the thief could have had a weapon. He could have hurt you. Don't do that again. You're just a child.
Yeah, dummy cow. This is not some movie where you pretend to be an action hero. This is real life. And I'm afraid one day someone might cut you down into pieces. I know what your actual concern is, Zoa, and it's not for my safety. You just can't stand it when I'm praised by people, can you? Oh, please. I get plenty of praise because I'm so pretty. Have you ever heard someone use that word for you? I bet you can't even spell it. It's P-R-E-T-Y.
You forgot a T, dinosaur brains.
And you forgot my hand, dinosaur face.
And suddenly she slapped me and we broke into a huge fight right in the middle of the park. As we grew up, she became prettier and more popular in school. All the time, boys would roam around her, while her minions cracked jokes about how I must be adopted. But I never let Zoa or any of those bullies get to me. I was smarter and stronger than those idiots any day. Once in 9th grade, I was looking for a book in the library when I noticed a boy staring at me from a gap in the shelf. I just went back to my seat and started reading my book, but he sat down in front of me.
Hey, what's your name? You're very pretty.
No way. This was definitely a prank. If I was really pretty, why was he the first boy to say so? I just walked off without a reply. I was in no mood to be made fun of. But the next day when I was walking through the hallway, I suddenly tripped over something and went flying straight into someone's arms. It was the boy from the library. Oh, thank you so much.
If you want to thank me, just tell me your name, please.
I did, and it turned out his name was Henry and he was my senior. We became good friends and started hanging out together all of the time. One day when I went to the cafeteria, I found a large poster stuck to a wall. It was my picture with an ugly mustache and devil horns, and the caption, "Sarah, the ugly monster." As I saw Zoa and her friends cackling in the distance, I was about to tear it down when Henry walked in.
Wow, someone's really jealous of your beauty, Sarah.
And with that, he tore it in half. Then he turned to me and said in front of everyone,
I think you're the most beautiful girl here. And you're smart and funny. You're just amazing. Will you be my girlfriend, Sarah?
I was shocked, but I said yes. And what made me even happier was seeing Zoa burn with rage. The next few days, I felt like a princess in some fairy tale. I would roam around with Henry, he would bring me roses, and would lie with his head in my lap for hours. It was all so beautiful. Then one day, he asked me to go to a party with him. That evening, I was getting ready when Zoa came running into my room, all breathless. Sarah, my sister, I need to tell you something. Please, stay away from Henry because he is a cheater. He is dating 3 girls, including me and you. He just kissed me today, out of the blue. What? You're such a psycho liar. Get out of my room, Zoa. But then she showed me something that left me stunned. It was a picture where she and Henry were kissing. I couldn't believe it. I ran to the washroom and Zoa followed me. Sarah, why are you crying? So what if he found me more attractive than you and kissed me? At least now we know his true colors. Don't cry, sis. This is for the best. I angrily pushed her aside. I'm not crying. Something just went into my eye. And I don't care if he kissed you. He's still my boyfriend. Get out, now! I left home pretending to see Henry. But of course, I wasn't gonna meet that jerk. I went to a park and sat alone and kept rejecting his phone calls. When he kept messaging me, I sent him the picture Zoa showed me. He started giving me excuses, but I didn't believe a single word he said. After an hour, I went home as if everything was perfectly fine. The next day in school, I was sitting on the bleachers when someone tapped on my shoulder. It was Henry. Just as he began speaking, I grabbed him by his collar angrily. Listen, I told you yesterday. But then suddenly, I spotted Zoa looking at us, and I immediately pulled Henry close and kissed him. When Zoa left, I pushed him back hard. Listen, I told you yesterday to stay away from me. I don't want to see your face again. But Sarah, I swear I never cheated on you. I was just having my Coke when Zoa came out of nowhere and kissed me. I was really angry with her. It takes 2 people to kiss, and you were one of them. So just stop lying and leave me alone, cheater. I put my fingers in my ears and walked away from him. But that night, something really strange happened. We were all asleep when we heard Zoa screaming. We ran to her room to find a boy in Zoa's room, and she was beating his butt with a stick. The boy was from our school. Mom! I caught this thief. I caught him. Call the police. Call the media. I'm so brave. I'm a hero. I'm not a thief. I'm Zoa's freaking boyfriend. I just came to see her and she went bonkers on me. Crazy girl. Oh, also, Sarah, she kissed your boyfriend and told me to take pictures of her doing that. He was so mad at her. In case you didn't know, your sister's a psycho. Oh God, Henry was telling the truth and I hadn't believed him. The boy broke up with Zoa and jumped out the window while I turned around and pounced on her. I pulled her hair as hard as I could till Mom pulled me away. The next morning, I literally ran to school and found Henry and apologized to him. He opened his arms and we hugged each other really tight. Time passed and we graduated from school. Henry went abroad for his higher education and Zoe and I started college. Then one day, Mom suddenly felt some pain in her chest, and after the doctor's examination, it turned out that she needed a really expensive heart surgery. This was the first time in my life that I felt scared. We didn't have enough money, so I took up a part-time job to start saving. I asked Zoa too, but she flatly refused. Sorry, but a princess like me can't work. Look at my hands, so soft and delicate. I'm not spoiling them. No, you're the Tarzan of the family, the strong one. You got this, girl. And just like that, she walked off. Just a few days later, I heard Mom screaming. I ran to her room and she was standing in front of some empty drawers, asking me where all her jewelry had gone. I had no idea, and we marched straight to Zoa's room. She wasn't there, but a note was lying on her bed. Mom, Sarah, my journey with you people ends here. I can't live with poor, depressed people like you anymore. Mom, please make Sarah the heir of this damaged house because I like mansions only. I'm taking all the jewelry as memories of you, Mom. Love ya, but don't look for me. Mom was completely devastated. I took her to her room and put her to sleep, but I was in despair. We were left with nothing. My salary wasn't enough for the treatment. I left home to contact some charity organization, and on my way, it started raining. Just then, I saw a huge crowd gathered around on a bridge. I looked down and saw a small kitten hanging onto a log in the strong river current, and people were just standing around making videos and doing nothing. Luckily, I found a piece of rope tied to the bridge. Without another thought, I climbed down the rope and reached out for the kitten. Some people started helping me then by pulling us up, and we both landed safely. I was completely drenched in the rain, so I decided to go back home. That evening, someone rang our doorbell, and when I opened the door, I found a bunch of people with cameras and mics standing outside. You saved a little kitten today without caring about your own life. What would you like to say? This girl, people, she's a hero. She makes us believe that good people truly exist. She's restored my faith in humanity. Wait, what? What was going on? And I soon found out that people had been making videos of me saving the cat. and they'd gone viral. And before I knew it, I had become quite famous. I was in newspapers and giving interviews on news channels. I was honored by the government with a bravery award and also given $30,000. And of course, the first thing I did was get my mom's heart surgery. It was successful and she recovered fully in a few months. Soon after, I got an offer to participate in a really famous reality stunt show, and I accepted. Within no time, I'd become a celebrity. And now, Mom and I were rich. We were living a great life until one day, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I was shocked to see Zoa. As she tried to step inside, I blocked her path. "Where's Mom? I need her help. My boyfriend cheated on me. He made me pregnant and ran away with all my money and jewelry. I've got nothing to eat." "Are you so fat because you're pregnant again?" "Oh, no. Luckily, I had a miscarriage, but I had lots of cravings while I was pregnant, so I gained some weight. It's nothing. I'll be back to my old shape in no time, you'll see." "Are you sure you're not pregnant?" "Of course, I said so already." Then I kicked her so hard she fell back on her butt. "How dare you call her mom? You left her when she was fighting for her life. No, you robbed her first and then left her. You're just a blood-sucking leech, Zoa, and you deserve whatever bad things come your way. Now get lost and don't show up here again." And I slammed the door on her face. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Oh God, this Zoa. Maybe I needed to kick her harder this time. But when I opened the door, I was shocked. It was Henry. He opened his arms and I jumped to hug him. "Oh, I can't believe it's you, Henry. I've missed you so much." "I've missed you too, sweetheart. And I have a really important question for you. Sarah, will you marry me?" Oh my God, yes, 100 times yes. And then we kissed.
Hi everyone, my name is Salish Matter from California. You probably know me from my dad's channel, Jordan Matter. Yeah, I took over it. The man had his own channel, photographing people and nice things, and boom! One day, the titles on his channel were like, "My daughter did this and my daughter did that." He never planned for this to happen. You know what they say. Chance is worth 1,000 plans. Yeah, I can be poetic sometimes. Actually, English is one of my favorite subjects. But math? Oh God, I hate it. If you're a math hater, comment below. Okay. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm Salish. My parents call me Say sometimes. I'm your typical girl next door. Typical family, typical childhood. A typical teenager with a not very typical name. My parents gave me this name, which means giver of the water. I love my name. I think it's unique and cool. There is some uniqueness in my life, actually, like some unique people. And no, it's not Nidal. If you're here to hear about me and Nidal, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Not gonna talk about that boy. No way. Nuh-uh. Nope. And please, animator, if I accidentally mention him, which is very, very, very unlikely, please cut it out. This story is about me, not him. Yeah, whatever. As most of you know, I'm a gymnast. Gymnastics is more than a sport or hobby to me. It's part of my identity. It makes me who I am today. I started it at a very young age. Fun fact, did you know that most major gymnasts start their career as early as 2 years old? And that was my case too. Dad said that when I was only 2 years old, I told him I wanted to be the best gymnast in the world. Oh, I mean, kids at that age will say anything. No, but seriously, I wanted to be really, really good. My gymnast friends were amazing, and we were very close. And let me be honest, gymnastics wasn't easy at all. But having friends makes everything easier and more fun. And whenever I had to compete, they were there to root for me. That's why leaving them was one of the saddest days of my life. Well, you see, when I was 10, my parents decided that we'd move to LA. I had been living my whole life in Nyack, a village near New York City. I had so many amazing memories there, especially with my oldest brother, Hudson. We were always together, cooking together, celebrating our birthdays together, and even getting classes together. You name it. I was also close to my mom. She's my idol. Dad and Hudson can be annoying sometimes, but Mom? Oh man, she's amazing. She's camera shy though, and that's okay. She even once agreed to do a mom reveal on the channel, although I know how anxious that made her feel. But we have so many things in common. We're both vegetarians, and having lunch with her is amazing because I can try her food all the time. I like shopping with her and getting our nails done together. And we once tried roller skating, but it didn't go well because she broke her ankle in 3 different places and I was super worried about her. The doctor said she wouldn't be able to walk for 5 months. She wasn't able to come to my gymnastics meet that we had been waiting for 2 years, which made me really sad. I'm not gonna deny that. I won 4 medals that day to make my mama proud. And soon enough, she got better. Fun fact about my mom, did you know that her birthday is a day before mine? So we celebrated it together. And it's one of the best days of the year. I was born on November 29, 2009, by the way. Yeah, Mom is the best. I remember one day when Mom wasn't feeling well for days and I had a very important shooting with Dad. But I just couldn't leave Mom that day. I told Dad I wasn't going with him and ran to Mom. I snuck under the bed while she was still asleep and started praying. Please, God, let Mom live. Please, I'll be a good girl. Please, please, please. Say, I'm not dying, babe. You're awake? Mom, I don't want to go with Dad. I want to stay with you. I want to be your little daughter forever. You'll always be my little daughter. But sometimes we have to do things even if we don't feel like it. This is what makes us responsible in life. I guess you're right. But no matter how old I get, you'll always be my mother. That's for sure. And, well, about Dad. Yeah, he was busy most of the time, and I really missed him. Dad, are you coming home late tonight?
Honey, you know Daddy has to work, but I love you so much.
Are you going to spend your time with Eliana?
I said I love you, Say.
And I said, are you going to spend time with Eliana?
Well, yeah, we're shooting today, but I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I'm your only little girl. Always remember that. It's only me who's going to take care of you when you're old and wrinkly, and bald and gray, and fat and...
Yes, I get your point. You're my only princess. I love you, Say.
I love you too, Daddy. I thought Dad would be super happy about moving to LA, unlike the rest of my family. But one night, we were going for a ride in Dad's car, and Dad looked super occupied and worried. He didn't say much during the ride, and I just felt something was wrong. The moment he pulled over, I hugged him. Don't worry, Dad. Everything is going to be okay. And he hugged me back. And I felt so safe and peaceful. Yeah, I know I don't like to show my emotions a lot, but, sometimes you have to do things you normally wouldn't do to help your loved ones. I mean, come on. Mr. Matter was feeling down. He's my dad. He's a redhead, but I love him. He's a good father. We only film on Sundays, and the rest of the week, we enjoy our time together. He drives me to school, we go to the beach, and ride bikes together. He's awesome and cool, I swear, and not as cringy as you see him in the videos. Yeah, whatever. Me and my friends share... wait, I can hear my dad in my head correcting me.
It's my friends and I, and not me and my friends.
Never mind. I'm changing the entire sentence. Saying goodbye to my friends was the hardest day of my life. I got them each a present, and they were the happiest. Salish, you promise to keep in touch? I promise. I'll miss you guys so much. And I hugged them all very tight. I said goodbye to my life in Nyack, excited to start a new chapter in my life with my family by my side and gymnastics as my passion. What? What's going on? No, I'm not gonna say it. Nope. Forget it. Let's talk about the ceiling. Love the color. That's Areolan, right? Fine. I'm going to talk about it in general. And in case I give a lot of details, you have to cut all that out. Promise? Yeah, when I moved to LA, I met him. We were shooting a video together, then we went to Starbucks. I still remember what we got. 2 vanilla frappuccinos, no whipped cream. And just like that, we became friends. It's like we had the same energy. We would run around and play, trying to hurt each other. But of course, I always end up hurting him. I'm way stronger. He's only a big baby. Now I have to say his name. I know. He's Nidal Wonder, a self-taught freestyle flipper prodigy, born in 2010. Yeah, he's too young. He has been making videos with my dad since he was 8. Yeah, I have to admit, he's cool. But did you notice? Yes, he's only 13 years old. But did you see his arm muscles? Oh boy. The first time I tried to wrestle with him, like always, I touched his arm. And man, you can tell this boy is going to be such a tough, good-looking man. I mean, he can look good in anything, even when he wears my white dress. Yeah. Oh shoot. We're cutting that out, yeah? Ew! I've been homeschooled since we moved to LA, and having Nidal around made everything easier. When we made the first challenging video, I was sure I was going to win over him. But I gotta say, competing with him was formidable. I'm just using a difficult word so Nidal won't understand it. People loved us together, and they even started shipping us, and Dad was not super happy about it. There was even a hashtag Nailish. People were using it. I mean, me and Nidal have chemistry. Like, you can easily tell. He has the biggest crush on me, and he sees me in his dreams. Poor thing. I never had a crush on him. Ew. Yeah, whatever. Like, maybe a little? You know, having a boy best friend is cool because it's different from having a girl best friend. You know, you can get physical with a boy, hitting and hurting him. It was like a new friendship I never experienced before, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, of course you're enjoying it. I'm way cooler than you, and prettier, and smarter, and more talented. I always get the prizes in our challenges. Your poor dad has spent a lot of money on me because his daughter is a loser. Did you hear anything? That was just an annoying mosquito, but I got rid of it. MSA, please don't animate him. I'm way cooler. What was I saying? Oh yeah, the Wonder Boy is really my best friend. We had sleepovers, we celebrated Halloween, and even recorded a music video together. He's funny, and he doesn't care about what people think. He's honest and a daredevil, and I really like his personality. You know what these honest friends are like? Hey, you look ugly in that dress, like a bald monkey. Take it off now. Yeah, that's him. And also, he's kinda cute. Cute. Fine, he's cute. I hope Dad doesn't notice this part. But also, we do have a lot of differences. I mean, he eats meat and uses plastic straws, and also likes weird boy stuff like, yeah, I agree. I like weird stuff, including you. And after 6 amazing months of friendship and affection, Nidal had to leave for Texas. And it made me very sad, having to say goodbye to another close friend. We promised we'd talk every day, FaceTime and message each other. But, you know, it's not like the same thing having him around and seeing him in person, and I was a bit upset about it. At least I had Boomer around. Boomy is my dog, and one of the best things in my life. I took him for a walk every day before school, and it cheered me up every time. But I still always felt empty because I missed my best friend. And I think my parents noticed it, because one day, Dad took me to Universal Studios, and he told me we were making a video. But suddenly, while we were walking, someone held me from the back, and I immediately knew it was Nidal. He hugged me, and I wrapped my arms around him, and it was an amazing moment. Actually, this was one of the many surprises we have for each other. We've been surprising each other in the last year, and it made missing him less painful. And you know what's even cooler? Nidal spent his summer vacation here in LA, and we made so many videos together. Speaking of surprises, my dad always came up with cool ideas to shoot. But one of the best things I enjoy doing is skincare and get ready with me videos. Yes, I wake up at 5:45 and spend 2 hours getting ready. But beauty has a price, you know. No, seriously. Boomy takes about 30 minutes in the bathroom, so it's only an hour and a half. Not a lot. And also, I'm the first stop for the school bus, and I have to be the earliest, which is not fair, by the way. I was a bit worried that I wouldn't fit into my new school, especially that I was the only new 8th grader in the school. It's insane. But thank God, it's been going pretty well so far. And I have made some new friends. And I love that we don't have a dress code at our school, and I can choose nice clothes every day. Man, I'm so happy. Actually, all this YouTube content is amazing. Making videos with my dad, doing challenges with talented people, having collaborations with cool people and YouTubers like Britt Rivera and Darman, and many other amazing people. And now, I even have my own channel. Please go subscribe now. Life is good. All you have to do is to stay positive and like this video. If you want me to react to this video, please comment below. Salish is the best MSA MC ever. You're not cutting that out, yeah? You know what? Don't cut anything out. I don't care. Yeah, whatever. Love ya. Bye.
You know when your life is dreamy and amazing and just perfect?
I'm mopping up ice cream a kid threw up, and someone left teeth in the tip jar. What do you think?
You're lucky you're used to bad things. Would you rather be me, having everything and losing it all?
I feel like you want to tell me your story. How long is this gonna take?
Not that long. Okay, so it all started 17 years ago when I arrived in this world as a beautiful baby girl.
Of course you came as a baby girl.
With eyes as blue as cornflowers.
Why are you stating the obvious?
My mother wrapped me up in a cashmere blanket, which was the perfect shade of lavender. Interestingly, lavender is my favorite color.
That's not interesting. Come on, get to the part where your life gets bad. And if you tell me you tripped on a cornflower and broke your lavender shoe,
I really liked that shoe. And I tripped on a sunflower. Okay. I swear, you're gonna love how much worse my life gets. Do you guys want to hear the long version or the short one? Fine, the short one then. My name is Olivia, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad was the owner of a tech startup. Don't ask me what the startup is about. I have no idea. I tried finding out many times, but the conversation always goes something like this. Daddy, can you tell me more about your tech startup?
of course, sweetheart. Basically, we're using cutting-edge algorithms to optimize data.
What a pretty butterfly on that rose. I need to send my rose pink dress to the dry cleaners.
Our platform synergizes complex neural networks with cloud-based infrastructures.
But I don't have the right shoes with that dress. Maybe I need new shoes, or maybe I need a new dress.
With our blockchain architecture, we're able to establish an ecosystem that...
Daddy has wrinkles on his forehead. I should give him night cream on his birthday.
In short, we are revolutionizing the industry.
That's amazing, Daddy! I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. The important part is that his startup made us very, very rich. Like, take a private jet to your private island kind of rich. We lived in a huge mansion where Mom and I had closets as big as rooms and clothes and shoes for days. My life was a whirlwind of glamorous parties, fancy vacations, and global shopping sprees. I went to a great private school, had tons of friends who adored me, and the cherry on top of my sweet life was Dad's friend's son, my dreamboat boyfriend, Chad. I really had everything. Then it all went to hell one day when I tripped on a sunflower and broke the heel of my fourth favorite lavender shoe.
Are you kidding me?
It's about to get worse, I promise. I was meeting Chad in the park. My heel broke, so I had to walk barefoot. I was crossing the track when this stupid kid on roller skates ran right over my toes. I screamed and fell back on my butt, and then out of nowhere, a crow started attacking me. It was the most bizarre day. By the time I reached our usual spot, I was in a foul mood. But suddenly, seeing the golden hour light hitting Chad's perfect face, everything else melted away. I could take all the ups and downs of life with Chad by my side.
I think we should break up, Livy.
Break up what, babe?
Us. We should break up. I've accepted an offer at a university across the country, and I don't think we can make long distance work.
I don't understand.
Like stars departing at dawn's first light, our destinies ascend separate horizons.
What?
Our hearts, like birds in migration, must seek divergent skies to find our true selves.
I am so confused right now.
I love you, Livy, but we're too young to tie ourselves down. It's best to part ways, and if we're meant to be, we'll find each other again.
Then he kissed me on the cheek and just left me there.
Oof, that's rough. The story's finally getting good.
You're such a sadist. I was depressed for days and just sobbed in bed as I watched MSA love stories. I always thought Chad and I would be up there one day with our own little video. I mean, look at me. My face is a dream for any animator to work with. Anyway, just when I thought the worst thing in my life had already happened, the police showed up one night and arrested Dad for embezzlement. He was charged for stealing money from his investors. And before I knew it, my life really turned upside down. Most of our assets were seized by the government, and we had to leave our house only with things we could carry. I managed to put on 14 dresses, 9 shirts, 4 pants, 5 coats, 6 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment on the poor side of town, and we got a lawyer. But it looked like an open and shut case with too much evidence against Dad, and he was sentenced to prison for a decade.
I swear I'm innocent. I've been framed. I need you to believe that I'm not a crook.
Of course we believe you, Daddy. We'll get your name cleared, I promise. Naturally, my first course of action was reaching out to Dad's friends for help.
You need to leave. I can't be seen with you. My girlfriend is a very suspicious woman.
Aren't you married?
Exactly. I wasn't running away from you. I was just getting some exercise. Oh look, what an unusual bird.
Where?
I recently hit my head and I have amnesia. I don't know who your dad is or why he made me your godfather.
You're my godfather?
Gotta go. I need to poop.
Chad's father was out of town, and I was so relieved when he returned. He was Dad's BFF. If anyone would help, he would.
I'm sorry, but Sir is still away on business.
His car just passed me as I was walking here.
You must be mistaken. He's not home.
I can literally see him in his study from that window.
Let me put this another way, miss. He clearly stated that whenever you show up here, I have to say he's not home.
That just made my heart break. No one wanted anything to do with Dad because they all thought he was a crook. Next, I turned to my own friends, and I only met more closed doors. Wow, really, Penelope? Remember the only person who could look you in the face when you went through your hideous acne phase? And remember whose shoulder you cried on when the plastic surgeon botched your nose job? And remember who took the blame for your smelly fart when we were hanging out with your crush? You know it, me! Mom had the same luck with everyone she knew. She soon took up a job in a grocery store and enrolled me in the nearby public school. I thought I might feel better with the distraction, but I was a fish out of water here. The kids smirked at my clothes. They smirked when they asked me if my dad was the rich guy who went to prison, and they smirked as they walked past me at lunch. Mom got her first paycheck soon, and she took me out for a manicure to cheer me up. As I stared down at my perfect lavender nails the next day at school, I felt more positive than I had in weeks. I wouldn't sit alone at lunch anymore. I would get to know these kids, and they'd get to know me, and they'd see how lovable I was, and I went flying forward with my food tray and fell flat on my face. As I got up, feeling hideously embarrassed, I suddenly noticed it. 2 of my nails were chipped. My perfect nails, not so perfect anymore. Who is the idiotic pea-brained buffoon who crashed into me?
Oh, come on, we were just playing ball.
In the cafeteria? Did the football field catch fire? Did an earthquake split it open? Did a tsunami wash it away?
Hey, calm down, weirdo. What's the matter with you?
You want to know what's the matter with me? I had a perfect life. I had the perfect parents, and the perfect friends, and the perfect house, and the perfect boyfriend. And if my name wasn't Olivia, it would have been perfection. But then it all started blowing up the day I tripped on a sunflower and broke my lavender shoe. Now I'm here in this stupid school, looking like some hobo with chipped nails! I jumped onto that boy and started pulling his hair and pinching his nose and twisting his ears. It took several people to get me off of him. And then I started crying uncontrollably. I could barely breathe.
I think she's having a panic attack. Give her some space, guys. Hey, Olivia, look at me. You're gonna be okay. Just breathe.
So yeah, I lost my mind. You helped me calm down and brought me to your workplace.
I had to. You were in shock and clinging to my arm like a python.
And now you know my whole story. You're probably thinking, look at this whiny rich girl who lost some money and can't handle it. But it's not just that. I never realized before that my entire life was so fragile. I just never saw this coming. Jackson reached over and put his hand on mine.
I wasn't thinking that. You've been through a lot, and I'm sorry.
Thanks. By the way, how tall are you?
6 feet 4 inches.
No wonder I've been feeling so tiny all day. My life still sucked, but it sucked a little less now that I had a friend. Jackson was so different from any of the guys I'd known. He didn't talk about sports cars or the newest smartphones or the best companies to invest in, but he taught me how I could cut out grocery coupons from newspapers, what the cheapest bus route was, and how to ride a bicycle. He even got me a waitressing job at the cafe and covered up for my mistakes. He lived in a tiny, rundown house with his mom and 3 younger sisters, and even though they didn't have much, I was always made to feel welcome. One day at the park, while Jackson was feeding the ducks with his sisters, I accidentally knocked over his backpack and a sketchbook fell out. I opened it to find the most amazing comic drawings. I leafed through the pages and found a sketch of me. And then another, and then another.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, it just fell out. Jackson, you're so talented.
It's just a silly hobby.
It's not silly. Are you gonna apply to an art school?
In case you haven't noticed, I'm poor. I have to work right out of high school.
But you're too good to not take this seriously. You have to…
Can we please not talk about this?
Okay.
And I didn't make your sketches because I have a crush on you or something. You're just a new, interesting face.
Does interesting mean the same as pretty?
Not necessarily.
So you don't think I'm pretty?
You're not pretty. And what is pretty anyway? There's no set standard.
Shut up, Jackson. You said Olivia's the prettiest girl you've ever met.
No, I didn't. I said Bolivia has the prettiest girls that I've never met.
He wrote a poem in his diary about your eyes being blue as cornflowers. And what was the next line, girls? I could stare into those sapphire lakes for hours.
My diary? You… see what I mean? I need to earn money to put them all in a mental institution.
I couldn't stop laughing as he chased the girls away, and I felt a warm tingle in my toes at the thought that maybe Jackson liked me. A few weeks later, we were sitting in the cafeteria when I got an email alert on my phone, and Jackson noticed my face fall.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's just that witch Penelope. She's hosting her grand annual Halloween party, and I guess she just forgot to take me off the invite list. Forget I mentioned it.
Okay then. So my mom's making her famous shepherd's pie this weekend, and she thinks I don't know what the secret ingredient is.
I think I want to go to the party.
What? Why?
Because I want revenge. Penelope and all these people hurt me, and I want to hurt them back.
What would you even do?
I don't have it all planned out, but I want to ruin her stupid party because it means a lot to her and her stupid friends, and you should come with me.
No, and you shouldn't go either. You'll get in trouble.
It's Halloween. We'll be in costumes. No one will recognize us, and we won't be there for too long. And Penelope will have the best food. I'm certain she stole my caterer.
I don't know.
Please, I need this, and I don't want to go alone.
All right, the food better be good.
On the night of Penelope's Halloween party, Jackson and I took the bus to the rich part of town and walked the last few blocks to Penelope's house. No one's gonna recognize me, right?
You're dressed like an evil eggplant. It's very unlikely.
You look good as a tree, very tall and leafy. Now you remember the plan, right?
Right, make as many things go wrong as possible. Am I forgetting anything?
Nope, that's the whole plan. Let's go. Penelope's place was swarming with guests, and no one paid much attention to us as we slipped in. And we got down to our mission right away. We sneaked off all the black and gold balloons and made them fly away. We messed up the fake cobwebs and smashed some carved pumpkins. We locked up the kitchen doors and we threw the keys in the swimming pool. Where did all the balloons go? I ordered 500 of them. People, watch where you're going. You're smashing the pumpkins and walking into the cobwebs. And where are all the waiters? Why is there no food? As Penelope stormed off towards the kitchen, Jackson and I high-fived.
Should we go now?
Oh no, this was just the warm-up. Penelope always has a surprise celebrity singer perform at her Halloween parties, and I know this time it's Harry Styles. We have to wreck his concert. It'll drive her crazy.
No, that's going too far. Someone will catch us.
Can you stop being such a scaredy cat? Just tell me if you're in or out.
Olivia, I think I'm out.
And then he actually left. Fine, I'd finished the job myself. I ran off to the back of the house where I knew all the power supply boards would be. I spotted a toolbox nearby, picked up a plier, and started snipping away at every wire. I wouldn't let this concert happen. I'd ruin the whole party. Everyone would remember it as the worst Halloween ever. Just then, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I flung the pliers to one side and started running for my life across the garden. But my stupid eggplant costume was slowing me down. And suddenly, I found myself being pushed forward and pinned to the ground. When the person chasing me turned me over, I saw that it was Chad?
How do you know oh my god, Livy, is that you? Why are you an eggplant? Actually, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. My whole life blew up and you couldn't send a text, but you made sure you didn't miss Penelope's party?
Listen.
Just then, a pretty girl I'd never seen before came running behind us. Babe, are you okay? Who's this creep? I'll call security.
No, don't. There's been a misunderstanding.
Babe? Is that what she just called you? Who are you, and why are you dressed up like an eggplant? Because Baba Ganoush is my favorite dip, not that it's any of your business. I pushed Chad away and stormed off, tears pouring down my face. I just made it a few blocks down when I ran into a tree.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you behind. I came back. Now let's go destroy Penelope.
No, I'm done. Coming here was a stupid idea. Let's just go home, Jackson. I felt more crushed and betrayed than ever. I was busy sulking in bed the next day when Mom called me saying I had a visitor. I walked out into the lounge to see it was Chad. Mom, why did you let him in?
You should hear him out, honey.
Mom left the room and Chad hesitantly sat down next to me.
Is it okay if I sit here?
You're already sitting here. And no, none of this is okay. In fact, this is giving me a fuzzy flashback to when you were sitting down next to me on a park bench. Wait, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, there I am with my bleeding toes and broken shoe. And yep, that's you, walking away after breaking my heart.
You have every right to be mad. I was such a fool, Livy. I thought I was doing the right thing. Long-distance relationships are so hard. I just panicked. I know what I did was awful, but I swear, I never stopped thinking about you.
Just long enough to meet that blonde twig who called you babe?
She was just my date for yesterday.
I don't care about your love life, but what I'm really angry about is...
I know, your dad. I wanted to reach out to you, but my dad forbade it. He's one of the investors in your dad's company. He feels betrayed by what your father did.
Dad is innocent, okay? I expected his friends to believe that.
The evidence against him is too strong. You've got to face facts. He committed a crime, but I'm sorry you're also paying the price. I asked around about you after we met yesterday, and I couldn't believe you're living in this neighborhood now.
For the first time, the thought crossed my mind that maybe Dad was the one who was wrong, and I burst into tears. Chad hugged me.
I'm in town for a few weeks, and I'm gonna try to get Dad and the other investors to go easier on your dad with his prison sentence.
You'll really try?
I can't promise anything, but I'll try my best, Livy.
I walked Chad out of the apartment building, and as I was going back in, Jackson suddenly popped up.
So, who was that guy with enough gel in his hair to set all the cheesecakes in America?
That was Chad.
Chad? Like your ex-boyfriend Chad? Like the guy who broke up with you on a park bench Chad?
Yes, that Chad.
That's such a stupid name. Chad is a country.
Isn't Jackson a city?
Not the same thing. What was Chad doing here?
Offering to help me?
Why would you trust him?
Because he's the only shot I've got at helping Dad. Chad started turning up almost every day, and even though I hadn't forgiven him for the way he'd broken up with me, I could see he really regretted it. He was extra attentive. He seemed to remember all my favorite pastries and perfumes, and never came without a gift. And when he'd take me for drives around the city, I almost felt like my old self again. One afternoon as I was leaving school, Jackson caught up with me.
Want to go to the park today?
Nah, I'm tired.
How about you come to my place tomorrow? My annoying sisters miss you.
I have a thing.
A Chad thing, right? Look, it's none of my business, except as your friend, I would advise you not to date Chad again.
We're not dating. We're just meeting up to discuss Dad's case.
And what's the progress on that?
He's working on it.
Okay then. Enjoy your thing tomorrow.
Don't do those dumb air quotes. It's not a date. Why don't you come with me? We're just going to an art exhibition and then having dinner.
Sounds like a date.
It's not a date, you giraffe. Join us. Chad won't mind. Chad didn't look too happy either, and I could see the way he looked Jackson up and down disapprovingly. But things got worse in the art gallery.
Wow, what a stunning piece of art. Holy mother of noodles, that's for $50,000? It's a picture of a rotting apple. It shows the complexities and slow ruin of postmodern society. Dude, it's an ugly apple. I could draw this with my left foot in my sleep. I didn't expect you to know anything about art, but you're even more…
Chad, he's an artist too, and he's your guest, so be nice, okay? I thought I'd manage the situation, but it got worse over dinner. Chad had just raised his glass and was about to say something when Jackson exclaimed,
"Oh no, Grandma ran away from my aunt's house. She climbed out of a third-story window and fell."
"Oh my God, is she okay?"
My sister is just updating me. Yeah, she survived the fall, but then she went out to the lake on a paddle boat and fell in the water.
What? Did she drown?
Okay, no. Apparently, she's a very good swimmer. But then she went to a diner and choked on her food.
Is she still alive?
Phew, thankfully, yes. Someone in the diner performed the Heimlich maneuver on her, but she's in the hospital for a mild concussion. Can we leave early so I can see her?
Of course.
You can leave now. I'll call you an Uber. I can stay for the main course. We'll skip dessert.
Anyway, before I was interrupted, I was about to make a toast to us, Livy.
Friendship, much like the delicate petals of a rare flower, unfurls its beauty only to those who possess the refined senses to savor its exquisite fragrance amidst the mundane garden of existence.
That's lovely.
I'm sorry. What does that even mean? Excuse me? Why do you think it's cool to say vague nonsense? Friends don't treat friends the way you've treated Olivia in the past. Can't you be honest about anything? Why don't you start with her and tell her you don't actually have any plans to help her? You want honesty? I think you're a worthless piece of trash.
Before I knew it, Chad had attacked Jackson, and they were in a full-scale fight, bumping into waiters and falling onto tables. Several people managed to pull them apart, and I dragged Jackson outside. What were you thinking?
He attacked me.
You provoked him.
Look, Olivia, I don't get mad a lot. It's scary for people when I get mad because I look like a tall, angry windmill. So I keep it in and stay calm mostly. But I'm mad right now. How can you even stand that pretentious windbag?
Because he belongs to my world. This is the life I had before. You go to stupid exhibitions and talk about trivial things over food and laugh at dumb jokes. And you didn't even give him a chance. You were determined to hate him just because he's a rich guy.
Is that what you really think of me? You know what? I'm the problem here. I don't belong in your world.
Jackson walked off, and my heart sank. He wouldn't even reply to any of my texts or calls later, and he avoided me in school entirely. A few days later, Chad asked me to come over to his place to have a talk with his dad, and I arrived early. As I walked towards the study, I suddenly heard raised voices, and I stopped outside.
That girl is really coming here right now? Chad, what is the matter with you? Look, Dad, when you told me that you and the other investors were making a fake case against her father to get control of his company, I was totally on board, and I broke up with Livy and left because you didn't want me to be associated with her after her dad got a bad reputation. But I didn't realize Livy and her mom would have everything taken away from them. What else did you think was gonna happen, son? I don't know. I just thought the dad would go to jail and we'd be richer. It's not fair. She lives in a dump now. And how are they supposed to afford shampoo and makeup and all the creams and serums they use? Just lie to her and say you're working on getting her dad out of jail sooner so she feels better. And maybe we can give her some money every month. Fine. My son is such a philanthropist. Don't get serious about her again, though. Dad, I'm 18. I'm not serious about anyone. I'm leaving in 2 weeks anyway. I've just been nice to her because she was never very tough, and I feel sorry for her. I stepped away quietly, blood pounding in my head. I felt fury beyond anything I'd ever felt in my life. I texted Chad that I couldn't come over, and I went home and told Mom everything. We stayed up half the night trying to think about how we could get proof of Dad's innocence. We finally fell asleep exhausted, but the next morning, I woke up to Mom's screams. I rushed to the lounge and saw the TV on with the news that Chad's father and all the other investors in Dad's business had been arrested. How? What are they being arrested for? They're saying on the news that some anonymous employee in the company had approached the FBI some time ago, claiming that Chad's father and the other investors framed your dad and are still involved in other illegal activities. So the FBI had bugged the investors' houses and offices. I guess they overheard the conversation between Chad and his father that you heard yesterday too. Dad's lawyer called. He's going to be released tomorrow. Later, I went to Chad's place as it was being sealed by the FBI officers. Livy, it's not what you think. No, only I will talk now. I heard the entire conversation between you and your dad yesterday with my own ears, and I just came to say, I hate you. I despise you with a burning rage of 1,000 suns. I loathe you with the force of 100 typhoons. I wish only bad things to happen to you, and my wish is coming true as we speak. You will lose everything, and you're not even half as tough as me. You will really suffer, and I will dance with joy knowing that. Then I punched his perfect nose and stormed off. Well, actually, I skipped off happily and headed straight for the cafe. I spotted Jackson taking someone's order and ran to him. Jackson, my dad's innocent, and he's getting out of jail tomorrow. Chad's father framed him, and he's been arrested. I punched Chad. I'm gonna get my life back. I'm working. Call him a moron, but seriously, just kiss me, dummy. Wait, how's your grandma doing? You want to talk about my grandma right now? Actually, I don't have one. I made up that whole thing to annoy Chad. I like you even more right now. Hi, I'm Jessica from Napa Valley, and I have a weird story to tell you today. But first, please like and subscribe, as MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. I lived in a beautiful house surrounded by trees. I had a good life, but growing up, I didn't get along too well with my family. For starters, my mom was like a 5-year-old trapped in an adult body. All she wanted to do was run around and play. Mom's idea of having fun was a water balloon fight with me and my older brother Dylan, and I found her childish behavior so annoying. I could never study in peace without hearing Mom sing show tunes around the house. Come on, you little bookworm. Let's bake some cupcakes. Don't you know how to have any fun, you nerd? Ugh, see what I mean? But the only person worse than Mom was Dad. He was barely home since he was a fancy businessman who traveled a lot. And when he was home, he treated us like servants. Bring Daddy some juice, will ya? My toes hurt and I can't move. There's not a lot left and we're saving it for tomorrow morning. Oh, so maybe you should be the one who goes on 5-hour flights to earn money for us. I kinda hated being around all of them. So I spent most of my time alone reading and practicing my violin. But when I got to 11th grade, things took a crazy turn. Mom told me one morning that we were taking in an exchange student. She's from Tokyo. She'll go to your school and live with us for 4 months. Isn't that exciting? Sure, but we'll have to clean the kitchen first so she doesn't run crying. Be happy, Jessica. Now you'll have a live-in friend to bore to sleep while you play your violin. I sure hoped she wouldn't be a live-in headache like Dylan. That weekend, we all drove to the airport to pick up our Japanese guest. Her name was Queenie, and she looked like a goddess out of a wonderland. Even her fingers were beautiful.
Thank you for having me. Truly, it means so much.
It's our pleasure, sweetie. Look, I got you a stuffed welcome panda.
Mom? Hi, I'm Jessica, and I'm the normal one in the family. Please, don't judge me based on them. Oh my goodness, this is so sweet. Can one of you help me with my bags? They're heavy because of all the books I brought. Wait, Queenie was into books? I loved this girl already. She and I were talking about our favorite authors on the way home, and after that, we really started to bond. It was nice finally having someone I had stuff in common with. Queenie was also super helpful around the house, so both of my parents adored her, especially Dad.
Aren't you amazing? How about I buy a present to thank you for all your hard work? Maybe new shoes or gold earrings? I would have bought some for Jessica, but all she cares about is school and homework.
That's very kind, but you guys have already done enough, really. Then one night, Queenie and I decided to go on a walk, and she grabbed a jacket from the coat closet. Oh, that's actually Dylan's. But it's so comfortable, and I don't have any warm jackets. Can't Dylan lend clothes to his guests?
You can't just take someone's jacket without permission. Give it back. I don't want you wearing it.
Fine, here you go. I'll just freeze to death then. Come on, Jessica. Dylan looked really mad, and suddenly he pulled me aside.
What's her deal? After all we're doing for her, she gets this worked up over a jacket?
I don't get why you can't just lend it to her for 10 minutes.
Because there's something about that girl I just don't like.
You mean 'cause she's actually sophisticated and has manners? Makes sense why you wouldn't like her. Dylan just looked angry and stormed off. Jeez, what a drama king. He probably was just jealous that Mom loved Queenie so much. He'd always been Mom's favorite. The next day at school, I was studying for exams in the library when Queenie came in and sat next to me. Hey girl, listen, I just want to apologize about Dylan being so mean to you. He must have forgotten to take his meds. Don't worry about it. Actually, I was wondering if you could help me with my English assignment later. I'm still not fully comfortable with the language. Yeah, of course. Thank you so much, Jessica. I'm really grateful for you. Queenie hugged me super tight, and I realized I was her only real friend here. I could just feel how sad and lonely she was. I waited for Queenie at her house for several hours, but she didn't show up, even though I called and texted her 100 times. Then finally, Queenie arrived carrying a small box. Sorry I'm late. I was buying you a present. Here, open it. Aw, Queenie, you didn't have to get me. At that second, I saw a hissing rat and I started to scream. Jessica, calm down. This is a pet rat. I have one just like him at home. He's so sweet. Just hold him. Queenie let the rat crawl on my arm, but he bit me. Minutes later, I had to go to the emergency room, and Queenie burst into tears. I swear, I had no idea that rat bites were poisonous. I have the exact same one at home, and he's such good company. It's okay, Queenie. The doctor said I'll be fine. Just don't go around giving people pet rats in the future. Queenie just kept apologizing and hugging me. I felt bad for her, but man, it had been an exhausting day. And for some reason, things kinda went downhill after that. Queenie wanted to be around me 24/7 and do everything together. I was thinking I could come with you to your violin lesson today. I've always wanted to play an instrument. I have a recital tomorrow, Queenie, and don't take this the wrong way, but I need a little space. We already go to school together and live in the same house. Of course, I totally understand. Your mom wants me to make dinner anyway. I was relieved that Queenie wasn't upset, but when I knocked on my violin teacher's door, I saw he looked mad.
What is it now, Jessica? Haven't you caused me enough stress today?
Caused you stress? What are you talking about?
Your mother called in to tell me you wanted to quit the violin for good. The recital is tomorrow night. I have 24 hours to find a replacement.
My teacher slammed the door angrily, and I was so confused. Why would Mom tell him I was quitting the violin? I went home to confront her when I saw Queenie standing by the kitchen, smiling at me. How was your violin lesson? Was your teacher disappointed that you quit? How did you know about that? Wait, unless you were the one who said I quit? Yeah. I was a little hurt that you didn't let me observe your lesson. So I thought a good punishment would be taking the violin away from you for a while. I'm sorry, punishment? Queenie, you're not my mom. How could you do that? Playing the violin is one of the only things that gives me joy. Like you already don't have enough joy in your life, you don't appreciate anything your family does for you, especially your mom. You make it so obvious that you think she's dumb. You're just an ungrateful witch. That made me so mad that I slapped Queenie hard across the face, and then I stormed off to my room. I refused to speak to Queenie that whole morning and didn't even say thank you when she made me breakfast.
I suppose all sisters fight once in a while. Honey, Queenie's going to come to school late today. We have to renew her passport.
Good. Get it renewed ASAP so she can go back to Japan. And she's not my sister.
Jessica, what's gotten into you?
Queenie just smirked at me and I left. I tried to forget about her at school, but around lunchtime, I got a text from her. Jessica, where's your mom? I haven't seen her all morning. Is she okay? What was she talking about? Hadn't they gone to the passport office together? I called and texted Queenie to find out more, but she didn't answer. And when I called Mom, her phone went right to voicemail. I started panicking and went home as fast as I could to see what was going on. And I found Dylan on the porch looking super upset.
I just got a text from Queenie asking where Mom is and if she's okay. What is she talking about? Neither her or Mom are answering their phones.
Why would Queenie send a text like that? Something's going on. We have to call the police.
Okay, but go tell Dad first.
I found Dad in his office and told him everything, but he shrugged like it was nothing.
What's the big deal? She'll turn up soon enough.
So you're not worried at all if Mom's okay? You don't think those texts were weird or…
Quit bothering me, Jessica. I could use a break from your mom. Get a little peace from her morning singing.
What? What kind of monster was my dad, not caring if Mom was safe? I would have to take matters into my own hands. But just then, I heard yelling coming from Dylan's room, and I opened his door to find Queenie sitting on his bed, while Dylan looked furious. What is going on? Queenie, you've been home this whole time? Do you know how many times we tried calling you? What is going on with our mom? Sorry, that's not a question I can answer.
Jessica, this girl's a creep, and I know she had something to do with Mom being missing.
Look, Queenie, I know we had a fight yesterday, but we really need your help. Queenie didn't answer me. She just walked towards the door with her arms crossed. You two won't find your mom anytime soon. I'm making sure of it. You're making sure? Queenie, tell me right now where Mom is, or what? You'll go to the police? You'll accuse a poor, helpless exchange student of making your mom go missing with no proof? I don't see that working out, and I'm not done with you guys yet. In fact, I've just started. With that, Queenie pushed me off of her and walked out of the room. Dylan and I immediately went to the police station and reported everything. They sent out a search team to look for Mom and then did an investigation on Queenie. And to our shock, they discovered Queenie wasn't an exchange student at all. She'd faked her application. She wasn't even from Japan. She lived in LA. So she's just this stranger who came into our lives and made Mom go missing? Who is this girl and what does she want from us?
I don't know, but that chick gave me weird vibes from the start. She's obviously out to get us.
We stayed at the police station for several hours, waiting for any news. Then finally, the police came back with Mom. Oh my God, what happened to you? It was Queenie. She said she had to show me something important, then drove me into the middle of the woods and threw me out of the car. She just left me there without my phone.
I was just lucky some forest rangers found me. But don't worry, I'm all right now.
Just then, some policemen walked in with Queenie. Looks like Mommy made her way out of the woods. You're a monster, Queenie. We know everything. How you kidnapped Mom, how you faked your exchange student application. Who are you and why are you trying to ruin our lives? Because you ruined my life first. When I was 10 years old, your dad conned my parents out of all their money and disappeared. And we ended up having to live on the streets. My mom had a mental breakdown. Your dad is a criminal, and I finally tracked him down because I wanted him and his perfect family to suffer the way I did. I was speechless. I knew Dad had been a jerk, but he was a crook too? Queenie was admitted into juvie, but we insisted that the police look into her family's case. And 2 days later, the police came to us with some news. It turned out that Dad was part of a group of con men that had been going around in disguise all over the country for years, scamming people. And as soon as Dad got home, they arrested him. He kicked and screamed and shouted at us to do something, but we didn't. A part of me almost felt relieved to see him go. I am so sorry, you guys.
I never knew much about your father because he always told me to mind my business and kept everything a secret from me, and I stopped asking. That's why I was never happy in our marriage.
He was the worst. He never cared much about you or us.
You did everything for us, Mom, and I really appreciate you. I'm so sorry if I looked down on you for being messy or childish or whatever. Now come on, let's go talk to the police to get Queenie's family help for their situation. Be grateful for the life you were given. Every day is a gift.
Hi, I'm Ramen Lee Min-ho from a place so boring you don't need to know the name. Trust me. And yeah, that's my pen name. You know, just 'cause pen names are fun and add an air of mystery. So I put together my love for K-dramas and my favorite noodles. But if you ever tell my mom that, I will deny it repeatedly. Now, before I continue, you have to like and subscribe to MSA. Sorry, but they make us say that. My mom is Italian and she raised me and my sisters on her own in a very small town in the US. But we might as well have been living in Italy. Pretty much everyone we knew was Italian. Now, my mom has two talents. One, she's an amazing seamstress. She could make a stunning dress out of a potato sack. My sister and I used to wear all sorts of garbage when we were younger. Old curtains, bed sheets, towels, you name it. On a side note, do you know that cotton lasts for like 100 freaking years?
That's longer than the seasons of Grey's Anatomy, man.
And I thought nothing could compete with that. Sorry, what was I saying? I always lose track, pardon me. Yeah, so two, my mom knows and remembers everything and everyone in town. And she likes to talk about it a lot. Like her mouth runs as fast as her hands. You know the Bartoli family, right? Their daughter ran away with the homeless-looking boy from the Rossi family. Now, after just a week, the boy sent her back home because she doesn't know how to make a pasta. What kind of girl doesn't know how to make a pasta? So now, man, she could just go on and on about these people, and I didn't give a rat's butt about it. But I indulged Mom and heard all her gossip because I was her favorite, which is what makes me really unique. I'm the middle child, and I'm the favorite. Yeah, you heard me, an unheard of phenomenon, but you'll see why. My sister Bella is 2 years older than me, and it's not hard to see why she isn't the favorite. She's like the opposite of everything a firstborn is supposed to be. Lazy, whiny, irresponsible, and dumb as a button. Actually, buttons are quite useful, but you get the point. Like on her 9th birthday, she got a $50 note from her aunt, and I convinced her to exchange it with me for $21 notes. She was so happy she had so much money, and I was $30 richer. Also, I often got compliments on my rosy skin, which really bothered her, so one day, I let her in on my secret. Mom's been doing something special with me for years, and now I'll share it with you. You have to make a paste of baby powder, milk, crushed daisies, and a few tablespoons of mud, you know, so you don't get pale like a ghost. And then you put it on your face for an hour, but you have to sit really still while it dries, otherwise you'll get wrinkles. And oh, you can only do this between 4 to 5 in the afternoon because it's the golden hour. Works like magic. Worked out great. Because we were only allowed to watch TV for an hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And now I had it all to myself. This went on for a month till Bella ended up with acne. And Mom found out what she'd been doing. My younger sister June came 2 years after me. And well, she's just a sweetheart. She could have been the favorite, but our jerk dad left right after she was born, and I think it just wasn't a good time for Mom to bond with the baby. But I adore June. She's just easy to love, and she worships me. Like, I think she'd kiss my feet if I asked her to. I mean, I would never do that, of course. Only the occasional foot rub. That's not an abuse of older sibling power, right? I guess I'm the smartest of my sisters. And it's not me saying it. My teachers say it, Mom says it, everyone says it. Look, this is a picture I colored when I was just 5. No, wait, 7? Okay, fine, 10. Just focus on the colors and not on my amazing nails, okay? But since you're wondering, June did the nail art. But what really got to Bella was when anyone said I was the prettiest. Like in 7th grade, Mom had come to our school for our parent-teacher meeting, and she met with my class teacher last, who couldn't stop gushing about me. What a blessing to have a child like beep. Oh, the year I had Bella in my class, it was so hard. That's when I started my blood pressure medication. But this one, she's such a marvel.
and a beauty on top of that. Now, I'm not saying the other two are ugly, but they look more like you, and is more on her dad's side of the family with those delicate features, a bit like Cinderella and her stepsisters. That made me so uncomfortable. Like, you know how the truth can sometimes do that, but why say it, man? And Bella just lost it. She flung a bottle of ink at my teacher. Oh my God, I ruined your clothes. Now, I'm not saying they were pretty to begin with, and you'd look like a sack of turnips no matter what, but I'm still sorry. Actually, they look less tacky now. Here's some more. Oh man, I laughed so hard, I peed a little. That was my fondest Bella memory ever. And yeah, there aren't many to choose from, but that one's pretty cool. Mom was really embarrassed though, and Bella got a reputation in town for being a little cray-cray. I honestly never cared that much about looks, but I understand why people are obsessed with being pretty. You get doors opened for you, someone will give you their place in a long line, offer to carry your stuff, or give up their umbrella for you and get soaked themselves. And sometimes you try to refuse, but people won't take no for an answer. Also, pretty people are almost seen as superhumans. I mean, think of some beautiful person, and then think about them burping or farting or pooping. You can't imagine it, right? Because how could someone that pretty do something so nasty and basic? No, they must poop litter. Like this one time in 9th grade, I was in an elevator in the bank when I felt this really big urge to fart. There was no stopping it, and I let it out quietly. But man, I stank the place up, and everyone glared at this poor big guy in the lift. No one even thought for a second that it could be me. I kind of felt bad, but how could I own up to that? So yeah, life was good in my little town, but my dreams were bigger than that. I wanted to see the world and maybe become a famous singer. Oh, did I mention yet that I have a great voice? Really won the genetic lottery, huh? Please don't hate me, y'all. I'd sing at every school event and even participate in local talent shows or sing at some restaurants. And any money I made, I put away in my piggy bank. I was saving up to go to LA one day to be a star. But things took a wild turn in 11th grade. One day at breakfast, Mom was going through the mail when she nearly choked. Oh Lord, my prayers have been answered. Which ones? You pray a lot, Mom. Like seriously, God must be tired of you asking for so many things all the time. Will you just listen? You know our distant family friends, the Ricci family. Those really rich people? They once came to town 10 years ago and we went on a picnic with them. And that Mrs. Ricci kept trying to get my mother's lasagna recipe from me. But I told her it was going to me with my grave. And then she tried to get to the point, Mom! All right! Anyway, they have a son who's a year older than Bella. And she wrote to me saying that she wants to come and see my girls. And hopefully choose one to get married to him. Isn't that amazing? Mom, this is America, and it's 2022. No teenager gets married. Oh my God, it's all I ever wanted. I've always wanted to be Mrs. Richie Rich. Yes, 100 times yes. Oh, it's like I'm Cinderella. I'll never have to work a day in my life again. You already never worked a day in your life, Bella. Look, Bella is almost 20. She barely passed school, she's useless around the house, and she'll never get a job. Also, people in town still think she's, unstable. Getting her married off to someone who isn't from around here is the best we can do. For us. Here. Now listen, the only problem in this plan is you. I don't want to have you around when they come over. They might choose you instead, and I don't want to ruin this chance for us. I mean, for Bella. Fine by me. The Ritchie family was coming over that weekend, so Mom sent me off to my aunt a day in advance, right to the other end of town. I was in for a relaxing weekend. Aunt's house was close to a lake, so the next afternoon, I was sitting by the water practicing my singing when I spotted a boy swimming. And oh, mother may I, his blonde hair shone in the sunlight and the water rippled smoothly over his strong arms. Wow. Now, don't think I'm boy crazy. I find most guys annoying, actually. And who knew? Maybe this one was annoying too. But who minds a little eye candy? It's the only candy that's good for you. But suddenly, he let out a sound I've only ever heard a cow make in labor. A jellyfish bit me! He passed out and started sinking. I swam like a graceful mermaid towards him. Man, he weighed a ton. I managed to drag him to the shore and checked his heartbeat. Yeah, he was gonna live. And up close, he did look kind of annoying. You know, those boys who are too pretty and think the universe revolves around them. Yeah, he was definitely giving off those vibes. I thought I'd wait around till he came out of his beauty nap, so I started singing one of my original songs. You wanna hear about this girl who makes jealous witches hurl? She had beauty, she had brains, there was talent in her veins. Not that everyone was dumb, but the town made her numb. What? Stay here forever, that made her feel bummed. She knew that there was more, so much more to her life than the gossip and the small talk, being a dumb man's dumb wife. It's not hard to see, the girl I'm talking about is me. So if you wanna hear the rest, pay up now, it's not for free. Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I'd almost forgotten the boy who was staring right up at me.
Wow, you're a goddess, an angel. That voice? And you saved me, right?
Yeah, but anyone would have done the same in my place. It's not special.
Of course it's special. You saved my life. I think I'm in love with you.
Aw, man. This boy was dumber than I'd thought. That's so sweet. You know what? You still look pale. You should lie back down, and I'm gonna go make a mixture of herbs for your jellyfish bite.
Oh, I've forgotten all of my pain, except that ache in my heart.
Yes, we'll deal with that too. Just close your eyes and I'll be back before you know it. I skipped off all the way to my aunt's house. I'd be gone in 2 days from here, and I'd never bump into him. When I returned home, I went through the back door into the kitchen. Just as I popped a muffin in my mouth, Mom walked in.
What are you doing here?
Hello, I live here? I'm your favorite child, remember?
Shh, keep your voice low. The Ricci family came for a second visit today, and they're in the house right now. You better not come out.
Okay, I'll just stay here. Just leave the cakes, woman.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for the bath. Oh my god, it's you, the rapping angel.
What the freaking fruitcake? The Richie boy was the guy I'd saved from the lake? Apparently, he'd stopped for a swim on their way here. His name was Luca, and he told his parents he was in love with me, and he'd marry me or marry no one. Such a drama queen. He cried, Bella cried, his parents begged, Mom panicked, and she sent them away saying, "We need time to think." You really went out of your way for these guests, Mom. You never make pasta for me. And yum, I haven't had this pastry in ages.
Will you please get serious for a minute? What are we going to do?
About what, Mom? I'm not getting married, duh.
You don't have to get married. It could just be an engagement till you know him better. Okay, fine. Just be his girlfriend. It's too good a proposal to pass. And I wanted it for Bella, but if it's not happening for her, you have to accept it.
Before I could reply, Bella came flying at me. You stupid witch! I'm not letting you get away with this. Gosh, Bella, have you gained weight? Get off, you baby cow. I was so close to getting everything I've ever wanted, and you ruined it. I didn't do anything, and Luca is an idiot. Don't say that. He and I are perfect for each other. You're actually just reinforcing my point.
Ow! Just stop it, both of you.
I'll never forgive you, beep, and I'll curse you every single day for the rest of my life. I wish that you gained stubborn fat on your thighs that never leaves you. Well, I won't bore you with the details of what happened after. You know those annoying people who say, long story short, and then tell you every detail and all the bonus scenes? Yeah, I hate that. Anyway, I turned down the proposal, the Ritchie family left, but Luca sent letters non-stop. Bella stopped talking to me, which was amazing, but Mom stopped talking to me too. And then a month later, she got really sick. I ended up using all my savings for her treatment, and somehow, she emotionally blackmailed me into agreeing to date Luca. See, with great favoritism comes great responsibility. Mom favored me all her life, and as her perfect child, I felt the responsibility to make her happy now. Really, it's not easy being me. Of course, Bella was furious, and after she gave all my clothes to the neighborhood dogs, she started muttering things under her breath whenever she saw me. Gosh, so immature. Thankfully, Luca lived very far away and we just talked on the phone. But he called so much that eventually I made June take his calls and say, every other minute. He never knew it wasn't me. But he was supportive of all my singing dreams and said we could move anywhere I wanted to pursue them. Maybe sometimes your dreams come true in a way you didn't expect? Then one morning, I woke up with a really sore throat. I tried calling out to June for water, but my voice was gone. It turned out that I had laryngitis, and I was mute. The doctor said they couldn't say if my voice would come back. This was the first time in my life I was truly depressed. I could see all my dreams slipping away. Mom announced excitedly that Luca was coming, like that was supposed to cheer me up, and Bella's smug face made everything 10 times worse. One day at dinner, she turned to me.
See, I told you I'd curse you. You've lost your precious voice because of my curses. Or maybe it's just karma. For the first time in your life, you get what you deserve. For once, you lose.
And something inside me just snapped. I threw my pasta at her face and then jumped on her. It took June and Mom some serious effort to save her miserable butt. Later that night, I was crying angry tears in my room when June slipped in.
You know it's not Bella's curses, right?
Of course I know. She's just unbearable. Why is she like this?
Maybe because it's not easy to live in your shadow. She's always been told she's not as good as you.
She's never even tried.
Maybe because there isn't any point. You're pretty much perfect.
How come you turned out so nice? It doesn't bother me that you're better. Also, being nice is easy. Being mean is hard. And it doesn't even feel good. Why are you writing things down?
I have no idea.
June had given me some food for thought. I guess it wasn't fun to always be compared to someone. And I guess I never made it easier for Bella either. Maybe I could start now. So when Luca arrived a few days later, I told him I was breaking up with him. He held my hands and looked really sad.
Ha! See?
I see a smirk! Animator, please go back a little bit. Okay, Animator, you can continue.
It's not that I don't care for you, babe, but yeah, I totally get it. You need your space. Maybe if you get your voice back, give me a call?
I won't be doing that, but I think you should ask out Bella. Trust me, you guys are made for each other. Looks like he listened because when I went down later, Bella sprung on me like a python. Oh, thank you, my amazing, lovely sister. I'll start a prayer circle for you tomorrow and you'll get your voice back in no time. You'll see. Now let's kiss and make up, but only in the air because I don't want to ruin my lipstick. Bella and Luca got married a month later and she left. And that is my favorite Bella memory, watching her leave. One evening, it was just me and June, and I was sipping tea when I spilled some on myself. Ow! June and I looked at each other in shock. I tried speaking a bit more, and I could. My voice wasn't totally normal yet, but it was coming back. We both started crying and dancing around for joy. My voice did recover completely, and I was able to sing again. But I felt a bit different. I felt more appreciative of the things I'd taken for granted. And June was wrong. Being nice was freaking hard. Much easier to be selfish. But I wanted to be nicer, and I really tried. A few months later on my birthday, Mom and June surprised me with a ticket to LA. The American Idol auditions are happening there next week, and you deserve this chance, love. I'd always waited for an opportunity like this, and now it was here. I was excited and scared. Good scared, though. Here I come, world.
Also, in case you're wondering, this is not my real voice, obviously. They hired a professional voice actress to do the job. I can't do it.
You know you can't be perfect at everything. Also, if you want a part 2 of me telling you what happened in LA, please comment Ramen Lehman Ho, our amazing MSA character. Okay, thanks, bye!
Sadie and I sat down quietly among Mrs. Lancaster's relatives who were glaring at us. Why are we here exactly? Just wait for it. It's gonna be fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today for the reading of the late Mrs. Lancaster's will, who was a woman of remarkable character and
blah 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 snooze fest. Get to the good part, man.
Upon careful examination of the will, it is clear that Mrs. Lancaster has left her entire fortune worth $10 million to one individual, Miss Sadie.
There was a stunned silence, then Sadie burst into tears. Oh my God, I'm shocked. What have I done to deserve this? Other than being her only friend for the last 2 years, still, you can't put a price on love. Not even $10 million. But I'm so touched. Suddenly, Mrs. Lancaster's relatives ran towards the lawyer, yelling at him, tearing his shirt, and throwing his files across the room, while Sadie turned to me and grinned. Hi, I'm Chloe, and before I explain what happened here, please like and subscribe. My older sister and I were 2 years apart and nothing alike. Sadie was beautiful with her blonde hair and blue eyes, while I had dark, messy hair and my eyes were the color of poop. I was shy and introverted, but Sadie craved attention, and she knew how to get it. Like once when we were attending a friend's birthday party, Sadie started to cry right before the cake cutting. What's wrong, sweetie?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't had a birthday party since my mom fell sick, and there's no cure.
What's wrong with Ow! Oh, you poor darling. Why don't you cut this cake? Go on, make a wish. Or the time she knew she was about to lose the art competition to a more talented kid, so she threw herself on the ground and started having a pretend seizure, from which she recovered fully after a minute.
Oh, this happens when I haven't slept or eaten for days. I've just been working so hard on this art piece.
And the judges gave her the award instead. Growing up, it felt like the spotlight always followed my popular sister while I lived in the shadows, which I really didn't mind. I loved taking pictures and was the happiest behind my camera lens with Sadie as my favorite muse. And even though Sadie loved herself the most, I was a close second. What do you mean my sister's project isn't good enough? This isn't Harvard, it's just your dumb class. You don't have space on your party guest list for Chloe? Well, you could get a life and uninvite your mom. Sadie's friend had invited a great band to her party, and I had a blast. Thanks for bringing me, sis. This party's the coolest. This party's a dump, and so is this town. I'll take you to A-list parties when I'm a Hollywood star, Chloe, which is inevitable. I mean, look at this face. It's a moneymaker. My parents owned a small grocery store, and while we weren't rich, we were comfortable. They promised to send Sadie to an acting academy in LA after high school. To make some extra money, Sadie started working as a companion to Mrs. Lancaster, a rich old lady in our town. Sadie would often sneak me into her mansion, and I'd spend hours in her library. Life was good, but soon after I turned 16, we woke up to the horrible news one morning that an electrical fire had burned our grocery store to the ground. Your mother and I will have to start looking for jobs. Sadie, we are so sorry, but we can't send you to LA. Surprisingly, Sadie took the news really well. She kept working at Mrs. Lancaster's place for the next few months, till one day she came home with the news that the old lady had passed. Which brings us to the day after, where the lawyer announced that Mrs. Lancaster had left everything to Sadie, and her family started a riot. But she was perfectly calm as we walked out of there. I'll finalize the paperwork with the lawyer later. Hold on, Sadie. You already knew Mrs. Lancaster was leaving you everything, didn't you? It wasn't a hard guess. She didn't love her family very much. I don't think she loved you that much either. I know you did something. Fine. I just encouraged her to make a new will some time ago. But she decided everything herself. She was like 90 and half crazy, Sadie. The last time I saw her, she accused me of stealing apples from her mother's farm. Can you focus on what's important here? I'm a freaking millionaire now, Chloe. We can't take this money. It's not ours. You're right. It's mine. Just think of how much easier I can make things for Mom and Dad. Don't go telling them your stupid theories and let me help them. After that day, our lives just flipped upside down. We moved into Mrs. Lancaster's mansion. My parents started rebuilding their store, and Sadie hired herself an expensive acting coach. Suddenly, we were eating off silver platters and had maids and butlers. And Sadie was ordering dresses from Paris, shoes from Milan, and perfumes from London. I could send you to an amazing private school, Chloe. No thanks. Could you at least let me upgrade your wardrobe? Not interested. Okay, look, a brand new camera. You should start your photography channel. I'll buy you followers to give you a head start. Can you just stop? Sadie, you made an old lady sign over her fortune to you and robbed her family. How do you even sleep at night? Extremely well, on my feather bed and Egyptian cotton sheets. And sometimes, if I can't sleep, I count sheep. But instead of wool, my sheep have dollar bills on them. And instead of jumping on grass, they're jumping on more dollar bills. That helps me sleep like a baby. But I just couldn't accept what Sadie had done, and this created a rift between us. Things really came to a head when Sadie hosted a party one evening where she was showing off a Taylor Swift shoe she'd bought at an auction for $75,000. You need to return that. Sweetie, you sound hysterical. Why don't you take your medication and lie down? No, you need to sell it and return the money to its rightful owners. In fact, we need to return everything. Don't even think about touching the shoe. I'm warning you. Sadie leapt at me, and we ended up in a huge fight till our parents broke us apart. And when we were alone, I ended up telling them everything. My parents were horrified. I don't care what any of you think. I'm over 18, and I'm the legal, rightful owner of this fortune. You want to go back to the life you had? Then go. My parents returned the money Sadie had given them for the store, and we left for our old house that night. The next day, we found out that Sadie had put the mansion up for sale and moved to LA. It broke my heart that things had turned out this way between us. Mom and Dad returned to their jobs, and I wanted to help. I made a website offering my photography services and also started a YouTube channel sharing tutorials. By the time I graduated high school, I was making decent money from both. Soon after, I had my first ever solo exhibition, and for my showstopper, I went to the lake at dawn to capture the sunrise. I was about to take my best photo yet when a loud noise startled me. A boy was kneeling a few feet away, crying loudly.
Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips,
Lips,
do something too.
would you mind going somewhere else, Romeo? I'm trying to work here. The boy turned to me in surprise, and wow, was he a looker.
I'm working here too, babe. I'm an actor and...
Really? I thought you were a madman.
I have an important audition, and this is my usual practice spot.
Fine, I just need 20 minutes here, and I'd appreciate some peace. I turned away to my camera and found the boy posing in front of me. Do you mind?
Not at all, babe. Take as many photos as you want.
I meant, could you move?
An action shot. I like it. What should I do? Maybe a headstand or flex my biceps?
Was he dumb or what? Okay, how about one of you gazing out at the water dramatically? The boy looked out at the water and immediately started crying.
Was that good?
How about one without the ugly crying? Yep, that's perfect.
I'm Blake, by the way. Follow me on Insta at Blake is a Greek god.
Not gonna happen. Good luck and goodbye. The picture with Blake actually turned out amazing, and I was shocked when some art collector at the exhibition offered to purchase it for $5,000. Later that night, I did end up finding Blake the Greek god on Instagram and sent him a message asking if he'd meet me at a cafe. I thought it was only fair that he got a cut from the money.
I just knew you'd reach out to me. I could feel this instant electrical connection between us.
Wow, I feel nothing but regret. Here's the check I promised. See you never.
Oh, come on. A cup of coffee won't hurt. I actually want to hire you for some headshots to send along with my audition tapes to Hollywood.
You want to go to Hollywood?
Of course. I mean, look at this face. It's a work of art.
I guess a cup of coffee won't hurt.
Great. Has anyone ever told you your eyes are the most beautiful brown? They remind me of autumn leaves and hot chocolate.
My eyes are the color of poop.
You really need someone to talk you up, babe. I'm new in town and I have no friends, so I'm happy to stick around and do the job.
He really meant that. He came off vain and silly at first, but he was actually sweet and funny. He'd often accompany me on my shoots and carry around my bags. And his idea of a good time was watching movies at home, eating pizza, and wearing face masks. I should take a picture of that and post it. You look so manly.
Yeah, babe. Real men exfoliate their skin and talk about their feelings.
He felt like the first real friend after Sadie, yet it was so different. Sadie had always overshadowed me, and I'd been fine being my sister's sidekick, but Blake always made me feel like the main character, and slowly, I found myself falling for him. One day, as I was editing some photos in my studio, Blake burst in and spun my chair around.
We're going to Hollywood, babe.
What?
A big producer loved my audition tape, and he's casting me in his new movie. Turns out, he was also looking for a photographer for the promo stuff, and I recommended you.
That's amazing! I'm so happy for you!
For us.
And suddenly, his face turned serious.
You already know that I'm not well off and Dad's in a wheelchair. His mom used to live in this town, but Dad was in the army and he was posted abroad, so we haven't been able to visit in years. She died 2 years ago, and my family was gonna inherit her wealth, which could have really helped us after Dad's injury. But apparently, Grandma's caregiver tricked her into giving her all her fortune.
My blood ran cold at his words.
It's been tough, and sometimes I've thought about just giving up the Hollywood dream. But it looks like things are finally turning around, and you're my lucky charm, Chloe. I think I'm in love with you.
He pulled me close and kissed me, but it felt terrible. I know, right? Me too. What's your grandma's name?
Mrs. Lancaster, you okay, babe? Did my kiss take your breath away?
It sure did. I tossed and turned all night. How could I tell Blake that my sister scammed his grandma? But how could I take this job without telling him? But the job was such an amazing opportunity, I couldn't let it slip away. Finally, I decided the only thing to do was to go to Hollywood, meet Sadie, and talk her into giving Blake's family the money. Before I knew it, Blake and I were in Hollywood and starting our first day on set. He got dragged away for hair and makeup. So I wandered around and started taking some pictures when a familiar face appeared in front of my lens. Sadie? Chloe? What are you doing here? What are you doing here? I work here. Also, my Hollywood name is Sunday. I work here too. I'm the official photographer. Just then, Blake walked over. Hey babe, I see you've met the heroine. She's a rising star in Hollywood and I'm really excited about working together. But don't get any ideas, Sunday. The movie romance is fake cause this heart is taken. This was getting so much worse. Of course, I'd meant to meet Sadie, but I hadn't planned on Blake meeting her, let alone working on the same movie. The next few weeks were so difficult. I had to watch my sister doing romantic scenes with my boyfriend, after which they would be whisked off for interviews. And anytime I tried catching Sadie alone, she managed to slip away. So one day, I hid in the trunk of Sadie's car and followed her right to her apartment. I need to talk to you. Unless it's an apology, I don't want to hear it. Fine, it's an apology. Once I was in, I turned to her furiously. Of course it's not an apology. Sadie, you have to give back Mrs. Lancaster's money to her family. Oh my God, that again? You're worse than their family lawyer. Do you know who Blake is? He's Mrs. Lancaster's grandson. What? What does he know? That his grandma's caregiver tricked her and took all the money. But he doesn't know that's you, my sister, his lovely co-star Sunday. Just then, there was a knock on the door. My yoga instructor's here. You need to leave. I had no choice, but this conversation wasn't over. When I returned to my hotel room, I found Blake sitting on the bed with his bags packed. Hey, what's going on?
I think you butt-dialed me by mistake when you were meeting your sister, Sunday. No, Sadie, right? The person who took Grandma's money?
Blake, listen.
How could you not tell me?
I really wanted to, but then I thought...
You thought you'd keep quiet, use me, and take this job?
No, of course not. I came here to talk to my sister, to make her return your money. You have to believe me.
No, I don't. I wish I'd had the sense to record the conversation, but I'm not a schemer like you two. I won't work with her now, so I'm going home.
You can't do that. This is an opportunity of a lifetime.
And some things are more important than money. You wouldn't understand that.
Blake left, and I was devastated. I tried to calm down, but I felt panic rising in my chest. First, my sister left me, and now the guy I loved. I couldn't stop crying, and I was struggling to breathe. Suddenly, I felt dizzy, and I blacked out. When I opened my eyes, I was in a hospital bed with Sadie beside me. Oh, thank God you're awake. What happened? I came to talk to you and found you unconscious. Blake found out everything and left. I think I just had a bad panic attack. Suddenly, Sadie started crying. Chloe, I would never intentionally hurt you, and I've missed you terribly. What hurt the most was knowing you thought I was evil. Yes, I pushed Mrs. Lancaster to make a new will, but she always said her only son hadn't visited in years, and the rest of her family were vultures. Those people didn't deserve the money either, trust me. You're still justifying what you did? I'm telling you now, Blake's family needs the money. How can you be sure he isn't lying? Are you sure he's even Mrs. Lancaster's grandson? I can't talk to you anymore. Just leave, Sadie. Listen, Chloe, no, go away. The next day on set was a mess. The producer was frantically trying to get in touch with Blake, but he wouldn't answer anyone's phone calls. I was sitting miserably in a corner when suddenly I got a phone call from Dad.
Chloe, I know this is a lot to ask, but can you come home? A friend of mine has offered me an amazing opportunity to manage a huge grocery store, but it's in Texas, and I need all the help I can get. I know this is your dream job, but...
That sounds amazing, Dad, and of course I'll help. I'll take the next flight home. As I hung up, I turned around to see Sadie behind me. You're leaving? Yeah, Dad needs my help with work. Listen, if Blake doesn't come back, they'll find a replacement soon, and this movie will be up and running in no time. You can't give up this job. It'll be so great for your career. You know what, Sadie? I can't believe I ever looked up to you or thought you cared about me. I hope your successful career keeps you warm at night, but I'd rather stay close to the people I love. And with that, I went back home. I helped my parents pack up to move, and one evening, I was carrying a box to our car when I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was Blake. I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't answered any of my calls.
Yeah, I was really angry, but then chance you'd go.
Hi, I'm Ariana from New York. Please like and subscribe. When I opened my eyes to this world, the first person I saw was my dad. And since that moment, I adored him and he loved me like crazy. He gave me everything a girl could dream of. I loved my mom too,
but she was a little harder to like. She had a serious problem. She wanted everything clean. I mean, really clean. Like when I was 4, Dad smudged a piece of birthday cake all over my face, and Mom went ballistic. Oh God, she's all dirty now. I'll have to bathe her all over again. Why'd you do that, John? Oh, come on, it's her birthday. We're just having fun. Mom and Dad would always argue because she was such a clean freak. She took the fun out of everything we did. Once in 2nd grade, my school had a mother-daughter bake-off event, and Mom wore plastic gloves the whole time, and she was so picky about everything. Are you sure you washed the bowl properly? Twice, with hot water?
Yes, Mom. I washed it like 10 times already. Now, can we start baking? Because everyone is way ahead of us.
But these spoons look like they need to be sanitized. I got so mad that I took the spoon and licked it.
There, now it's sanitized.
Mom looked like she was about to freak out. I felt bad, so I got a new spoon and washed it well to ease her mind. But Dad and I had so much more in common. We laughed at the same jokes, watched the same movies, and we enjoyed our PlayStation challenges.
Beat you again.
Ah, how'd you become so good?
I learned from the best.
Ha, you got that right. But my world turned around in 7th grade when my parents decided to get a divorce. I knew they fought a lot, but I hadn't seen this coming. It broke my heart when he moved out. I still saw him every day, and I was slowly adjusting to this new life when Dad dropped another bombshell on me a few months later. He introduced me to his new girlfriend, Amanda. She looked like she was a college graduate, and she was super pretty. I disliked her instantly. Oh, hi, cutie pie. You're just as adorable as your daddy said. Here, I got you a present. Why was she talking to me like I was 5? Thanks, but it's not my birthday. Oh, I know when your birthday is. But one can give presents at any time, right? I reluctantly pulled out a t-shirt, which was cute, but I just shoved it back in the bag and dropped it on the ground. I don't think we have the same taste. You can return it. Ariana, you need to be nice to Amanda because she's being nice to you. And from that day, Amanda was like a pimple that wouldn't go away. Every time I visited Dad, she was there, trying to act like we were a happy family. She also kept smothering me with gifts and her fake love, just so I would like her. But I hated her because she took my dad away from me. And even worse, Dad married her a year later. I was still struggling to deal with all of this, so I created a YouTube channel called Dads and Daughters. When I showed it to Dad, he loved it. And every day after school, he'd pick me up and we would create cool ideas together for the show. Once in 9th grade, Dad and I were at a restaurant, and when he went to the bathroom, his phone started buzzing. It was Amanda. You know he's at dinner with me. Can't you let us have some time alone? Ariana, please give the phone to your dad. I don't have to explain myself to you. And I don't have to give your message. I hung up and switched off Dad's phone. He didn't notice until the end of dinner that his phone was off. And when he switched it on, he looked shocked at his messages. Oh my God, Amanda fell down the stairs. She's been trying to get in touch with me for 2 hours. And when Amanda told him she'd spoken to me, he was furious. He'd never been angry at me before, and now he was practically shouting. You will apologize to her or I'll cancel our YouTube show. I mean it. I went up to their bedroom where Amanda was sitting up in bed. I'm sorry, Amanda, I guess. I was about to leave when she suddenly grabbed my wrist. You'd better listen to me clearly, Brett. I'm here to stay whether you like me or not. And if you keep behaving this way, you won't be welcome in our house anymore. It's my dad's house. And mine. Don't mess with me again, Ariana, if you know what's good for you. Just then Dad walked in and she was all smiles. She was more evil than I thought. She would definitely try to push me out of Dad's life. And just a few days later, Dad told me that he and Amanda had some big news. You're gonna be a big sister soon, Ariana. A big sister to what? Your dad and I are having a baby. Isn't that great? Did they expect me to be happy? All I felt was anger and heartbreak, but I managed a small smile. Congratulations! And soon after, when the baby was born, Dad looked at her the same way he looked at me and called her his little princess. That's what he used to call me. He was too busy being a new dad to shoot more episodes for our channel, and I decided I needed to stay away from him and his family. Amanda had won. Maybe Mom noticed that I was really downcast because one day after dinner, she said the two of us should go out for ice cream. I could see she was trying to connect, and I agreed. She wore her gloves as usual anytime she went out, but it didn't bother me anymore. I'd learned to accept her the way she was. So tell me, what's bugging you? I feel like Dad doesn't love me anymore. Oh, honey, that's not true. You'll always be his little princess. No, he has another princess now. Mom stayed quiet at that and just hugged me tight. And then she gave me some news. A girl from Thailand will be attending your school on an exchange program, and she'll be living with us for some time. Are you okay with that? Mom worked in a company that dealt with exchange students, but it was the first time we'd had one as a guest. As long as I don't have to share my room, I guess it would be cool. A week later, we fetched Macy from the airport. She was a short, cute girl my age, and she was so excited when she saw us.
Hi, I'm Macy. It's so nice to meet you. You're both so pretty.
She hugged me and Mom, and the whole ride home, she just wouldn't stop talking.
The flight was so long. I'm so excited about school tomorrow. Have you ever been to Thailand?
No, but
Oh, it's such a beautiful place. You should visit. Maybe when I go back for the holidays, you can come with me. Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah, it would, I guess. Gosh, I had to live with this chatterbox for the next 12 months? And the next morning, she woke me up at 4 a.m. so that we could go jogging. Couldn't even say no because she was our guest and I was trying to be nice. When I showed Macy around school on her first day, she spoke to just about everyone. I was quite popular at school because of the YouTube show, and it felt a bit embarrassing that she said anything that came into her head. I could see people laughing at her. Later that day when school ended, I couldn't find her anywhere. That's when she texted me to come rescue her because some kids had locked her up in the janitor's closet. Listen, Macy, things are different here. People here don't just start talking to strangers, and we don't talk that fast. We let others speak and listen to them.
Okay, so I shouldn't speak?
No, you can speak, just not so much.
Oh, I see. But those girls were really mean to me, and I hadn't said anything mean to them.
I know, people can just be jerks sometimes. Just then, I spotted Dad's car and he was waving at me. He said he'd been wanting to catch up with me, and I was really surprised and happy. That is, till I saw the new baby was with him. Ugh. Amanda apparently had an appointment with the doctor, and Dad was taking care of my baby sister, Kara. I introduced him to Macy, and then he took us to the aquarium. Dad picked up Kara from her seat and held her in front of me.
Ariana, can you hold her for a moment?
What? I don't know how to hold a baby.
Don't worry, I can do it. She's so cute.
Thank God for Macy. She looked like she was really good with babies. And then Dad put Kara in her stroller. Macy was excitedly taking pictures of everything. And Dad and I just walked quietly through the aquarium. Things had changed between us, and we didn't have much to say to each other anymore. Just then his phone rang. It was Amanda. Our trip was over, and he dropped us home.
You don't like your baby sister very much, do you?
I never said that.
Come on, you didn't even look at her. I'm not blind. I can tell when someone...
And suddenly, I just lost my temper. Can't you ever be quiet? I thought we spoke about this earlier. Please, just leave me alone. I just stormed off to my room, and I didn't even go down for supper that night. And the next day, I sneaked off to school without Macy. I wasn't really angry with her, just my situation with Dad. When she arrived at school, she left a note on my desk and then quickly sat down. The note read, "Sorry for talking too much." I looked back at her and she smiled. She was an odd person with a big heart, and I couldn't help smiling back. As we sat down during recess, the same girls who'd locked her the day before walked up to us. "Hey, Ariana, you still have your walking, talking parrot with you? Aren't your ears bleeding by now with her non-stop chatter?" "No, I really like listening to her, but your voice is giving me a headache, so please go away and get a life." But just then, the girl dunked her juice on Macy's head, and I pounced on her. As we rolled around fighting, Macy came running and sprayed ketchup all over the girl's face.
"Don't hurt Ariana, you witch!"
We all ended up in detention, but it was totally worth it. Hey, thanks for standing up for me and saving my butt again. I should have never told you to act differently. Just be yourself, okay? Oh, what a mistake that was. It was hard to stop her, especially when we watched MSA videos together on YouTube. She had a running commentary going the whole time. Soon after, it was my 16th birthday. but Mom wasn't keen on having a party at home because of the mess, so Macy and I just went out to celebrate. As we were shopping at the mall, we bumped into Amanda and Kara. Macy immediately went all gaga over the baby, but I just stood on the side silently. Happy birthday, Ariana.
Oh, you must be Ariana's stepmom. It's so nice to finally meet you.
I hated the word stepmom. I didn't want her to be anything to me. Come on, Macy, let's go. Wait a second. It's funny that I bumped into you. I just bought you a gift. No thanks. I don't want anything from you. Why are you always like this, Ariana? I've really tried. Can you drop the fake nice act, please? The only thing you've tried to do is steal my dad, and you succeeded. Have you forgotten that you threatened me? Ariana, I was angry with you then. I didn't really mean anything. Before she could finish, I just started walking quickly. I heard Macy calling my name, but I wanted to get away from Amanda. Suddenly, I heard a scream, and I turned to see Macy slip on something and fall to the ground. I rushed over to her, and she was unconscious. Amanda quickly called an ambulance and went to the hospital with me. I was so anxious as I sat there waiting that I just couldn't stop tapping my foot. Amanda sat next to me and took my hand silently, and I felt better. The doctor came soon and said Macy had a minor concussion and that she was okay. When I went to her room, she was sitting up in bed. As I sat next to her, Macy took off the locket she was wearing. I want to tell you something, Ariana. I had a baby sister too, and she was 3 years younger than me. She was my best friend, and then she died 2 years ago. My eyes welled up as I looked at her sister's picture. I carry her around with me everywhere. Love the people around you while you can, so you never have any regrets. I hugged her tight and we both cried. The doctor said she could go home, and I found Amanda was still waiting outside for us. She drove us back home. When we got there, the house was pitch dark. I guess the lights are out. Just as I opened the door, the lights came on and many people yelled, "Surprise!" It was my birthday party, and Dad was there along with my friends from school. Mom, I thought you didn't want to get the house dirty. Don't worry, I'll sanitize the place once the party's over. I hugged Mom and Dad, and then I turned to Amanda. Thank you for being there for me today. And I'm sorry for how I've treated you. I really am. Can I give you your present now? You already did. I picked up my baby sister and hugged her tight. I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch. Suspect identified: Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution. Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal.
Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me.
Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits?
About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb, You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away.
Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys.
You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you.
And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it?
Loud and clear.
Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy. My secret phone, and I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out.
Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't gonna hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder.
Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before.
Does this mean I'm famous now?
I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin.
I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me.
It's a frog! Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait, kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something.
What? It doesn't work like that, and it's gone so you can get down. You're awfully heavy.
Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones.
I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling.
Before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out. Is he dead? It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own, but since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out.
Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me?
Ha ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort. I really need to pee.
What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God.
Ryan, what year is it?
2015?
That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've gotta be kidding me.
I was still recovering from the whole frog thing. Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich.
Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual.
Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something.
Oh, my lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo.
Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus?
What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog. Can someone please tell me what's happening?
Shut up, all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. It wasn't so bad to look at, actually. Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree. What are you doing?
I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I've fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot, untie me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos, Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan. What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her! I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me, blocking the exit. Come on, Jane, you were trained for this. Knock him down. I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in. What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out! Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary. It could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I, CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me?
And not for the mission? Why? What do you mean, why? Because oh God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am.
None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project. What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed. That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate and I might be lenient with you. I have a little tip for you too, ma'am. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira, now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, you're not Camilla? No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy. Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone. Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you. Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash.
Ow, my head.
Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes?
I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila. How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me? You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and...
Hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones.
Really?
Yes, but you can't disappear like that again.
Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style?
Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised?